Oh my goodness. Here we go. Refresh. All right. All right. I can hear myself. That's good. Mute. And here we go. What's up, folks? Hey, chemistry. What's going on? What do you guys want to talk about? Hey, everybody's up. Okay. Rooms rooms getting filled. No, I'm not personally, but I have several nutri I have several people that are into what they call raw food cooks. So they're really deep into that, into using food as medicine. There's tons of them. I just don't post it, but I could start. But I got so much on this channel, man. Okay, let's talk economics. What do you want to talk about, Errol? So you want to talk economics? I don't know what gets people upset more, politics or economics. Even had a dude said he was an economist come on here and said I was spreading propaganda. Uh oh, retail collapse. Um, I think it's been a thanks, Osonian. You want to blabber about Orlando? I don't know much about Orlando, man. It's been Yep has actually brought up a lot about Orlando, man. I thought other than Trayvon Martin, I thought Orlando was just like a Disney town. Netflix is Netflix is they said Netflix was losing money, but it got a big boost from being having its own original content. But they say paying for it, man, is got them in a hole. But we'll see. Yeah, outside of Trayvon Martin, man, I thought Orlando was a Disney town. Then I didn't think it was that. It's not really that big, man. From if you let the Veganator tell it, because he had two or three videos, man, going through because he lives right on the borderline of what they call white Orlando and black Orlando. Thanks, Lamont. Appreciate it, Charles. Yeah. Well, that and the Marvel stuff, and then what is it? House of Cards. I think House of Cards has cost. I think he charges them like 100 million per season. So, and thanks, Excalibur. Uh, yeah, it's already going on, Deep Verma. In fact, that's what I posted Erasmus. Um, it's going to be deflationary because there's a glut. They're trying to prop up cars. They're propping up all kinds of stuff, home prices and stuff like that. If people can't afford to buy the doggone things, so, thank you, Laquan. Appreciate it. Char Willie, you have the wrench, Char Willie? I thought you had the wrench, but I don't see it. Do you need the wrench? Yeah. Thanks, Charles, about the investment. Solar, appreciate it, brother. A pimp wrench. What's a pimp wrench? Um. Yeah. Basically, economics now because they've made it so complex, man, and they have all these schemes running parallel, man. It's really difficult to understand it. Hell, even they don't understand it. That's like when it crashes so bad. Yeah, you want to rinse Solar, but you got to use it wisely, Solar. With great power comes great responsibility. I try to, you know what? I try to, I try to give you guys the same stuff that I'm listening to and the same stuff that I'm reading as much as possible. The books are more difficult. TM Goldie. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. The books are more difficult to actually input, but it's a little easier with the articles. That's like when I started reading them reading them on the page rather than just referencing them, just actually reading them out because a lot of people don't take time to actually read it. But hopefully, me reading them will get a lot more people interested. Anything you guys want to really talk about before I drop the link, or you guys just want to get right into it? Yeah, you're up for the force. We never asked you where you got your name from, Solar Scholar. What what they haven't completely figured out who's going to pay for the basic income. What they're saying is if the machines actually do all the work, the profits they're going to heavily tax the corporations that actually produce the stuff, and that's where it's supposed to come from. It's where it's supposed to come from. Wealthy people, and 035263. Appreciate it. But they said that's where it's supposed to come from, but they haven't worked out all the details. That's thus the experimentation, right? It's like when you have all these little pocket experiments going on with the universal basic income. But I said that that's like they're trying pilot programs because they have absolutely no idea whether this stuff is going to work or not. But the thing is, they don't have any other. What's got to happen, ball. Um, People keep saying it's never going to happen. When the World Economic Forum says it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Okay. When they say it's going to happen, it's going to happen because they've already argued about it. So everybody said it's never going to happen. Don't realize the people that have the hammer say it's going to happen, and they're going to drive it through. They're doing like 2 or 3 trial runs in California. They're doing 2 or 3 trial runs in Canada. They're doing a trial run in Hawaii. They're doing trial runs in India. They're doing a couple trial runs. I think Finland's doing one. I think Switzerland refused to do one. Finland, I think Denmark might be doing one. Um, I can't remember if there's one done in Asia or not. I can't. I think there might be one going on in Korea. but they're doing all these trials. They can't just roll the stuff out and without knowing how it's going to work. And I'm saying that if you look at what's going on, it's got to come. You can't have 90% of the people out of work and still have a system. You got to give them something. Yeah, it was already deflationary. Gold and silver are basically insurance policy. Well, Sonian, thank you, brother. Okay. Oh, Dr. Amos, yeah, he's got tons of stuff out there, man, and his books are gold. His books are gold. Him and Francis Cress Welsing are probably the two best black psychologists that we've produced. Black Wizard, thank you, bro. Yeah, keep it. Yeah, man. That the woman's hangout, man. That was a long one. That was a long one. But we got to a bottom to a lot of things. No, I don't subscribe to Chrissy anymore. What does she say, Titans? Yeah, they look at you crazy because they never heard it. That's how come I introduce stuff, man. Especially when I know it's going to happen. Like if the World Economic Forum wasn't behind it, I would say, okay, it's just a pipe dream. Yeah, Solar, Bitcoin did shoot back up. Um, I don't know if it's going to hold, but it did shoot back up. There's a lot of volume that pushed it back up, but it's a thin market. I want to see if it's going to hold. So right now it's in a range between was it I say the basic range between 25 and the bottom was is 18 hours. I should have done a video about it, but I have to remind myself. Richard, appreciate it. What did Queen say about her 25-year-old? I think I think that was the one that married. I think she married. She said she's married. Yeah, I think to as a white guy, married to a white guy, and she's her 25 years married to a white guy. They have a couple of kids, and she's planning on going back to school. That's what she told us. But maybe if she's in the listening, she'll actually chime in and talk about it. A Bitcoin is what 2,800? Was it 2,800? Yeah, what they said was what they're saying is with Bitcoin. What they're saying is there was a war of ideological war between programmers. It hadn't been settled. Iron Ball, you know what? When and thin markets like Bitcoin and a lot of this disruption, you have to keep an eye on it. Saying it's going higher, it may go higher, it may not. They said that about Ethereum. Ethereum got slashed in half. Thanks, Rob Black. Appreciate it. Yeah, Rob Black. I tried to do my best. Oh, no button on the iPad. Okay. Anything else you guys want to talk about? We keep talking about Bitcoin. Let me see. Let me pull it up since we're in the beginning phase. If you guys want to hang out for a second, let's see. We pull it up real fast. If you guys are interested in it. Uh, which chart should I choose? Let's try a simple one. Yeah, let's try a simple one. I guess this one will do. Let's get it 1 year. Let's try 3 month. Let's try 3 month real quick. Let me see if I can get a share. Let's share it real quick. All right. Let's see. Okay, that was the bottom. Let's see if I get something. Yeah, it's all right. Let's see. It looks like if it's going to go higher, okay, you got to bounce. You got to bounce, really a bounce on volume. If it's going to go higher, if you look at this, it's you got resistance up here. Let's back out a little bit. 3 months. So there's its peak. That is, you see right here over to here, that is its resistance level, right where the first shoulder was, right there. That's the first shoulder. There's your second shoulder. It could be in a range because it was massive volume that came back in and bought this back up. So we have to wait and see if it's going to stabilize. But right now, it has capped. It came down and retested its see that right there? It came down and retested its lower level support, bounced off of that, and it didn't quite get back up and test its resistance up here. So it's still questionable. Still questionable. You might have sideways action, but it did. You see, it came out of the. You see, it came out of its triangle. Remember the triangle I showed you? It was in a triangle, like right here. It came out. It hit below that triangle. The automatic traders could have bought it down. Okay, and then below 2000. Remember I said below 2000. I thought that the support was going to be 2000. It went below 2000, and they actually bought it back. But there's it's all over the place. The support levels are all over the place. But looking at it right here, it didn't get up to its old highs, which is 3000. It went to its resistance right there where the initial shoulder was. They found that I guess they said, okay, that's as high as they wanted to buy it back, but that's a pretty steep move. It's going to have to go sideways for a minute before and gather some kind of support. Other buyers are going to have to actually come in and evaluate it. So right now it's in a narrow trading range right here. We'll have to see on Monday. See on Monday if it breaks this support. Well, actually, if it breaks 3000, there's no telling where it'll go. But it's questionable whether it's going to reach. It didn't. It went all the way up and it didn't reach it. It came back down and tried to go back up and reach it. So you have a lower high. I didn't check the volume to see what it was on, but it said the initial volume was massive buying the stuff back. So it could have been the guys here that sold off because you had a whole bunch of selling right here, right? Remember that? Have a whole bunch of selling. And the sellers that had sold right in here, if they were going to buy it back, they're going to buy it back below its support, which was right there. It dipped below its support, and then was a massive buying. So you might have a whole bunch of people that sold out here and probably bought it back. So it may go higher, it may not. We have to see if that makes sense to you guys. All right, we'll click off of there and go back. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Anything else you guys want to talk about? If that makes sense to you guys. And ain't no easy. There's no such thing as easy when you're trading, ball. Especially with the Ethereum scandal that they had. There's no such thing as it. If it was easy, it would hit it already. If, according to all economists, securities are well overbought because there's nothing supporting it. Nothing supported in it except the Fed. The Fed is buying securities. That's how come I played that Rasmus. JJ, appreciate it. So you guys want to talk, or is there any other thing you guys wanted me to run through before I drop the link? Because once I drop the link, there's no telling where it's going to go. Biotech is actually, we're right at the cusp, man. They haven't really. Um, that's the part of automation. That's the part of technology they really haven't delved into much because they're scared of doing it. But biotech will be big once it hits, because there's so much money in medicine, man, that could be compressed and actually leached out of. There's tons of it, man. If it were me, I would look at those companies that have AI doctors, because um, and basically these any kind of unit that you can actually strap onto people for kind of home care, home consultation. Because um, I didn't ask Q, but Q would tell you the biggest cost is hospital visits, where people actually have to walk into a physical hospital and like an emergency urgent care. That's very expensive. And if you could cut that down to like maybe from like $200 or $300 for a hospital visit to like 20, you're gonna make a lot of money. Like Uber undercut cabs. Thanks, Tobo. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, it's going solar eclipse next month. Yeah, they've been talking about it on coast to coast. So if you lived in there, man, the last one I saw, man, it's like what, 3 4 years ago. I don't think there'll be traveling doctors. I think there'll be remote doctors, Kilduce. In other words, you connect up whatever vitals to read your vitals to like a suit, or even wearable technology to kind of monitor your vitals, and the AI will actually start it off, and then it'll hand it off to a doctor someplace in the world that's cheap. He'll make a consultation if it's something simple that he can that they can rectify. They'll tell you, give you whatever um, prescription they need. If not, they'll say, okay, we can't handle it here. We'll actually send you to a doctor, to a hospital, somebody live. Yeah, designer genes are already there. That's what I had a big argument about CRISPR. They can do that easy. In fact, you could actually take your genome, and if you want to pay $100, you could actually have CRISPR dissect it if you want to. It's just that easy. They just program it in and turn CRISPR loose, and they can dissect it. Yeah, but said that's what your insurance pays. That's what you pay to your insurance as a copay. What I'm saying is the insurance pays what, 90% of it or 80% of it. So now you pay 20. What does the insurance pay? They pay the 200, $200 or $300 or more, depending on what it is. Yeah, they do, but it hasn't been expanded. That's what I'm saying. It's already here. Well, you don't have to eat it, bro, but it's gonna happen. Uh, Fuzan, you don't have to eat it. But the thing is, you can't stop it. Can you stop it? I think single payer may be irrelevant. Well, 666, bro. All I can say that, but King Fuzan, 666 is here. Then you have to deal with it. Get us. I would financial advice. Um, Stop tricking off your money. Invest where you can. Grow your own food. Growing your own food will save you most a family $20,000 a year by growing their own food. I shit you not. Um, Just the food bill, cutting down your food bill, cutting down your medical expenses by eating healthier. Um, Save a family a whole lot of money. Even one person will save them 5, 10 grand a year. That money can be invested in whatever you want to invest it in. Get as many skills as you can. You know, if you're living in a place where it's expensive, if you can, move to a lower cost area. Ball, we don't we try not to get into um, religious arguments, man, because you believe in one thing. There's people that are atheists. You got Christians. You got Hebrew Israelites. Man, you got Muslims. You got all over the place. So I try not to get into what King, please, bro, knock it off. If you're gonna talk religion, man, this ain't the place to do it. We try to deal with fact. If you ain't got no fact, yeah, they're trying to, yeah, because harvesting rainwater cuts down on the water that they sell, so it kind of undergirds the. In other words, they charge you for the water that you pump out. So if you collect your own rainwater, you don't use theirs, then you defeat the system. So they try to keep people from collecting rainwater. Yeah. The thing is, you guys can argue it in the comment section if you want to, but I'm not going to deal with it. I try not to step on people's beliefs. Okay, because there's too many. There's a big mixture, so we try to keep it on facts. Yeah, because I just told that to Daniel Solomon. He said, who's saying the same thing. He said we try, we try to respect everybody's belief as much as we can. Martial law would be bad because there's not enough people uh, to have martial law. There's not enough people to actually. There's too many people in the country, and there's not enough people to actually enforce it, and most people won't enforce it because you have to be turning it on your family. Uh, People are going to do what they're going to do as far as water is concerned, but that's the reason some states don't allow them to collect it. Just like California, even though they're on the forefront of solar panels, are fighting solar panels because they need to sell electricity, and it lowers the price of electricity. So rainwater works does the same thing. Oh yeah, well black folks are well that's the understatement. Solar black folks have always been divided. Been fighting each other. Hell, we were fighting each other on plantation, much less when we got free. We one slave wants to escape. The other slave said, "Where we gonna go?" And I'm staying here. So we still have it. Yeah, basically the robot patrols. They really don't need that, man. Little tiny drones is all you need. In fact, there was a book where you arm a little a swarm of tiny drones with like a 32 caliber bullet, small 32 caliber bullet on each drone. You send like 1,000 of them. They'll eliminate any threat that you have because one, they're too small to detect, and two things, and they're armed with just enough. So you don't need a big officer. You can send a swarm of tiny drones, man. Small drones actually eliminate most threats. They got drones as small as mosquitoes. If you want to use poison or or some kind of sedative or whatever you want to use, um, there's no there is no limitation. So they don't need a big physical presence like a robot. They can use a tiny drone to do the same thing. In fact, that it will be more effective than a big physical drone, big physical robot. The Willie Lunch system. What's a Willie Lunch system? Oh, curfews. It doesn't make sense because most people don't want to live like that, and people will rebel. That's not what they're shooting for. They're trying to do this peacefully. That's what the UBI is about. Because you can't control 8 billion people. That's really difficult, and it's going to be a cascade effect all over the world. Nobody, even the rich people, don't want to live like that. Rich people don't want to have to drive someplace with bodyguards and stuff like that, like they do in Mexico. And if you do that, then you don't have a market. You don't have anybody to sell to. So having big producers produce stuff for what if there's no people? Well, you can say that, but you have relative peace right now compared to what it's been in the past. They don't know. That's why come they're experimenting. They're trying to figure out what's the minimum compared to where you live, and is it going to be the same all over the world? Is it going to be different compared to where you live? Is each country going to do their own UBI, or it's going to be cross border? How do you determine when people need to travel? It's going to be they have to figure all that out because it's never been done before. But if they're saying they have to do it, that must mean whatever the alternative is not very pleasant. A trillion, it does the trillion. Well, they've spent $1 trillion fighting wars right now, and it's all relative. Uh, they spent 20 trillion, $40 trillion keeping the banks afloat. So $1 trillion is not that much money comparatively. Thanks, Terrence. Appreciate it. And well, Ball, I'm gonna drop the link. We can get on and talk about it because what I go by is not what people think. I go by what the people the people that are in charge. I go by what they think because what we think doesn't matter all that much. If the richest people, if all the countries in the world decide this is what they need to do, guess what's going to happen? They're going to do it. Well, as long as people are human, there will be no always be conflicts. Gold is only valuable when people say it's valuable because Bitcoin and whatever else could easily replace gold. Gold is like the bare metal. So people keep saying, "Oh, the UBI will never work. They will never implement it." They said it a year ago. They would never even start it. Now you have trials. You got 50 trials all over the world. Just like I said it in the beginning. They don't know how it's going to work out because it's never been tried before. So they need to test it. What do you think they're doing now? They're testing it. Regardless of what people say, well, never come to the United States. They're doing trials in California.
Now, BGS question with the UBI.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think I've asked this before, so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But how will it work with somebody who's like an entrepreneur and extra money coming in? Like, it sounds like people still have
It does.
jobs. There won't be a lot of people, but
There's no means testing. So now, if you're an entrepreneur, you'll get the UBI plus whatever you make.
so then if you're an entrepreneur, will that dictate pricing? Like, for instance, I charge hourly. Will my pricing go down from there, or will have to go down? Will it
How
be
we
taken
well, the thing is,
possibly?
you don't know what the UBI is going to be. You don't know what environment it's going to cause. So the thing is, We can speculate, but nobody knows because they haven't finished testing it. They have no clue. Thanks, Keith Lamont. Appreciate it.
Master Teacher,
Yes, sir.
good evening. And before I continue, good evening to all the other brothers. I just want to go ahead and be somewhat petty before it gets
Well,
too serious.
okay.
Um, I listened to last night's to the show last night, and I think her name was Jay, who was out there in Orlando, if
No,
I'm not
no. Miss J is in Alabama. Yep,
okay.
is in Orlando.
Okay. I just want to state something real quick for those who are not aware. Again, I know she didn't go in too deep with her
Mm-hmm.
situation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Orlando, we're not shaking anything at all. African people over here in Orlando. If this is not one of the cities that clearly demonstrates the economic um, retardation of a people, is over here in Orlando. Brother Mike, what's good? To a point, I probably even go as far as say same thing as in South Florida. I don't know where she was exactly, and I don't know where the veganator is. If
They're in
he said
they're in Orlando. I know Veganer is in Orlando, and I know Yep says she's in Orlando. So I'm
oh,
assuming Orlando is not that big.
it's all
It does have areas though, sub areas as well.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
Orlando proper itself is not that big. I believe last year's population was, I want to say, maybe a quarter million, give or take. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
the metropolitan area, which is experiencing a rapid growth.
Okay.
Me doing air conditioning everywhere I go, it doesn't matter how north, whether it be, for example, Mount Dora as south as Kissimmee. Now, comes to South Orange County, you have Kissimmee, Poinciana, and St. Cloud, and that's basically Puerto Rican nation over there. They already have communities. I mean, they're not brand new homes,
Uh
but they're
huh.
still homes nonetheless. We don't have that as large, if you will.
Uh
And
huh.
again, doing air conditioning is giving me the opportunity to see that. Now, how how does that affect her dating pool? Me staying on the east side, again, I'm down the street from UCF. And the
Mm-hmm.
brothers, again, I'm beating a dead horse here. The brothers are with other women as
Yeah.
opposed to sisters.
Yeah.
So if she's looking specifically for black men, especially on a certain economic class,
Yes, that's what she said. That's what she said.
that's where the difficulty comes in.
Yeah.
Um, I can't say that there aren't men of the universe black men in Orlando. I won't say that. But it's if we're going to gauge it as far as business ownership, or the very least visible business ownership, it isn't like that. As I've said before, when I go to the AC warehouses, Jim Air, Johnstone, or what have you, it's it's Hispanic men that's behind the counter, is white the offices, is Hispanic men that's in the warehouse, and it's Hispanic men that's buying equipment and supplies, whether they have their own small business or whether they work for the company.
Uh huh.
Um, it's Dr. Claude Anderson, the Honorable Anderson. It's we are already a permanent honor class in Orlando. If Veganator if Veganator is in Orlando proper, and he said he's on the cusp. I'm actually in front of a club right now, a Jamaican club. I'm about to go in a few minutes.
All right.
Um, he's probably, I would assume, in OBT, Orange Blossom Trail. When you go east, you have Mills, which is real hipstery, or I guess
Uh
in your generation would have been the yuppies. And the farther east you go, the more Hispanic it is, but
huh.
it's not any poorer per se.
Mm.
West side is something different. If she's from Pine Hills, which is basically the hood, Hiawassee, depending on where that is, OBT, depending on where she is, of course she's not going to find assume that they're not dope boys, high economics, are black men. There's a lot of tech. are going on. You have the Central Florida
Uh-huh.
uh, corridor, which extends from the Gulf, which is basically Tampa, Hillsborough County, as far west as I would say maybe Cocoa Beach, but I'm
Okay.
going to say Orlando. So that's basically an overview. Um, so what she's looking for specifically,
Uh,
I don't know.
well, yeah,
The,
she's looking for men making over $50,000 that have decent jobs and hard working. I'm saying is that for any place in the United States. I don't care where you are. Okay, that's going to be in your top, especially black men. It's going to be in your top 20% of all black men. And if Orlando is depressed, like some people have said it is, especially for black men, then that pushes them into the top 10%. So she's going to have to compete for those men. And that's what she was saying. She wasn't saying that the regular guys or the guys that were are slightly lower in the economic status weren't available. They are, but those guys that she was looking at were with white women. That's what she's saying. So you're saying exactly what you just said exactly what she was saying.
and I'm going to compound it. I'm going to
Hmm.
compound it with her behavior. First and foremost, I was absolute. I pulled over. I
Hmm.
was absolutely blown away when she said, "Ma'am is like is compared to the word bitch." I'm blown.
Ah.
You just triggered Mike. You just triggered Mike. So.
Going Super
And
Saiyan
watch
right
this.
now.
And watch this. And here's the thing, as I said 1,000 times before, Master Teacher, me
Uh
and
huh.
Mike, our parents are from the islands. I remember when I was playing poker, and I was speaking to a Nigerian brother, and we're speaking, and I'm, yes sir, no sir, and he
Hmm.
and he
Yeah.
speaks to me. He said,
Okay. Oh, yeah, we got to wrap it up a little bit because I know I don't know if Ball is still in, but he wanted to talk about the universal basic income. So we got to kind
I
of
don't think so.
is he gone?
Yeah, I don't see him.
Okay. All right. If he's
And I
gone,
want something after Wilsonian,
okay.
so I'm a little bit biased when I say that too.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
No, no,
We ain't
Wilsonian,
running.
finish up.
You finish
I'm
up.
just gonna feed
Yeah.
off his
Go ahead.
anger.
Okay. Well, if Ball's not in, go ahead.
the Nigerian brother says, "Why are you so polite?" Well, I'm like, I'm from the islands. If I get out of pocket, you can beat me. When I go home, my parents are gonna beat me. When I go back to Haiti, they're gonna beat me. If I go back to Africa, then they're gonna beat me. So I realize the difference in culture, and if she is, there is no way, Master Teacher, that she's gonna compete in Orlando with the Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, the Brazilians who have international drive on lock, Master Teacher,
Uh huh.
um, and every other woman. It's there is no way on God's on the ancestors' green earth that she will even hold a candle to these women. I'm not me, Big Ibmore. I'm not going to cape for them, but there is no way whatsoever that the top 10 financial brothers will
Hmm.
even put that type of attitude, and that's basically
Yeah.
all I gotta say. Um, Also, how the UBI is going to be funded was a question that I asked, but
Okay.
I also had. But if the corporations are going to do it, then I guess my question is, if
What
the
well, that's the plan. Now, whether when the tests come, when the tests come out or finish, and the trials are finished, whether that's the actual thing, that's something they have to talk about. I'm actually hipping to you what they're actually planning to do. Once the World Economic Forum says this is what we decided we're going to do it, all the countries kind of get behind it. So it's not a matter of whether this country is going to do it or that country is going to do it. They all have to do it in unison, because if they don't, then certain countries will be disadvantaged and certain ones won't, and there'll be an economic war. So they all have to kind of coordinate this. That's how come they're doing it this way. S-
understandable,
Yeah, yeah.
understandable.
But go ahead, Mike. Jump in since you and Wilsonian have the
Yeah,
same issue.
yeah. That's some fucked up shit, man. That says a lot, but there's a lot of people that do that. Even men are doing that. You talk to professional men. It's like you
Mm.
say, "Yes, sir," and they'll be like, "Sir is my father. Come
Oh
on,
yeah,
chill
yeah,
out, Mike. Don't say that."
yeah, yeah.
And it's
The
just
white
like
people do that all the time, though. Yeah.
right. And then if you do that, I used to always say like women just don't want respect anymore. They don't know what respect is. They don't know how it sounds. They
Mm-hmm.
don't understand it. It's just it's the weirdest. It's the weirdest thing to them when they actually
Yeah.
see it on a regular time basis.
Mm-hmm.
So you start you start saying like sir and ma'am and other things. I've been asked multiple times. They'll be like, "Hey, listen, were you ever in the army?" And I was like, "No, I was just beaten a lot as a child." And and people like it's like, "Oh, that's funny," and I'll be like, "What's so funny
What's
about
funny about it? This is true.
it?" Like
Yeah.
it's the truth. It happened.
Yeah.
But that's a big thing. I'm even a small story. My boss at a liquor store I used to work at. I was just having a bad night that night, and I go in the back,
Mm.
and the guy goes, the woman says, "Don't call me ma'am. That makes me feel old." And he was like, "Well, what would you rather I call you? Ho, hi ho, bye ho." And
Well,
then she leaves.
you said that?
No, my boss said
Oh,
that
you said
shit.
that.
And then she leaves. Her friend comes back in and starts saying all this other stuff and starts going
Uh,
off. But it's just like, so when he called her ma'am, she said something. He calls her ho, you go crazy over that. And it's kind of like, what do you want? Like what do people really want? Not just women, but men too. Like, what do you like? Sir, is a lot of things are dying. Put it like that.
yeah.
Things are just dying, and manners is one of those things where people don't really want that to die. That's for damn sure.
I think it will make a comeback because I have a lot more of the younger
Yeah,
millennials calling me sir. Maybe it's because of gray hair, but I don't know.
right.
Hopefully, it'll make
And I
a
mean,
comeback.
people like they're like, oh my, like when they talk about my nephew and he's around me, he's like, oh my god, he's so well mannered and everything like that. And I was like, yeah, he gets beaten if necessary. And they're like, oh my god, you beat your child. I was like, you damn right. The problem is when you don't.
When you don't, yeah.
You know what, brother Mike? It's funny because when I go to these the white customer house and they say that obviously from what, I was in Boca when I was working, and I had a couple who came through who was asking about the apartment that we were building, and I was speaking to them blah 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 blah, and this is when I was telling you guys a lot of us at job sites, if there's a few of us on certain trades, but a lot of us are just laborers. So when she asked the question and I was speaking to her, she always made the comment, "Oh, you're so well spoken," and I wanted to say, "Well, how else am I supposed to speak to you?" But I obviously didn't say
It's
that,
surprising.
so it is. It
It's
is.
surprising to them. It's not. And somebody says, they said it in the chat. Sir can be used in a respectful way or an antagonistic way. Depends on the tone, and tone is very important when it comes to that. But the words sir and ma'am aren't really that bad. It is the tone behind it that is bad. And I
Mm.
think people say like people do make that response where it's like, hey, listen, don't call me ma'am because they're expecting that tone, and that was mentioned last night as well. But what she wasn't really mad about was calling you ma'am so much. She was mad about the past where she's heard ma'am and it's in a disrespectful tone.
You know
I
what?
wanted to. It's a gentleman, Donnell, and I wanted to respond to him, but chat's going super fast. Tommy Soto might
You know
work
what?
fast.
Yeah.
Brother, I disagree. I think what it is, she's a little bit older, and the brother just said that in the chat that she's close to the wall. If she hasn't hit it
No,
already,
she says she's in her mid-20s. That's what I'm saying. Yep, is in her mid-20s. That's what she
I
said.
thought she was like older. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
now, master teacher, you know that me and Mike do the big girls, but let's
Yeah.
be honest. I'm
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Keep it well now.
Doing
Let's
well.
180, 187 right now, man. How you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe 225 if necessary. Keep it all the way.
You guys are
Now,
funny. Yes,
master
sir.
teacher, 225 might be lovely in the motherland, but here in America,
Yeah, it's a little big.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be a little big depending on her height. If she's 6 feet, maybe not. But yeah, she's 5'6". Yeah, that's a little big.
Now, if she
I
has,
usually tell big women like if like I'll look at them, I'll be like, yeah, I like big women. I chop them down like a tree. So.
You probably have to. That's a lot of chopping, though.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to get in? Because we got a.
Sorry, Will. Sorry.
I will always say emotion defeats logic every time, and I never understand why. So many people let their feelings dictate the way that they think instead of understanding that feelings are emotion that you can control. You can
because
control your emotion with your thinking.
emotions are stronger than logic in your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know.
Sometimes I enjoy the dialogues with the ladies because some like really try to analyze themselves, and that's wonderful. But I know that emotion is such a powerful feeling, just
Yeah.
emotions in general, that you get what they really think slash feel from what
Hmm.
they're.
Yeah, you got to. That's why I say you have to let them get out what they feel first. Like even once she got out what she felt, and we really got out what she felt, then we could examine it and question it. Once she started questioning what she thought, what she felt, then she could reflect on it. And then she started to shut up. She got back on. Same thing with Miss J. In the beginning, she was basically saying what she felt. So I said, okay, explain it to me, explain it to me, explain it to me. She started talking about how she felt. And then once she got all that out, then we could get into, okay, now what's the problem? And then she started dissecting what her problem actually was, where we could actually solve it. But that's what you have to do. Somebody got a
Hey,
lot of noise in the
somebody
background.
somebody in the chat
Oh,
said that's running back weight. 225 is running back weight.
yeah, yeah, it's
And
okay if
I
you.
said I'm gonna tackle that ass.
All right, you mute him real quick. Anything else? Anything else you guys want to talk about?
Hey, BGS, I got a question.
Jump in.
So 2 days ago, you dropped the video "Women as Primary Breadwinners," and
Hmm.
then last on the last hangout, you was talking about you made a small comment. You was like, you want us to look at things from like a top-down point of view,
Hmm.
and I just want to. Maybe I missed that lesson, but like that video mixed with you saying looking at things from a top-down point of view. What
Hmm.
do what do the leaders, what do they want in terms of feminism? Like, what's the end goal?
The end goal is basically to effeminize the males enough to where they won't revolt and turn over your order. In other words, women do not cause revolution. Men do. So in the last time we were close to a revolution was in the '60s, when you had the civil rights protests come together with the anti-war protests. So black and white and Hispanics all came together in a sense where we're going to challenge the man or challenge the establishment, right?
Right.
So, and there's more than enough of them to actually turn the country over and actually run the rascals out of power. So if you don't really want to be run out of power, who do you have to suppress?
The men.
The men. So right after 1968, if you look at 1968, that's when they amended the Civil Rights Bill to include women, right? 1968. 1970, after I think it was Kent State, because there was a lot of student protests on the campus, anti-war student protests on the campus by males, right? And the Kent State event happened in 1970. Right after that, they brought in the pill, which is Title 10 under Planned Parenthood, right? They federalized Planned Parenthood. Excuse me, and then they actually started writing the bill for Title 9 in 1970. They didn't pass it till 1972. But the thing is, it was actually to elevate women and suppress the men. In fact, I
Oh,
always suggest the book More Than Title 9. You should pick it up. And it's there's some feminist fluff in it, but it will give you the working details of how they did what they did. They even brag about what they were trying to do. So when you have on the end of now the richer sex, which is the one I put up with Liz Monday, giving her talk about her book, that is the end goal, because you have 33% women that are households that have women that are breadwinners, 33% that has co-breadwinners, and you have 33% that has males that breadwinners. So basically, that is what equality in their eyes. The thing is, now they have to solidify this equality because you're working against female nature. In fact, there was a video that I didn't post by a feminist. She says what third wave feminists are, or the feminist movement nowadays is not focusing on and ignoring is that women have biology, and they're ignoring the biological difference between men and women, which is something that they try to eliminate in the 70s. That all men and women are equal. They're just socialized different. So they've been trying to socialize boys to act like girls, and socialize girls to act like men. In other words, bring the girls up, tamp the boys down, make everybody level everybody out. So you get basically a group of females that you can control.
So, master teacher,
Yes,
one
sir.
question. When it comes to our community, and I spoke to Brother Mike about this.
Hmm.
I don't know if it's off tangent, but could that explain if our community is the canary in the coal mines?
What is
That ex-
no thing is if thing is egalitarian uh, egalitarian, as they said, egalitarian society is basically a matriarchy. Okay, it's an egalitarian society is by definition is a matriarchy, and we already had it in in the black community, right? But if you when feminism came in, they actually pushed the balance that we did have and slanted toward the women.
is that
Okay.
why we have so many dykes in our community, master teacher?
So many
Uh,
what? Excuse me?
so many studs in our community? As a serious question,
Oh, that I that's something I haven't really looked at, but I would probably say so.
because I was speaking to.
I think a lot of studs. I think a lot of studs have. I think the lack of men, of masculine men, has actually elevated the studs. It caused more women that were on the borderline to actually become the men that they want. So that would be my opinion. It's just my opinion. There's no study behind it.
And the prison culture has a lot. I think a strong kind of aspect of that because you got women that go to prison
Mm,
and the dominant studs,
mm.
control the jails and prison, and they turn chicks out.
I see a
Oh,
lot of like a lot of studs
mm-hmm.
being portrayed as thuggish. So you see that
Yeah,
a lot with the braids and the bandanas and shit
and
like
the
that.
baggy pants and yeah, the
Right. So
And
oversized
it's
down
kind of
here,
shirts,
like
stuff like that.
and
yeah, it's
now,
somewhat
and
easy for women, and women see that, or the stud women see that the feminine women or lesbians, they what's it called? They like that for
Yeah,
women.
because it's the image of masculinity, and if they can't get it from men, they go to they take the next level down. Okay, I can't get it from a man. See that a lot, especially with single mothers.
now,
Yeah.
here's the irony about it: the studs in Florida, Mike will back me up. The studs in Florida, as far as beauty is concerned,
Uh huh.
are more natural than the sisters because dreads are real big down here. So it's nothing to see a stud with long dreads with a femme next to her with
With
with big
weave.
hair hat.
What would a stud look like with weave in their hair?
Uh, Never
Come on.
Uh,
mind.
Do men wear
uh,
Oh,
weave or fall
people
or
are asking
fake
for the
hair? They
link,
don't.
BGS.
Huh, student?
People are asking for the link if
Oh,
possible.
the link. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You
I
right,
still
master
hold
teacher,
the
but
door for
still,
studs.
But the thing,
and
I think the studs
I
don't emulate men; they emulate little boys more than anything else, like
I
teenage boys.
I think a lot of studs are confused. I've been with a woman that was a stud, but once I got with her, the studliness went right out the window. Start wearing
listen, I'm
dresses,
telling you,
start buying me stuff. Was all womanly, you know what I
bro,
mean?
Yeah,
And
well, the power of the Peter is something.
hey,
You hit that you penetrate that emotional core. It changes a lot.
brother
Hey,
Charles,
Right.
Charles, I done knocked it back out of a few studs myself.
brother
Well,
Charles.
it's that male energy though, that strong male energy, going against her uh, faux or fake male energy,
who
and
I
when they clash, it's like, nah, I can't do this. Like,
I
I
think.
s-
Go ahead, bro.
have you guys seen? I mean, I see like pictures on Facebook where chicks go from studs to feminine.
them,
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
listen,
like
brother, and here's the silliest things. I don't know how it is in your city. Mike, back me up. There's some studs out here, master teacher.
Mm-hmm.
who are swole.
Yeah.
When I mean they have a big ass, and it looks funny because
Right.
you know you can't sag your pants because you have all that jelly hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know you got 501 jeans that's literally busting out the waist seam,
Mm.
and
Hmm.
dudes who are actually looking more at the stud than her girlfriend.
Right.
Also,
Yeah.
And that's the worst part. Like you see people, even men. Like me and my barber used to say this all the time. It's like, yo, if you got an ass, you shouldn't be sagging. Like I can't sag because that's gonna look a little bit too suspect. Like I'm gonna attract the wrong crowd if I start fucking sagging pants. And like
Yeah.
men that do it is one thing, but when you start seeing studs do it, it's just like, yo, listen, have you heard of easy access? Like,
Oh yeah, that's Easy E. Yeah.
It's still
like that's
it's
easy
still
access right
Yeah.
there.
Easy E used to say that with the sagging pants. Easy access. Yeah.
still
You know,
pussy
Yeah.
down there.
Exactly.
you know what's
Yeah. I
fucked
gotta.
up?
That Edwards here.
Yeah.
This,
You know Edward's here. Go
Oh,
ahead,
God.
Edward. Yeah.
the
Go ahead.
stud,
Hey,
Class
hold on a
president.
second. Everybody, get your bottles out. Get your
I
glasses
got
out.
my
Let's
drink
get
Oh,
right
hold on.
here.
Hey,
Go
hey,
ahead,
before,
Edward.
oh,
before you
oh,
begin,
Wait,
before
wait,
you
wait,
begin,
wait.
One
you
at a
let me
time. One
down
at
the
a
other
time.
day, Edward. I was waiting
Let
for
me just
the
yeah, let
drop,
me
man.
start it
Ceremony,
off.
I was
everybody
sober
here.
all night. I think you
Let me
did it
just
on
start it
purpose,
off.
man.
Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, and
Sangria.
other
I was
people.
ready, Edward.
Hey,
You kept
I
begging
got
me.
a
You kept
nice
ignoring me.
Cohiba for Edward.
April Mason.
All right, one at a time. One at a time. One at a
April
time.
Mason.
Go ahead, Edward.
no, I was just gonna say the studs are more easier to deal with than the fucking women nowadays.
Yeah, they are. They are. Really are.
I've worked
Because
with them a lot in my old job, and they're real easy to deal
oh
with.
yeah, they're cool. Yeah.
They're more feminine than the fucking women.
I don't know about that, but they're more logical. Let's put it that way. They're more agreeable.
Yeah.
I have
They
a
are.
friend who's the stud of the relationship of her marriage actually, and they actually have a child and all that. And when you get close to, like, when I get close to her, she'll actually, like, when I get in her presence, sometimes she'll get close to me, or if we're sitting on the couch together and she's showing me pictures,
Mm-hmm.
she'll get close to me, and it's
Mm-hmm.
just like, yo, listen, one, you're a stud, so you're usually supposed to be a man, so a man wouldn't be this close. But then you're still feminine, so it's like, come here real quick because your
Yeah,
lotion is nice.
yeah. She's still a
Like,
woman, and but I have
right,
relatives that are studs, right? And they say, well, we're still women inside. We just
yeah,
have it's just a preference of us to be in this lifestyle. That's what it is.
Right. That's how my baby sister is. She's actually a stud, and the funny thing is like before I got married, she wouldn't let me around like her girlfriends and stuff, because the energy I bring into the room.
Yeah,
She knows that hey, if I leave him alone, he gonna pop my girl.
yeah, 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 yeah. I seen
Myself,
that.
I've
I've
never met
seen
a
that.
I've never met a true lesbian. I always said I'm not saying they don't exist. I just never met one.
How
Well,
y'all doing, fellas? Listen,
yeah,
against your sword action, you probably never met one. You probably
what,
cut these motherfuckers
no, what
down.
it said? What is it? Donovan Sharp said lesbians like dick too.
Yep.
Yeah, they're
That's
part
what I
time.
Yeah,
heard.
That's why I say
yeah.
it's a
Women like penetration. They just don't like our attitude. That's what they're comedians.
Yeah,
They don't like us 24/7. That's
They
all it
got
is.
they got pussy hiding
yeah,
somewhere in there. You just gotta find it.
yeah. That's
You
why
ain't got to find
they
it. They'll find it for you.
yeah, that's why they creep off every so often, and they catch a phallus
Yeah,
every so often.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
You gotta
When
have
that
it.
when that moon is lit the right way, they gotta get it.
it has to be lit the right way. I think they secretly just want it. You
Yeah,
got energy around, it's going to bring the woman out of anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
gonna tell you, Brittany Griner got fucked by that chick she was with. That chick switched back. And that.
She never was, man. She was just. You got
No,
women. Women are. There's a lot of women that fake it, man. Women fake it. So if they can't get it from a
and
dude, they get
Haish.
it from a lesbian, and they
That
fake
money
it.
too. She
Yeah.
was she was winning with the
Yeah,
money.
and Haish faked it.
I call
Who?
them the lesbian reserves. The lesbian 1 week in a month, 2 weeks out of the year.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. If to get money, if you need to lick my coochie, I'll let you lick my coochie. Just keep paying.
Right.
Hmm.
They don't care. They just need that masculine energy to actually provide for them. Somebody step in that role.
You know, the sad thing though is is when you think about that, that sounds logical, but it's like a lot of black women don't want to do that for black men. There's a lot of ready simps that's ready to throw their money out there, and they just be, oh well, I need to just completely fuck this guy over as much as I can. They're not
The
even
fact that
balanced
fucked
with.
up.
No, there ain't that many simps out there no more.
Yeah.
Well, nah,
Well,
well,
two.
it's going to be a buyer's market, but
There ain't that many simps out there no more, man. A lot of the true simps, man, ain't making enough money, and the ones that are making enough money, they can simp with more than one woman. Okay. There's a lot of womanizing simps out there. I can tell you.
is that what
Trying
black
to become
women
one in training.
is that what black women mean when they say there's no good men out here no more? That means there's no simps out here no more.
Ain't no on point simps. No, there ain't no more on point
I
simps.
just
Not
thought
like back
about
in the
that.
day. Not like back in the
no more
day.
suckers.
Yeah.
It works two ways. I think they're looking for the usual, the bad boy, maybe thug mentality, but then also there's no good men out here. Like there's no loyal men that will just let them do whatever they want, so on and so forth. Sometimes they say that when they get out of a perfectly good relationship where a man just says nah, or puts his foot down and says no. That
Man,
woman.
it's very hard in this day and age, man. The 21st century is very hard for men to be monogamous because women are slinging coochie around, man, so much that you know basically you have to be a MGTOW or a MGTOW monk to not get pussy because they're throwing it around, man. There's so much being
And a
slung
lot of
around.
white dudes are taking themselves out of the market.
Yeah. Well, a lot of dudes, period. I mean, yeah, a lot of dudes don't want to be bothered with the attitudes, man. They're taking themselves out of the market. So there's just more coochie that's on the market. In fact, guys are actually picky about the coochie they get. Back in the day, they wasn't picky, man. Them threes used to get a lot of business back when I was young, man. But now them threes get passed over.
Hey, like you say, BGS, the juice ain't worth the squeeze nowadays.
I was telling these chicks last night, man. She said, "Well, what would it take for men to come back to their black women?" I said, "Change your attitude. That's all it takes."
She got quiet after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like, I
Oh
didn't
man,
hear
that was a classic, man. Like, man, we got so much shit at boy.
Yeah, there was a lot in
Boy,
that. There was a lot in that.
Well, they were
I,
actually
I,
honest, man. They didn't want
I
to be honest.
apologize too. I was kind of.
And I was trying to get you to shut up so they could keep talking, man. You
But we
kept
got a
saying
like we
you
got a
kept.
lot of good
I
material.
I
kept.
would.
Yeah, we got material. I said it was. They were talking and she was going off, and Ed was trying to respond. Edward, shut up. Let her talk.
I will
Edward, let her
defend my
talk.
class president, master teacher. I don't think you should talk to him in such a fashion.
Yo, you should have seen. You should have seen the chat. The women in the chat. Boy, Rose disavowed. Yeah. Rose said, I can't back her up. I can't do it. That I know. And I said, this is your people. These are the people you defended. She's like, no, it's not. That's what they were doing.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, we poked her, and I wanted her to keep talking so that when people hear it, they couldn't deny that this is true because this is what goes on in a lot of black women, but they won't let it out. But Yep was so frustrated, she just let it out. She just let it fly. Her and Miss J, they just let it fly
And
because they're so
woman of the
frustrated.
past,
Uh-huh.
woman of the past, I was school. I said all that stuff she said
Mm.
literally 30 minutes before. And I was talking about they got in-house dick and they think all dudes ain't shit. This is why we responded to you differently, like when you was on here. And she was believing it, but it's one thing to believe it and to see it from their mouth. So she
Mm.
was, are you serious? Is this how your women really are? I'm like, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
And she was co-signing it.
Yep.
Yeah. You
I'm
Yeah,
still
I think it was.
know,
Excuse me. Repeat it.
I'm still bamboozled about what I heard.
Well, I want to say, and you're not because it's true. You've always known
Right.
it's true.
Well,
It's like
Master
It's one of those things
it's
that
like
still
when
hurts.
Darth Vader told Luke, I'm your father. You know it's true.
Master
No.
And then it came, you know what it came down to? It
What?
came down to they both were in cities where it's a disproportionate average of niggas ain't shit there. And
Yeah.
that's coloring their whole view. Like that's why they would say, boy, I'm like, you in Orlando. Oh, it's gotta be Mobile. He's
Why does that
talking.
be? Why does it have to be Mobile?
because that's the only other city that's about some shit in Alabama. That I couldn't think of it at the time, but it was much Mobile, and
Okay.
there's a couple of
Hold on,
dudes.
hold on a second. If you guys are in the hangout and you want to say something, just speak up because I can't. I don't know if you want to talk or you're just listening. So just speak up. If you speak up, even if you interrupt, I can get you in. I know that you want to talk.
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
would say
Solar.
this.
Go ahead,
I
Solar.
think. Go ahead, Solar.
Oh, I wasn't saying. I was.
Oh, okay. You
Okay,
got
I
a lot
would
of
say
wind,
this.
Solar, to
I was
mute
gonna say
yourself.
this.
Go
I
ahead.
think that a lot of the ladies, they're not true to themselves. They're always saying,
Mhm.
I can't find a good man, but there's lots of men that probably want them, but the men that they want don't
Yeah.
want them. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
problem.
Yep
Right.
did say that. She actually admitted that on the hangout before because I asked her, and she said, I said, so none of your relatives and you are with any men, and she said, yeah, but they're not the quality of men that we want. I said, okay, now you've told us exactly what it is.
And I'm gonna say
Yeah,
this: some
water
people are
sinks to
very,
double
very.
One
level,
at a time.
as the
One at a time.
Indians
One
say.
at a time.
Let me finish this, Edward. Then you can go because you're much more long-winded than I am.
I
Yeah.
got
So I would say
something after
this:
Edward.
um, a lot of the ladies, they're not realistic with their sexual market value. They're like twos or threes, but they want a 8 or 9 men, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, well, thing is, don't project your fantasy out onto the rest of the world. Then say that's what you want. They actually know because if you ask them, okay, what kind of men are you shooting for? All of a sudden they downgrade. Okay, I actually want an 8 or 9 guy that makes 6 figures, but I can't say that because that doesn't make any logical sense. So they'll downgrade.
That's you
And
have
the
this.
worst part is like their situation dictates so much about their mating choices, like it did with Miss J.
Yeah.
And once you start digging and start, peeling back those layers of the onion,
Hmm.
you start to see that it's not really the men; it's just their situation. And
Yeah. Yeah.
I do
What's it?
feel
What,
sorry for a
there's
situation, but
always three. There's always
it's
three.
not the man's fault.
There's always three things with black women you have to keep at the back of your mind. Okay. What is that? That's shame, guilt, and the need to be right. If you do not keep those three things at the top of your head, then there's always not. Speak up, bro. Speak up.
So I had a question for you. What's the benefit for marriage for the 21st century man in this day and time? Because honestly, I feel as though there's not too many advantages going for us.
There isn't.
Like, people ask me, even my grandfather, who, if I'm 35, he's 85,
Mm.
and I just told him, I said, the women of this day is not like the women when you were my age.
Well, okay, you got to understand that there's a very good video that I put up that nobody ever looks at. Is from instrument to institution, right? Marriage is an instrument to raise children. So if children are not valuable as they used to be, especially for labor, the instrument of marriage will probably go away, which is something I've been saying. Thanks, Chemistry, for the donation. Um, so, in other words, you have to understand that the environment creates its own cultural instruments to be implemented. So, if you have an instrument that's been around for, oh, good grief, 50,000 years, because you had to grow food, you had to have a lot of human labor, right? If you don't need the
Right.
human labor anymore, what's going to happen to the instrument that actually facilitated that?
It's going to go out of style.
It's going to go out of style. What do you see around the world? It's not just the black community. It's everywhere where there's a post-industrial society. Marriage is below 50%. Okay, it's an indicator. So I get people here to understand, not from the bottom up how it affects me, but what's actually causing the everybody to experience the same thing.
Because,
Go ahead, Queen. You got to speak up.
because I know for the longest time I go to coworkers
Hmm.
and I'm like, why? Like they're so, oh, I'm looking for somebody for this. I said,
Hmm.
so what are you doing to get that person? They're not going to fall in the sky.
Yeah.
Well, what are you looking for? Like they will never give you a definite answer. They're
Yeah.
looking for. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you ask them what do they do for that, and you'd be like, oh, they breathe.
Because you don't need to be married. Okay, 100 years ago, you needed to be married. If you're going
Mm-hmm.
to be succeed, you needed to be married. Okay, but nowadays you don't need to be married, but culture doesn't change that fast. Okay, so you have a lot of cultural pressure to get married and have children. Go ahead, Queen. Speak up, though.
I
Okay,
thought somebody else was saying
it
something,
was
but
Queen. She said something, and then she muted herself. But finish your thought, bro.
because everybody knows I'm a police officer, but I think it's because they they put themselves on a platform which they cannot attain when it comes to men, like you said earlier. Like I think their expectations are too high. Like for some reason they want a guy who's 6'4" and only
Mhm.
20% of people on Earth are like 6'4" or taller. They want
Well,
somebody who has like a mass.
actually, it's less than that. The only 5% of people on Earth are 6'4" or taller.
That's corrected. They want somebody 6'4" with a PhD, a master's, somebody with a dick like a fire hose. I mean,
Hmm.
fat abs. A gentleman towards them could beat up Tyson in his prime. I mean, they
Yeah,
have some. And I've said this to a chick who's like 36.
yeah,
Expectations for men are super, super, extremely high.
yeah,
And I'm like looking at her. So when's the last time you dealt with somebody? In February, but I was trying to focus on my house, getting my house, and not on a man. I said that's bullshit. You can multitask.
yeah. I mean, I had a video called, I think it's Calculating the Perfect Man. And I think I take 6 or 7 the top things that women want. And I calculated out if a man has all of those things that a woman wants, just the top 6, right? There's 111,000 black men that actually have all 6 of those.
Yeah. Hey, Charles. Hey, not to mention that they be 5'4", 230 pounds, with 60%
Some,
body fat.
oh,
Pro.
I,
It,
I swear to God, you're not lying on that shit. Like it was like this. I'm 250. This bitch had to have about 15 pounds over me,
mm,
and I'm
Damn.
like, wait a minute. She's like, why would you date a person like me? One, our health, our. I said, well, it kind of looked like the Old Spice commercial. Look at me, look at you. Look
oh,
at
good
you.
grief.
Oh shoot.
Oh, that's cold. But it's true.
But it was kind of funny because I didn't break it down that way, but it was
Yeah,
mentally that's how I went. I
yeah,
said, well, our lifestyles don't match. I like to work out. You,
Obviously no.
yeah, pretty much. And it's
Women,
like,
Donut curls and cheeseburger lifts and shit.
women,
That's my kind of lady.
women will tell you. Women will tell you that they
And
don't
get
want to
an
get
ice
along.
cream shake
hold on,
after the
Mike. Hold on.
workout.
Go ahead, Roger. Hold on, Mike.
I'm sorry.
but think about it. They'll crush you because you're 5'9", 5'10", because you don't hit that 6 foot. Because you got to think in the brain of a woman, 5'11" and 6 foot is like miles apart. So they'll
Yes,
criticize
sir.
you if you don't look a physical certain way, if you don't make a certain amount of money,
Mm,
or if you're not a certain amount of status or influence. But if you
mm,
say anything about them, even anything, oh, we're gonna fat shame you, guilt shame you. One thing about men, if you're fat, you're fat. If you're short, you're short. We take that.
yeah,
Yeah.
We adapt and overcome. We don't really do a lot of the things women do. We don't. Oh, you're fat, but guess what? I'm slick though. Oh, I'm short.
yeah,
I
Shit.
got I have a motorcycle, right? And
yeah.
a female friend of mine was like, "Yo, can I ride in the back of your motorcycle?" And she about 270. I'm like, you gotta lose some weight, baby.
Permanent wheelies. Doing
Yeah,
permanent wheelies.
she looked at me like I'm crazy. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, me give up Twinkies?
yeah.
F you.
Well, you know what,
So,
you know what. I think
as
that's.
a woman
Go ahead, Queen.
listening to this conversation, I will tell you that, I have 3 children, as I said yesterday. So 2 of them are grown, and then only one of them is still underage. She's 10. A few weeks out of the year, I work at an amusement park when I'm not teaching, because it
Mm,
allows me to access discounts to go and like take cruises and do things cheaply throughout the year. So,
uh,
so the trade-off is, for 3 weeks, sweating at an amusement park, for deep discounts on cruises. So anyway, with that being said, I'm an active person. I'm 42, but I like to do things like ride roller coasters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if you can't fit on a roller coaster, you know, you know that's actually like a standard for me. Like if you're not an active person, if you're not, you know, if you can't hang upside down without, you know, having a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I will tell you this: 205 and I'm 5'6",
Mm-hmm.
and about 25 pounds of my weight is breast weight.
Okay.
So
That
so
would
with
help.
that being said, if I can hang on to the coaster,
Somebody
So
said,
your cup runneth over.
okay, you just okay, react. Okay, they're gonna react to that. You just said okay, go ahead, comment. Sister Mel, hang on. Go ahead and say it.
that's where I carry my
What's your
weight at.
Google?
Is
What's your
my
Google Plus account? Because I can carry that weight for you.
so, that being said, you know, not everybody wears, you know, like, you know, if somebody is 205 pounds and they're 5'6", not everybody wears it unattractively.
Yeah.
Are you
Some
a
people
triple
you know,
G?
all
Are you triple G?
no,
Hey, Queen
no.
Majesty, I got a question for you. Can you tell me honestly, like if you had to rate yourself, like on the scale of 1 to 10, I think that's how women rate themselves. Where would you place yourself on the scale?
Are you like the total package?
Total package, yeah.
Yes.
I would say that I'm a 7.
A
Okay.
7?
Now, if we just asked you physically, what would you rate yourself?
Because
Women
I
don't
do know
usually
that-
rate
I do know
themselves
that
on a scale of 1 to 10.
and let me give you the reasoning behind that.
Okay.
I do know that I need to, you know, go through a transformation as far as my weight loss is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm active.
Mm-hmm.
There are people that are, you know, that like I said, I work at an amusement park, you know, for 3 weeks out of the year in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if you know anything about the summer sun in Florida, you know, if I can walk around an amusement park, you know, for 3 weeks for 8 hours, you know, a day,
Yeah.
which is like 150 hours,
Yeah.
you know, for basically in that 3-week
Yeah.
period, thing about, you know, how I move throughout the
Yeah.
world.
I remember they kind of remind me of my girlfriend in high school. She was a 4 in the face, right? But she was a 44 triple D, and not many guys got past those. So she was actually an 8.
But the reason I asked that question is
Yeah.
I just wonder if women are realistic with their sexual market value. Because of
No,
course, as a total package, you might be a 7, but for a guy who doesn't know you, he has to find you attractive. So is he going to see a 7 or is he going to see a 4?
It's very difficult women to rate women.
To be honest with you, men are suffering from the same delusion.
What's that?
Yesterday, I was talking about, you know, a great guy, you know, who has a 1.5-inch penis. And I think he could be a lot more humble than what he is.
Oh,
Yeah, that metric doesn't register the same for men. A man can have a certain amount of resources,
right? Yes, because
and
women
not
are
have.
forgiving and women are desperate. That's why.
No, what I'm
Nah,
saying,
that's not why. That's not why.
there's more.
That's not why.
Let's say we had 2 identical twins.
One at a time.
Let's say we had
Go ahead.
two identical twins.
Hold on,
One is a trash.
Charles, hold
Who's
on.
going first?
Valdez is first, and then
Okay. Okay.
That's not why. It's a man. When a man has, women value resources over everything, even if they don't want to admit it. A woman values a man's ability to provide for them and to protect them, and everything else comes secondary. So even if a dude is walking around with a tiny penis, if he has plenty of money, she'll still consider it. She may go get her some on the side from somewhere else, but she gonna prioritize that dude as the main dude because she know that dude can provide a
but
life.
you got to realize though that some women have more, you know, more options. Like for instance, the man that I was referring to, you know, he fits into that category. He's, you know, he does well for himself, but he's not the only. I mean, he got competition. Because even at, you know, 205, I have a passport.
Let him finish. Did you finish, Queen? Okay, go ahead, Charles.
Okay, think about this. You got 2 identical twins. They both are physically attractive, and they both have a average size phallus. One is a billionaire. the other one is auto mechanic. I would say 9 out of 10 will take the billionaire. There's going to always be that one woman who wants to be different and just wants the regular man. But I think 9 out of 10 are going to go for resources, like Valdez said. Look at the whole Usher situation. So many, even though they say allegedly that he has herpes and he could be married, there's still going to be a million women that are going to get with him for that chance to collect that security from him. You know, that if you can put it in so many different scenarios. You got this good guy over here who's going to be loyal to you, who don't have any money. Then you got this dude who's a celebrity and famous with plenty of money that won't be loyal. And I think the majority of women will choose that person.
All right, Roger, you got a lot of noise.
Celebrity.
Sounds like
And that's just my belief.
Yo, having a big dick will get you in the door, but it ain't gonna keep you in there.
No, well, no, it'll keep you on the side though.
Yeah, definitely keep you in the lineup.
It'll keep them wanting you, but it ain't gonna control them.
Hell,
I'm just saying that there's a level of humility that small penis men need to have. You know,
well, but not if his wallet. Not if his wallet is fat.
Wow.
Not if his wallet is fat.
His
tongue is good. Look at it though.
Wait a second. Just like you're saying that there's a level of delusion that's present in big girls, there's a level of delusion that's present in men.
No, not really. No, it's okay. Let me hold on, Queen. Hold on. Okay, the reason that his wallet is fat is to make up for his penis. Now, women that are fat don't have the. If women that were big girls would make up with what they're lacking as far as physicality with their wallet, men might consider it. But if you're not making no money, you're 300 pounds. Guess what? You're delusional.
Queen.
Nah, you know what?
Hold on, Vadas, for a second. Now, a broke dude who's 5'4" with a 1.5-inch penis that thinks he's a shit, he's delusional. Okay. That a dude that has a fat wallet is not delusional. He's got options.
Yeah,
Queen.
He told me that not too long ago when we started dating each other. Like, what he said was, and he's African.
Hold up. Stop the presses. I gotta ask her a question.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I gotta ask a question. Let's back up for a second. You said when you started dating him.
Yeah, when I started dating, we've known each other for quite some time before we started dating each other because
she didn't know. She didn't know.
Right, exactly. I wasn't screwing him. We worked together, and I have a no dating policy to people that I'm married that I work with. And then time passed, and I wasn't interested in him. He was just a workmate. And then we went our separate ways in terms of where we worked. He got married, and then now he's not with his wife anymore. And then we started spending time together, seeing each other. Because we don't live in the same city, we spent a lot of time talking with each other.
Oh.
Which is what you're supposed to do before you screw somebody. You're supposed to get to know them and
depends.
And all that. So that's what I did. So in screwing somebody before you get to know them, there's also this danger of.
Breathe, Queen. Let me ask you a question.
So once you found out he had a tiny penis, you immediately broke up with him?
Oh no, not at all.
Exactly.
No.
Wait, who's next?
No,
I wanted to say something.
First of all, we weren't together.
Yeah, but
screwing. That's too.
So back up. So let me hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Let me get at the bottom of this.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. So you were dating him. Once you found out he had a small penis, did you stop dating him?
Yes, I stopped dating him. We stopped dating each other.
Okay.
Fair enough.
All right. So
I ain't really got you. You already said it.
I don't know if you're trying to.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello. I don't know if you're trying to.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I think your mic is borging out. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, my mic is fine. What I'm saying is that I had gotten to know him and there were things about his personality that I didn't care for.
Oh, okay.
And what I'm saying to you is that, you know, we had a sexual encounter.
The
He
size was
said,
the penis that.
But out of everything, check this out. Out of everything you're saying, out of everything that you just got through saying, he still got in them drawers.
well, he actually didn't
Even
get
if
in
it
them.
was just
He
1
didn't
inch.
get in them. I put it on him. He didn't get nothing.
Well, that's the way it works. That's the way it works. In any scenario, every man, don't no man get nothing that a woman don't want to give.
Right,
Regardless, regardless, his 1 inch or whatever got in them drawers.
Queen,
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay,
Queen,
okay.
I got a question.
Read Val. Take a
So my question is, what's the point? What I mean, what are you saying?
The point of what I'm saying is a man, regardless of what his physicality is, if he has certain things going for him, like resources, he can get in them draws.
He might not be able
Yo,
to stay.
I have a homeboy. Check this out. I have a homeboy. Well, he passed away a few years ago. But we tried to hook him up with a chick, and the chick was overweight. And he literally, we ended up being snowed in at these chicks' crib or whatever. He literally sat in the corner and wouldn't even have a conversation with her.
Wow. I got a question, Queen.
Hey, check this out, Val. That Skeever Reeves says bad little dick equals bad personality.
No, little dick equals billionaire. Because every dude with a little dick knows he got to get it.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, Queen.
Go ahead, Charles.
Okay, so let's say this. Let's say if you knew you had no sexual chemistry with the brother, correct?
Right.
Okay, so my question is this: you said you guys weren't really clicking personality-wise, correct? Like something was not right when you were other than the sex, correct?
Oh no, I mean he's a good person, like I was saying. I just think that he's overbearing.
Okay,
and there were reasons why his marriage ended that he is not privy to because he hasn't done that reflection of.
Damn.
It wasn't just.
Okay,
it wasn't just her.
So in other words, what Charles was trying to ask you was the tiny penis the deal breaker?
Absolutely.
So I ask you another question. So I hear what
because over time he could be reflective about the things that ended his marriage.
Yeah, I don't think that his marriage might have ended because of the tiny piece. Go ahead, Charles.
Okay, Queen. So let's say BGS kind of alluded. BGS just
hold on, Queen, breathe for a second. Let him ask the question.
BGS kind of alluded to the next question I'm going to ask because I'm trying to figure out something. So let's say everything else was perfect. Everything, he was handsome.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, he was. His conversation was.
Hey, hold on a second, Charles. Eddie Alvarez says, "Play taps for the Little Dick Brothers." Okay, Charles, go ahead, man.
I'm trying to get you to feel me, so I'm trying to describe it. So if everything else was perfect, his conversation was great. He treated you like the queen that your name says you are. He was polite.
That's him.
So everything else is perfect, and he's not overbearing at all. Him. But he still had the 1.5. Would you keep it? Still leave it?
The 1.5.
No. I'm 42 years old. I'm at my sexual peak. There's no way. No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Bigger question: would you would have kept him if he had a 10-inch dick?
If he would have had a 10-inch, oh my God, that's just a little too much.
So let's say he had a 7. If 7 and everything else was wrong, would you have kept him?
It's like she said that through a smile.
How about 7 with a little hook?
I just don't.
Hey,
think,
Queen,
listen,
how about a 7 with a curve?
He can fuck around the corner, right?
He come to Chicago.
To drag against the walls.
Spot right on tap. Okay, everybody, calm down for a minute. This is the guy's hangout, Queen. This is live me. Okay, Queen is in the chair.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm not answering your question.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Queen is in the chair. Go ahead and answer the question.
No. Question, Queen. But sexual peak at 42. Somebody just asked us in the chat as well. But sexual peak at 42. Usually isn't the sexual peak at say 25.
You know, okay. There's no. Okay, physically,
women have theirs late.
Okay, what it is. hold on. What it is that physically a woman's sexual peak is in her mid-20s. Okay, but here's a caveat. Okay, testosterone is basically. Hold on a second. Testosterone is actually the injector for desire, right? So as a woman ages, especially like before she hit menopause, right, her testosterone, that even though it's a small amount, will start to dominate and actually bring up her desire, just like it would in a man. So,
Mm.
so her physical peak for sex is in her 20s, but her desired peak is actually in her late 30s, early 40s. So there's two different ways you can actually look at it.
Thank you for explaining.
Oh, so she's just hornier at 40.
She's hornier at 40 than she was at 20. Yeah.
Right.
See,
I mean,
what is the
I think that a lot of people don't realize how sex is important to women, and I think that women who are
I know. Wait a minute. So hold down, Bruce, down, Bruce, down, Bruce.
Oh, sorry.
I'm saying even at
Yeah.
I'm saying even at 42 years old, okay.
Yeah.
And this is why I explained yesterday that I didn't want somebody who was 50, unless he was in shape or, even though I'm 200 pounds, I'm still pretty strong,
Well,
So,
Sam, you got a lot
like
of
I said,
you got a lot of swordsmen in here that already know that.
I have a lot of energy. So with
Yeah,
that being
yeah.
said,
There's a lot of swordsmen in the group, so they already know that. So they know how women in their 40s get down.
Slinging it like
women
talk about they got a lot of energy till they get into the bedroom. Then they go,
but I'm gonna
Can I clarify something?
Hold on, one at a time.
I've listened to a lot of what you guys have been talking about. Yesterday.
Chasing those cats and spaniel puppies.
I have a friend in Orlando that turned me on to you guys and whatnot. So I sat back and checked some stuff out before I actually went live and talked to you. But here's my point. My point is that experiences that these women were talking about the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been divorced and I didn't have half the experiences, these negative experiences that a lot of these women are date. Because for one, I know how to say goodbye quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I know, I mean, at a certain age, you should be able to have that level of discernment to know, if you need to stay or if you need to go. Or there are just some, and I know myself.
Looking for?
Calm down, Solar.
I think also at 42 years old, I know myself enough to know what is a deal breaker.
Yeah, that's
what I can work with.
Yeah, but how old were the women that were talking? They were in their 20s.
Right, exactly. And there's a reason for that. And that's what I was typing yesterday when I couldn't get in the chat because of technical difficulties. What I was saying is that a lot of people have not been taught the relationships, dynamic relationships, how they work, how to reflect about why something didn't work, and then move forward. A lot of people can't recover. So they stay in this, state, like, where they can't move forward because they're still stuck on things that happened to them when they were children, or the fact that, their parents split up, or, but I mean, even though my parents got divorced when I was about 7 years old, my dad was in and out of my life. However, I had men around me, my uncles, who did what the hell they were supposed to do. Even though, like, and I've heard that, women from broken situations, it's hard for them to be obedient and whatnot. That's not true because, like I said, you can have functioning around you even in your dysfunction.
So can
breathe, Queen, breathe.
Can I ask a question?
Real quick.
Okay.
So basically, what you're saying is, regardless of who the dude is, you can easily walk out of the situation.
Well, I love myself more than anybody else. So I know if something is not good for me, I'm going to have sense enough to know when I need to walk away.
Are you
saying painful as it is.
One at a time.
Absolutely.
That's okay. Not what I see. That's you.
What was that, Mike?
In the past, no.
Yeah, well, you're older now. You're supposed to know what the hell to do when you're in the 40s because you've been through the wars already.
Yeah, she's not thinking with that little head anymore.
I knew what to do when I was in my 30s. So
maybe not as much.
She tap danced around that question.
Yeah, I know.
She didn't give me a straight yes or no answer.
you're asking me if it's easy for me to walk away from a situation that I shouldn't be in. Hell yeah, it is. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is these women are talking about, oh, this guy, I have these experiences. There's no guys here. Well, fuck that. I got a passport.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something.
Look, let me tell you something. Frontier Airlines. Look.
Hold on, breathe, Queen, breathe for a second. We dived into that. We found out why they were saying that and why it wasn't true. Even they had to admit it wasn't true. It's just the guys that they didn't.
Even when I was 22 years old and married, you know, even when I was 22 and married and had 2 kids, I still felt like, you know, like even if I wasn't with my husband, I could get another guy. You know, I just.
There's always guys around for women at any level. There's always guys.
You know what?
What do you mean? What do you mean you have a passport? Oh, sorry.
Okay, one at a time. Oh, Odinga, you just cut in. But finish your question, Valdez, and then Odinga.
Yeah, that first of all, a chick getting a dude is as easy as somebody getting a drink of water when it's raining. That's not difficult. But what it is with you, you ain't had Jody that make you go ooh. You ain't had that.
Maybe not. Well, we can't speak for her, but go ahead, Dinga. Ask your question.
Yeah, I just got a quick question. What does she mean that she has a passport? Because I think a woman doesn't really have to go overseas to get sex, really.
Okay.
No, I don't. But my point is this: if I'm not happy with my surroundings because I think my problems are my surroundings, I'm going to change something about that.
Yeah.
So with that being said,
hold on a second. Ron Burgess, thanks for the donation. He says, why is it that every woman says that their experience is so much different than all the others? However, they all still be complaining about the same bullshit.
But I mean, have you guys heard me complain about guys?
No,
other than the one.
Well, I'm saying he asked the question. That's not my question.
The generalization that he's putting off on women, if he's hearing all he's hearing women do is complain, then I have to question who he's around.
You heard it last night.
Like all the others.
Did you hear it last night?
You talking about young girls that don't know that they're, you know.
Well, they ain't the only ones. They have a lot of old girls complaining about the same.
You're talking about young girls with tight bodies and wet coochies. Like it's the same thing as dudes with tight bodies and hard dick. Like they're wanting to fuck.
Oh, one at a time. Solar, go ahead.
Queen, what Valdez was asking you was, did you ever have that monkey drop? You ever had that?
All right, you guys. This is gonna get wild. This is gonna get wild, okay?
I don't speak monkey.
You will. Hey, you will if you get that monkey. You'll speak it.
Swinging from the chandeliers.
You will speak it.
Yeah,
of course, it's that first one. The first one. You know, you don't have any point of reference when you're.
Now there's a difference. You know, you like the astronauts say when those solid rocket boosters kick in, you going somewhere. All right. Go ahead. Who's next?
Let me say something real quick. First of all, you got it's just like boxing. There's somebody that got your number, and the way you talking, you ain't met him yet. You ain't came across him yet.
Oh, I know that I haven't, and I'm cool with that. And even if it takes until I'm 47 or 50 years old, I'm cool.
I'm glad you was on.
I got shit to do.
I'm glad you was on it.
All right. Who's next? Who's next? Got a question?
She's got hobbies.
Cerulean didn't get a chance to get in, and I think the officer wanted to get in. Go ahead, Cerulean.
Oh man, hey, what's up, fellas? I'm just getting in. I'm enjoying the show.
All right.
I was trying to hear a little bit more. I was trying to hear a little bit more first.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Who's next?
Let the testing begin.
Oh no, we're just having fun. It's not serious. We're just having fun.
No,
I was on my cerulean shit last night though. Like
I'm always serious.
I think that's personal. I don't think she want to share the circumstances of her divorce. It's kind of personal.
Oh, I can share the
Oh, okay, go
circumstances.
ahead. It's up to you, baby.
Oh, don't do
Let me
it.
guess, it was all his fault.
We were young, and he had no point of reference for what
God.
marriage is supposed to look like because
Yep,
he was
all his
not
fault.
married.
Oh, say that again, Queen. Can you guys kind of fall back a little bit so she can actually finish her statement? Go ahead, Queen.
I said that I was saying that okay, so we were our early 20s,
Mm-hmm.
and he actually had cheated on me,
Okay.
and during when we were
But that's
dating each other.
normal.
Oh,
Um,
Dinga, please let it finish.
and so after I found out that he cheated on me, I moved on, and then we ran into each other again. And when we ran into each other again, keep in mind this was my early 20s. We had sex, got pregnant, so we didn't have any kids before that. And then I found out I was pregnant, and I said something to him about it, and together we had decided that we probably the best thing to do was to terminate the pregnancy. So, but he didn't want to because he thought that it was the driver to for us to get back together.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, I didn't have a conversation with him again about it. The last conversation that he had actually with me, he left a voicemail asking me not to do it.
Okay.
So I didn't do it, but I didn't call him afterwards,
Okay.
which meant that he
He
didn't
didn't know.
find out that I actually had the baby until the baby was out and a few weeks old, and he got to. So then after that, at that time, when we came back into each other's lives, I was like, look, I'm about to hit you with some stuff. I'm about to move out of the state because I'm about to go to college. You can go with me if you like, but this is just how it's going to be. So he came with me. And then when he came, we lived in Arizona. We moved from Indiana to Arizona. And there were just a whole bunch of stuff that he wasn't handling. And I'm not even talking about, how there are things that women want that are sometimes unreasonable, and like they want the man to be their best friend and all that. And that is not my personality. Mentalize everything. So with that being said, I have girlfriends to be my best friends. I have my husband to be my husband. So when I say
And
that
how old were you as well, please?
I was 22 years old and he was the same age. We were the same age. So anyway, but he was going to work every day. So because he found a job and he was finally going to work every day. But then I found out that he was lying about going to work. I called his boss, the man that was supposed to be his boss, and asked if he would pick up some bread on the way home. He's like, he doesn't work for me. he showed up on the first day and didn't come back. Now, at the time, it had passed. So for 2 months, he was getting up, acting like he was going to work every day and not going to work every day. Okay. That was a problem. Is that when I went back and look at my bank statement, there were dollar amounts that were missing from the account, but then some were deposits and they were around the same, so what he was doing was taking money out of the account and then putting money back into it. So there was an elaborate hoax on me. And but I mean I hate to say that I'd be lying if I say that I didn't see it coming. I just didn't think that the treachery would have been this deep.
So basically, he was trying to give you the illusion that he still had a job.
Right. He was trying to give me the illusion that he still had a job. And at the time, working part-time, and I was going to school carrying 18 credit hours, taking care of 2 kids.
Were
One being his, one being...
were you living with him or was he living with you?
I moved to Arizona first, and then he followed me. So he came like a month after I got there.
You guys were living together?
Yeah, we were married. We got married like the day after he arrived.
So when he was getting up and going, pretending like he was going to work, where was he going?
Well, he would hang out and apparently he had friends. He made friends in the apartment complex that we lived in. and they basically didn't do anything because when I found all this information,
You know,
What
a
happened?
lot of what you're saying makes
You
sense to
still,
me.
uh,
What she's done.
what, phone dropped out? What happened?
Yeah, maybe she cut off.
Okay. All
Agreements
right.
with the internet.
You know, I just
Wait.
got to think. A lot of what she said makes sense to me,
Mhm.
but I just can never understand why a woman would leave a man because he cheated on her. That's
Because he cheated on her. You
yeah.
had a right to. That's easy. Everybody has a deal breaker.
Yep.
If that's her deal breaker, she has a right to leave if he cheated on her. So it
Everybody
is what it is.
Everybody
Yeah.
got their own set of morals and
You know, that is the most unique story I have ever heard.
Really?
I have never heard a story like that. Wink, wink.
Okay. Well, it is what somebody asked, so she told. So people ask me, "Is this a Lifetime channel?" I said, a man in the chat asked her for her story about her divorce. So there it is. People complain. This is not a scripted show. All right, this is live. So
That sounded awfully a lot like a Jodeci album.
yeah, well, yeah,
whoever that is has no appreciation for science or any type of examination, because rarely do the fellas get to do something like this.
That's true.
Actually ask questions.
Yeah, and get answers.
And get some answers.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like I said that even in the chat.
One at a time.
I lost my internet.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
yeah,
you're a real good person to talk to because you really are telling us your thoughts.
She's
and I appreciate that.
So
It's necessary because you don't get this view.
Yeah, and the thing is, what everybody complains about the hangouts, right? About this, that, or the other. But every week they come back and complain about the hangouts. I get 3,000 people that view my hangouts every week, and I always complain about one little something. Enjoy the conversation, especially people in the chat. If you want to drive the conversation in a different direction, join. Don't just say I don't like it on the chat. The link is there. Get into the hangout and actually change the direction of it. You guys drive the hangout. I do not. The hangout is for you guys. So whatever happens, happens. Go ahead.
I want to vent for 1 second. I just want to vent for 1 second.
Yeah.
For me, the beauty of the hangout is that you get so many different opinions and so many different people from so many different places that you can't really get anywhere else. I see on YouTube. So instead of trying to shape it one way, just let it flow. If people could do that, it'd be a better experience.
Yeah.
Definitely. I feel that like a lot of this is validation for some of the things that we're seeing on the ground in everyday life.
Yeah.
And it also helps us. It's kind of like the PUA approached this many women. Like when you start approaching women in a sense and you start knowing these things, you start to see and know what to look for as, oh, that's bullshit, or I need to peel the onion back a little bit, or let me ask this question. And I think it's very necessary. Somebody was saying, like, what's the point of this? I'm not learning anything. And I'm like, well, there is something to learn from this.
Yeah.
I think it's really
this
necessary.
is kind of like if life was taught in college.
Mm-hmm.
This would be like advanced post-grad.
It's a lecture course.
Nice analogy.
Think about it. It's like Angry Man said on his show earlier. A lot of people have short attention spans now. Whereas though, if you want to learn something, you're going to have to engage it. You're going to have to ask questions. You're going to have to give an answer yourself. So a lot of people who complain about, oh, is this Lifetime? I mean, guess what? If you don't like it, shut the fuck up and have a Coke and a smile. Just learn.
Well, I'm saying nobody makes them stay here. Okay, people complain. People complain every week about something that went on in the hangout, and they show up every week. Okay, the thing is, there's a reason that you keep coming here every week because you never know what's going to be on the hangout. Which is driven. I said the hangout is driven by the people in the hangout in the chat room. I don't drive it. I'm just here making sure that everybody's heard. That's my only job. Make sure everybody's heard. That the hangout flows. I think I do a decent job of that.
Well, these are the same people who also complain about their dating situations and complain about the pool of available people and complain about so. It goes hand in hand.
And then they don't know how to talk to people.
But can I say something?
I was gonna.
They don't know how to be reflective.
Who wanted to say something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I was listening to the story. I wish I could have listened to a little bit more before people started weighing in, but um, I've heard thousands and thousands upon thousands and thousands and more thousands of stories just like that. And the thing is how do we unsaturate that?
Okay.
Because what I'm seeing from some of the things that you said is, I noticed you kind of push the blame off on him.
Oh no, not at all. You guys kept asking me how old I was. I was 22 years old. I should not have. I said that before I gave you the story. We should not have married each other. Not only was he not right for me, but he had no definition of what it meant to be a man because he was not raised by one, and he was in and out of trouble when he was a teenager. And I didn't find those things out until later on in after our marriage was over with.
Well,
But
So I'm saying you carried it on even
Yeah.
knowing it wasn't right for you.
I did, absolutely.
Can I say
Well, I would have
something?
stopped that, like, even
Can I?
having a baby
Mike,
for
Mike
him.
first,
Like,
Mike
why?
first, and then Valdez. Go ahead, Mike.
I've been stepping over Valdez all night.
No, he
He
came in
hasn't
after you
honked
that
out
time.
yet.
Go ahead, Mike.
um, I would have stopped at having a baby with him almost. Like, in hindsight, like, marriage is one thing. You could have done that and gotten divorced, but having the children or the child,
She's
I think
living.
you had 2 children with him.
She's leaving out one thing that you guys. We said on the last hangout. That's her alpha. That's her imprint.
Right.
That's her.
Right. And it's like,
Actually, no. He was not. He was. I had a child before him. So
oh, okay.
I had a child when I was 17 years old and I was in high school.
Okay,
And
You were
so
15, you said?
I was at the time I was 16 when I got pregnant, 17 when I had the baby. So when he and I got married, she was 5, and then we had a newborn. And our relationship lasted a couple of years before we got married. But our marriage didn't last any time because if he had have been pretending to go to work and then
Yeah. Well, in other words, and I wish Ron Wills was in here because there's a certain type of guy that you imprint on, and you will search for that guy again and again and again. The reason you stayed with him because he fit your imprint, and you don't think it's subconsciously.
No, the reason why I stayed with him is because we had a kid.
No, you stayed with him.
And he had so much potential.
Yeah. You stayed with him.
Yes, and that's the thing about the potential.
I was just wanting to make it work out. I was staying with him because I knew that he just had the potential to be more than what he was.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you,
So,
all you brothers.
What I'm saying, let me say this. Let me ask you this. Now, let me ask you this. So, there's nothing in common with him and the first baby father.
They both have charismatic personalities.
Mm-hmm.
But,
What else?
But aside from that, nothing.
No. Come on now. Be truthful.
Listen. Not the same age, not the same race.
It doesn't matter.
Not the same upbringing.
What is your similarity?
They don't even listen to the same music.
Why did you choose this particular guy?
Because we connected with each other.
Physically.
You don't say.
Well, no, we had things in common, like personality wise. I did not
Sounds
have
like you guys connected at the pelvis.
Queen, can I ask you? I got another question for you, Queen.
No.
like everybody's getting to talk, and I still ain't got my turn.
Go ahead, brother.
Come on, Valdez. You done had many turns. Now I done give you tons of leeway. Don't complain now. Go ahead, get your question.
Y'all go ahead.
No, get your question. Get your question.
Nah,
in.
y'all go ahead, man.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
No, Valdez. What's next?
Nah, I'm good, bro.
You good now? You good now?
I'm good. Go ahead.
You sure?
Come on, angry man.
Yep.
Hey, Juan, you my brother, man. Go ahead, dude.
Nah. Everybody can go and listen to the playback. Listen to the playback. I got cut off every single time, and I just asked for my turn. That's all.
I apologize. I'm trying to give you a turn. There's about, and in fact, you cut off about 3 or 4 people. I'm trying to keep everybody in line so everybody can be can actually be heard. And now Mike was before you. That's how come I gave him that turn before you. You reminded me that it is your turn. I'm going to give you your question. It's kind of hard to keep. You
Yo,
got 10 people. It's kind of hard to keep.
Everybody's ignoring one simple fact about the whole story.
Okay.
The dude wasn't a man yet. He was in his early 20s.
Right.
And neither one of them should have been having no kids. Neither one of them should have been married. Neither one of them should have been doing none of that shit.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm able to say what I say now about myself and what I will and won't do with conviction. Because
Hold on.
Let her finish.
Oh yeah. Let her speak.
Let her finish. Go ahead, finish, Queen.
No, I was just saying that, I mean, you know, and so when I talk with you gentlemen now, and you're like, oh, why don't, you know, you're questioning how I can be so sure that I can move on because I've done it before. And this is where it came from. This is my point of reference.
Okay.
Those two relationships.
But Val says you didn't have that monkey killer. So that's what he's saying.
No, I did. That first one was a monkey killer. I was like, I love it. You know, I mean, you know, that was the first one. But then after I saw him with, you know, somebody who was younger than me, and at the time, you know, he was 18 and I was 15, and you know, and it was just.
So basically, these two guys have very charismatic personalities, right?
They both have charismatic personalities.
And the first guy you said if I remember correctly, he was mixed race, right? So, but he could have looked like a Hispanic, right?
Yeah, everybody thought he was a black Hispanic that we went to high school with. They used to call him Paco.
And then the second guy, the second man that you married, was he not a Hispanic? Huh?
Or he is Hispanic.
He is Hispanic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was raised by a white woman, right? As you say, right?
Right. Yep.
Those guys are very, very similar.
Yep.
Yep.
Not only are they similar,
not really.
They're very similar, baby.
Everybody else had the benefit of having both of his parents, so he knew exactly what.
We're talking about the archetype.
The archetype. They're both they both could pass for Hispanic. One was Hispanic, well, the other one could pass for Hispanic. They're both very charismatic. They both cheated on you. It's very similar personalities. They're very similar types. Valdez, I'm gonna give you this one because we talk about the monkey killer.
Oh Lord.
You said what now? Monkey killer.
In other words, you said you ain't had that monkey. In other words, you ain't had that monkey on your back.
I said it. But yeah.
Yeah, that was
okay. You said
it. Carter said that.
Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Solar.
Yeah. So about that monkey being dropped. So you said the first guy he dropped the monkey on. He got that monkey drop.
Because like I said, I had no point of reference.
Okay. So have you had anybody that was better than the first?
Yes.
Okay. So absolutely. What happened to that guy?
That guy is he's married now. We went back and forth with the relationship. We lived in two different places. He's very smart, very educated. He's a doctor. So I fell out of interest with him because I love men who respect their mothers and love them, but I have a problem with men who don't put their mothers in their place when they need to be put there.
That's interesting. Go ahead, Valdez, you got it. You got it. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna touch that one.
All right.
Oh
man.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mike.
When you say doesn't put his mother in his place, and then also, I guess I would paraphrase as a mama's boy, like he respects his mom, I guess. What does that dynamic look like in your head? Because it would be
it's not about what it looks like in my head, is what I've seen. And how it's been played out. And how it's been played out is that there are things that I have 3 daughters.
Mm-hmm.
my older two daughters are 25 and 23, or 20, excuse me, 25 and 20. So even with my girls being girls, there are certain things that, you know, I give them some advice, but there are things that I don't touch with them because those are things that they're going to have to find out on their own. You know, so I say my piece and then I'm done with it. But there's a level of intrusion that can be passed over, can be crossed between a mother and her son when her son is grown. He's a grown man.
Like what? Such as?
Well, this situation, it was both of his parents. So when he and I started dating each other, at the time I just had one child, and they didn't know anything about, you know, it was a church situation.
Okay.
And I was dealing with a lot of religious people, which ironically are hypocritical people. And they didn't know anything about what I was doing with my life. They just saw me as somebody that had a baby.
Right.
So how
that's normal for church people, though.
Right, exactly. And you know, I had no business having a baby, but nobody looks at the fact that who stays when the child is growing up. You know, I knew all kinds of people who had babies and they left the baby with their parents and went to college and went on about their way. It took me a while to finish college because none of my kids have ever left my side.
Yeah, but they don't know that. They have to judge what is on the outside. Yeah.
I don't particularly like judging people, but situations.
Well, the thing is, they have to protect what they think of as their child,
right?
And they have to evaluate it. So
yes, and
right. I mean, you're going to be put through that test,
and I understood
just
that.
like you would do for your daughters, or if you had a son, you'd have to judge too. So
right, yes.
Yeah, because biblically, you would be considered a whore.
Yes, right, point. Exactly. So basically, I was okay. So he and I were like off again, on again, because we were in two different places. Number one, and I just wasn't so sure that he was, you know, down for me like he needed to be. You know. So anyway, so while he and I, we had dated each other, we stopped dating each other, and then in between the time, the man that I ended up marrying, he and I got together. Okay, so we went our separate ways. That didn't work out, and then here comes this guy. So anyway, because I was back and forth.
Well, hold on, Solar. Let her finish, and then you can ask the question.
Okay, so because I was back and forth, you know, that was the only person that I was with, other than my husband, you know, at the time. So like there was between the two of them. So me and my husband's situation didn't work out before we got married. This was before we married each other, okay, and before we had a child together. So the guy who you asked me about that laid it down, we were together and then he left. Okay. And he went back to he was in.
What did he look like? What did he look like?
Oh, he's a nerd. I like nerds.
No, I said, what did he look like?
Oh, he's black.
Oh, he's black. Okay.
Yeah, he's black.
Question. One question.
Wow.
Light, was he light skinned, dark skinned, brown skinned?
He was chocolate, same color as me.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
One question I got.
Tall, short. What was he? I mean, you're being very vague here.
He's about 2 inches taller than me.
Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts.
So he's relatively short.
Okay. Yeah, question.
He's about 5'8".
Okay.
Could he be one of your child's father?
No.
Okay, so I'm getting to that. Okay.
All right.
So
okay. Let it tell the story.
His merry way. Listen. So when he went his merry way and went back to, you know, his situation, he and I were spending time together in the month of April. Okay, and he went his way, and then me and my husband, who was not my husband at the time, we got together, and then we got pregnant in May. So we're talking about like about 4 weeks difference between the time that he and I were, you know. So fast forward in time, what ends up happening is that guy sees me, the one that Mr. Mandingo that you're asking me about, sees me at a basketball game. And, okay. He doesn't approach me. I don't see him.
Okay.
So he comes. So he's like, oh well, she's pregnant and it's my baby. He just automatically assumes that I was going to sit there waiting for him to come back. You see what I'm saying? When he went off with some other woman.
Yeah.
But I mean, I did the same thing. Only I ended up marrying the guy that I was with, and he did not. He was still, from this girl to that girl.
So in the baby.
So he sees me at this basketball game and deducts that that I'm pregnant, thinks it's his baby, goes back to his parents and tells his parents that he got me pregnant. Now, in the meantime, I hadn't had a conversation with this man at all.
Okay.
So he calls me finally and says, "Hey, listen, I saw you, and why didn't you tell me that you were pregnant?" And I'm like, "Did I need to?"
Well, he had been with you as a natural assumption. He didn't know about who else you were messing with.
Yeah, and then I told them I wasn't messing with anybody when I was messing with him, though. That was afterwards.
But it's a natural assumption that he would think it was
right. And I understand that, which is why I told him at the time, "This is not your baby."
Okay.
He didn't believe me.
You are not the father.
He didn't believe anything that I was saying. So for the rest of the time during my pregnancy, like he was like actively trying to spend time with me, but I kept blocking him because it's like I think that he's under the assumption that I'm not sure about who the father is, and I already knew who the child's father was. So because at the time, I mean, I had a whole period in between him and and there were 4 weeks. Right, a whole month passed. Between me. So anyways, now he had to go back to his parents and explain to them, "No, it's not my baby," which made me look worse than before with one child.
Yeah, that would kind of if we take a break and you get pregnant while we're on break and you already have one child, having one child and you're young and being pregnant with another child, that doesn't look the best to a religious family, right?
That is not a good look at all.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So they were correct about it not being a good look. Yeah, but go ahead, finish. And Cyrillian, you got a question, or who had the?
I'm gonna have to ask the question. Like, so how old were you when you had your first child?
I was 17.
So the Hispanic guy or the half-white guy was the father, right?
No, we had a child together. That my second child. That's her.
So, Jesus Christ, it sounds like you like caddish men. I'm just gonna say that. It sounds like you like a lot of caddish and charismatic men. That I mean, like that.
Well, it all worked out for me. I mean, I'm a college graduate. I'm happy. My kids are happy. My oldest daughter is 25. I'm a grandparent.
Are you?
Her and her fiance.
Are
her
you
and her
single?
fiance have been together for 5 years. I'm divorced. I'm divorced. I was married.
No, I mean, are you currently in a relationship right now?
No, not at all.
I mean, you made lemonade out of the lemons, but you could have easily been one of those women that actually went the other way, easily.
Yeah. Not really, because I mean that's not who I was, and that's not.
I'm saying is you made lemonade out of the lemons that you were given, but another girl could have been in the same position, could have gone easily the other way. Most of them do.
Oh yeah, right, another girl. But regardless of whatever mistake that I made, I was gonna get up and walk away from,
Well, yeah. What we're saying in the background, this is not an atypical story that we hear.
You're a rare breed.
You just happen to be.
And I'm not an atypical person, so.
And it doesn't take much for you to go down that path where it's like, it takes one car accident or something like that where you got to work. But I mean, you added some sugar to your lemonade, so it came out.
Queen, I have a question or two for you.
Okay, go ahead, Charles. We'll ask the question.
So, what are you? Just give me your 3 red flags for a man that makes you end a relationship. I know one is having a small wiener. What's the other two?
Oh my goodness, here we go.
You know
Go
what?
ahead.
And honestly, I did have to be reflective about that. I weighed my pros and cons about
Oh,
that.
really? You actually thought about it? Like, oh, 1.5? Okay. Oh,
The
I'm
fast
go
thinker.
ahead.
talking about an African man who's
Ask the,
patriarchal.
go ahead. The second. Go to the second deal breaker.
Okay, so my other one that actually is a third one. That's the number 3 on the list. If I
Okay.
had to come up with 3,
Uh,
my first one is I can't stand impatient men. And I'm gonna tell you this
what does that mean?
as
No,
a teacher and
what
as
is,
a mother and a
uh,
grandmother,
uh-huh.
you can't stand to be around kids,
Uh-huh.
patience for kids. You ain't
Uh-huh.
got no patience for yourself.
Uh,
So with,
some
with
people
that
do
being
that are
said,
selfish. They have patience for themselves, just not other people.
okay, so with that being said, you asked me, and that's number 1 is that,
Okay.
is an impatient man.
All right.
Like he can't be around kids. I have grandkids. What am I gonna do with a man that is impatient?
Okay.
Take love the kids.
10-year-old daughter. What am I gonna do?
Okay.
I own a school. I spend a lot of time there. What am I gonna
Okay.
do with a man?
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay. What's number 2?
Number 2 is that he's not conscious.
What does that mean?
When I say conscious, like for instance, the man that I was referring to with the small, he's an African man.
Mm-hmm.
When people come here from other places, their of course their instinct is to money and assimilate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
So
with
you,
that being said,
Well,
his struggle was not my struggle.
that's true.
oh,
So
okay.
he told me that, like, we're talking about somebody from South Africa. So, I'm like, don't look. Weren't you around when apartheid was popping off? And he's like, I was away. I was out in the rural area, and we were taught Afrikaner lessons and whatnot. And
So
I'm like,
you,
oh,
so you only like red pill guys,
okay.
or if you know what that is.
I don't think so. I
Not to
don't
the
think
point
so.
of being reactionary.
Oh, okay.
But like,
All right.
it's cool. Like, I'm not talking about like I like Facebook activists. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that
What is a Facebook activist?
somebody that just says that
Yeah.
shit on Facebook but doesn't do anything for the community offline.
One more question. As I said, I had 2 questions.
Okay. Go ahead.
Are you submissive to your men?
Oh, absolutely. The right one.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
The right one. The right.
And you know what? I'm always counseling women, like, for
The
whatever
long
reason.
one.
I'm always
like
counseling
You
my
know-
friends. I'm
One
like,
at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
I have a 25-year-old daughter, who has not spent a lot of time around her father. She didn't get to see a lot of exchanges between me and her father, because we didn't, have a lot of exchanges in front of her, so she has no point of reference about, what's normal in terms of what she says to her dude. And I have to check her. I'm like, why are you talking to that man like that?
I think that's that Jamaican blood in her. That's what that is.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Can I ask a bonus question?
Go ahead. Okay. Last question. Go ahead, Charles.
Okay. Is there anything that you would not do as far as catering to your man? Like, I'm not asking something that's out of the ordinary, but let's say your man was like, "Hey, baby, I'm tired. My feet really hurt. Would you like just go massage his feet for him?"
Why would I not massage my man's feet?
I'm just asking. So let me say, is there anything that you would not do in those scenarios?
No, I'm an accommodating person, so that's like I don't have any, because whatever I'm doing for him, he's doing for me. So
What's your astrological sign?
I'm an Aries.
Oh, okay. That
Okay.
explains about everything.
Right, exactly.
What's wrong with her? What's wrong with
And I
her?
know myself.
Yeah.
Domineering,
Yes.
don't take no shit,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very
and
strong.
they
Very strong.
will,
Very strong personalities. Yeah.
So
they will walk.
I'll ask him what my
All
name
right.
is. He'll tell me too.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not very accommodating.
Yeah.
Nope,
So it's
nope.
Oh, that's not true. And those astrological signs are like,
yeah,
Nope.
they're there for a reason,
they
and they
are,
do
Yes,
give you a
sir.
sketch.
but at the same time,
Do you
Can
want
I
to know
can,
how I know?
you're an Aries,
no,
David. We
I
kind of tell
don't.
that makes
I
sense.
don't because we don't know each other. So
You're acting like an Aries right now, so
Yep,
Yeah.
it's extremely accurate. So
yep.
you're a typical Aries.
Self-centered.
No, not self-centered, but the thing is they like attention. So
She laughed. She laughed. She knew exactly what I
it,
meant.
okay, all right. Who else has a question that hasn't
I
been yet?
I got a question. I
Go
got a
ahead.
question. Um, what do you consider red pill for married men?
She don't know
Red,
what red pill
You got to
is.
describe what red pill is for her because she's a woman.
well, basically just being aware of what's going on socially,
Conscious.
being aware of um, the inner workings and what's behind what's in front of you, being able to spot um, being able to spot the inner machinations of what's present. What's that to you?
you're asking me. I'm confused. What you're asking me? You're asking me
We've
about a married man.
Well, what do you consider um, a red pill mindset for married men? And
she
actually,
she
anybody can answer this.
okay. A red pill mindset for a married man. Okay, because she wouldn't probably couldn't answer it because she's not in the manosphere. But a red pill mindset for a married man. Actually, if you look at what's his name, a straight shooter. He's married. He's red pill. Okay, you recognize even though you're married and you committed to your family and whatnot. You recognize that the nature of women. You recognize the nature of the gynocentric environment around you. You just have to you navigate it. Um, you
I'm
navigate it.
married. I'm
Huh?
married and I'm red pill. And yeah,
Man,
me.
you black pill.
Well,
Oh yeah.
I would think
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And Solar's
yeah,
black pill. That's true.
yeah. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Man,
but a red pill married man is kind of a difficult thing. You have to be committed. I think red pill married men have made the decision that they're going to raise their family and stay with their wife. So they're
hmm
probably even more dedicated to their family than most guys are because you made an active decision that I'm committed to this process. Whereas a guy that's kind of blue pilled, that's kind of wishy washy, something that can actually come in and kind of wreck it. But you are committed to make it work because that's what you want. Either you're going to be in it or you're going to be out of it. So most red pill married men, either they're actively trying to get out of the marriage or they're committed to it because of their children. Like a straight shooter says, um, because of his children and because he was raised by a single mother, he doesn't want his kids to be raised in a single parent household. So even though he's red pill, he's committed to staying in his marriage and raising his children.
Because he's aware of the consequences of
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
okay,
I'm gonna
okay.
say this
If that
again.
answers anything,
I said it before and I say it again. It makes no sense to get married if you are not planning to have children. It
that's
doesn't
true.
make sense to me.
That's true. I would say the same.
hmm
Right.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
You know what? I got one more, and
Go ahead.
then I'm gonna fall back. And this is for content creators, like like guys like Angry Man,
Hmm.
Cerulean, yourself, BGS.
Hmm.
Um, what? How do you? What's your muse that that activates you to? What's your muse or oracle that activates you to speak on certain issues to put out there for the rest of the public? Because I'm asking because I want to create some content, and actually I did a few things earlier this week, but
Hmm.
I was kind of on the fence on whether I should go ahead and post it to YouTube or not. But you know, I don't want to seem like that I'm piggybacking too much off of other people's content
Oh,
because
everybody has an opinion, so you should, because
I would I would ask
we all learn from each other.
I
So go ahead,
okay.
Solar.
yeah, I would ask Charles Faulkner because by you being in law enforcement as well, Royce, I mean you kind of in the politics by default, by proxy. I if I was in law enforcement, I don't know if I would be so outspoken as I am. I don't
Yeah,
know. I mean,
yeah, but
just
in law enforcement they can do stuff like because a lot of black kids, especially nowadays, don't understand how to interact with police. They
mm,
really don't.
Oh,
They,
that's
yeah.
definitely true.
In
That's
other words,
definitely true.
they're taught one thing in the classroom about your rights and all that kind of stuff, but they don't realize how it actually translate out into the public on the streets, and what they really don't understand the job that police really have to do, because
yeah,
Yeah,
we
most of
look at police as the enemy until they're not there. Then there's all kind of chaos. Then we want them. So there's a balance that we have to enact. You have to look at police like I look at an officer like he has to come to work every day, do his job, go home and see his kids and his family.
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
he has a
Okay.
job to do. So
yeah.
just like if I had the job, I want to make it as easy as possible. Do my
Right,
job,
right.
go home with as little conflict as I can, and enjoy the rest of my life. Right. So you have
Yeah,
to look at that officer that way. But we
that.
don't get to see officers in that light.
yeah.
And to
Man,
piggyback off of you, BGS, it's
Go
the
ahead.
fact of the matter is the the two-headed coin of that one. Number
Mm-hmm.
one, a lot of little kids get taught how to deal with the police
Mm-hmm.
because of a lot of ignorant ass parenting. Where how
Okay.
many times I correct parents, oh, if you're bad, the police are gonna lock you up. I said,
Okay.
no, we're here
oh,
to
I hate,
help you. And I
I
think
hate.
that's the most ignorant shit ever because if your child is being molested, they're more afraid of me than the person that's victimizing them.
Yeah.
So,
Right,
and
right.
two, a lot of it is because of the social justice era, where
Yeah.
a lot of people misconstrue police work. Like I'll have conversations with dope boys
Mm-hmm.
about football or MMA or boxing, and they'd be
Yeah.
like, "I didn't know police do this." I said, "We're human beings,
Yeah.
and it's funny because we have an untold respect."
Yeah.
I need to pardon
Right.
pardon the interruption, BGS, but in the chat they're trying to say men's style is trying to get on.
Okay. If the channel is full, and if there's people that want to fall back and drop out and let them on, they can hit the link. But the channel is full right now, and I just typed in does anybody new want to get on? But I wanted the people that are already on see if they got all their what they want to talk about out. So before I actually I asked them to rotate in and out.
All right, I got
I'll
one
drop out.
question. I got one question for the Queen.
Oh,
Do
okay.
do you come to Chicago or can you meet halfway?
All right. You gotta do that offline, boss.
I love it so
I do spend time in Chicago. I used to live in Chicago, actually, Humboldt Park.
Oh,
Oh,
my
okay.
old neighborhood. Yeah.
But, I live in Las Vegas right now.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So I
Okay.
make it to Chicago maybe like twice a year.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
Humboldt Park is it's a different animal now. I see white people jogging all over the place, having picnics and stuff. Back in the day, see, I grew up in Humboldt Park in the late '80s and the '90s when
Mhm.
man, it
Latin
was rough.
Kings.
I used to
Nat
live on
King.
the corner of Potomac and Spalding.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm from
Which was
Evergreen and
like
Kimball.
a drug corner like for the last 30 years. And I
Yeah.
lived, the guy that owned the building, his mom lived in the building with me in another flat. And
Okay.
she had an art gallery down there. So I used to live above an art gallery and it was absolutely beautiful. And people would come into my apartment and like they were mesmerized at the hardwood floors and the high ceilings because it was kind of like a gym because you would have never known what it looked like from the outside.
Madam
Yeah.
Madam Queen, I got another question for you because I know you spoke about it earlier, but I want you to elaborate on what consciousness is to you. What do you mean by being conscious?
Well, I I own and operate Afrocentric schools. So being said, I think that there are different levels of consciousness because
Yes, it is.
everybody that's woke isn't awake, you know. Um, so with that being said, I guess I think that there's a knowledge of self that occurs where you are in the world, you know, what that means, you know, like not having to apologize to anybody about who you are and where you come from and people who look like you, being comfortable in your own skin and your own space, as well as being comfortable with people who look like you know, and also being comfortable with people that don't look like you because you know that you don't have to apologize for who you are and you deserve, you know, to be there just like the people who don't look like you. It also means, I think, you know, being aware you know, of what's been done to you know, and what still is done to you every day, you know, even though a lot of other people are still sleeping. And also, you know, having the humility to be able to make some concessions for people who are not as conscious as you are without, you know, belittling those people. And you know, maybe so that they can come out of their unconsciousness.
Okay.
And I think that's a problem with a lot of conscious people, actually, is that a lot of times they make unconscious people feel like, you know, like shit. So, you know, so.
You do know that a lot of conscious people will disagree with your statement.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think there are different levels of consciousness. And, you know.
So what would you say that is a person not conscious? Like, what would you say is if a person's not really, how do I put it, Afrocentric, would that still be a deal breaker? But they have everything else you want.
If a person, repeat what you said. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
If a person's not quote unquote conscious or Afrocentric and they have everything else you want, is that still a deal breaker?
Yes. And it's a deal breaker to me because it's not just about what I believe and how I, you know, live my life, but it's also about what I do for a living.
So do you see the inequity that you are creating for yourself?
Not really. And like I said,
I didn't think you would see
there are
it.
different. I think there are different levels of consciousness, as I said before. And I'll give you a fine example of what I'm talking about so we can contextualize, okay? So I was dating somebody, like I said, that was African. And like I said, when people come here from other places, they're looking to assimilate. This is why Asian women marry white men. You know, this is why, you know, pretty much, you know, everybody wants to move in that direction. And this brother, he likes to, when he's been, you know, discriminated against, he wants to have that conversation. But any other time, it's not something that he wishes to talk about.
No,
so he's in a very he's in a very different space than I'm in because, for one, like I said, you know, when he was raised away from a lot of the things that were going on in South Africa with Stephen Biko and, you know, and the ANC and all that, and you know, but he lives here now. He's an American citizen. So there are things that he can't grapple with, you know, because he did not live it, because he's disconnected from it.
So
and
he's never going to have the same. If he's from Africa, he's never going to have the same experience that you've had as an African American. So expecting him to come at consciousness from where you're coming from, that's two entirely different things. That's almost like coming from another planet.
I'm not expecting him to understand my experiences or that of all Black Americans. That's not the point. I mean, because there are white people that get it.
But
no, they don't.
So, Queen, do you
When I say get it,
Black to be
they
conscious,
appreciate the struggle.
African
And
American to be
Person,
conscious.
One at a
can
time,
I
one at a
answer
time.
this?
Breathe, Queen. Breathe, Queen. Go
Queen,
ahead, answer.
you heard
Go
my
ahead,
question?
ask. Go ahead. Well, ask the question again, Charles.
Does
I'm gonna just
consciousness?
say this because number one, no white person can understand the struggle of
Thank
black
you.
people, especially
Thank you.
since they off of it. That's a
well,
moot
I
point.
Thank you.
didn't say those
Oh,
words. You didn't hear me say those words.
Queen,
I said,
Queen,
But let
Queen,
me
Queen, Queen. Let him finish.
but let me explain this because number one, I get the same shit from people, and I'm not cussing at you because all due respect, I think that you're a pretty bright lady. But I get the same shit from people who won't date me because of my profession. It doesn't make it because I'm a police. Oh, I can't date you because you're the police. That's the equivalent of saying I'm not going to date you, but I'll date the drug dealer because he represents masculinity of the community instead
oh
of
wow.
actually
Well, I'm
dating somebody.
I
didn't
gotta
even
throw
know
some
you
stuff
heard
out
those
there.
words.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Queen, and then you can
But
respond.
yet, but yet, here's the you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. If he's from Africa and he is and ancestrally his ancestors were never enslaved or directly discriminated against, you're going
They
to get
were.
something differently.
They were. She said she's from South Africa. South Africa pretty much is was under apartheid, which is
I didn't know
Right.
which part he was from.
yeah.
Okay.
South a person from South Africa and Ghana, two different animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Yeah.
really need to
Okay.
interject.
So
Okay.
But she
And
also
I
said,
understand what you're
Oh,
saying.
go ahead, Valdez, real
but
quick.
she also said that he was in the rural part, so he didn't deal with any of that. So
Right.
when you're talking about his experience, he can't possibly comprehend what a black person has had to deal with in America. You can explain it to him, but
Okay,
he's not going to identify with it the same way that you're going to identify with it.
I
And
have
That's
he
like a
doesn't,
county.
two
and what
questions.
you're not
Oh no, no,
understanding
no,
is that
no.
he doesn't want to. He
Uh,
doesn't want to. That's what you're missing. He
oh,
He
doesn't
doesn't
want
want
to.
to.
He's all about making his
He doesn't
money
have
and
to.
then going
He
back to
doesn't
South
have to.
Africa
okay.
and taking that money with him.
Okay. Okay.
He
Charles,
doesn't
go ahead.
have
So,
to.
Okay, Charles, go ahead. Ask your
okay,
question, and then Solar.
Queen. This is for you and everybody who wants to chime in can. Do Does consciousness, does it only equate to the black of American, the African American black, or can anyone be conscious?
Can any color be conscious about what?
Okay, that's a great question that you asked me. I'm saying when it comes to being aware of black, African American history and relating to our struggle, do you have to only be black to be aware of it?
Absolutely not. And I say this because, when I graduated from college, like a lot of the things that I found out about the, being black and the black experience and black history, I didn't find these things out from black people. It was white people that taught me. That's what college will do. The right one, the right teachers, the right professors. So so I had professors that cursed. Like I had a professor tell me, like in the class in an online platform, I'm gonna tell you what these motherfuckers did. And he was referring to white people, talking about white people taking advantage of Indians. And he said, I'm gonna tell you what these motherfuckers did.
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay,
he could tell you what
okay,
they did, but
let me ask my.
One at a time. One at a
that's
time.
Yeah,
like
I've been trying to say something
that's
for a minute,
Oh,
man. Go
okay.
ahead, Bob.
Juan, 30 seconds, and then Cerulean.
okay. That's what white people do. They study everything and examine everything, but studying something through a petri dish is entirely different than being in the petri dish.
oh, absolutely.
They can never identify with our experience in America. The only way you can identify with the black experience in America is if you were born and raised here and you're black.
Right.
Okay.
That's how you identify with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the history, and things can be taught. And the history and being taught is what piques the interest of people who are not conscious. And that's why I do what I do.
Cerulean is next. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go after him.
Can I ask my
Cerulean.
second question? Can I ask
Yeah,
my
so
second?
No. Cerulean's next.
So, I just hearing her talk, and it's like I see this a lot in society, even in my own community, is that women do not see the paradox they've created for themselves. You said two things when it came to consciousness. You said that you want a man to be accommodating or make concessions for those who may not be quite so woke. But you're not willing to make concessions for others who are not quite so woke. As was just saying, the man is not willing to learn. You said that you were more accommodating, but that is a hypocritical statement when you're saying that a man is not willing to learn when the woman who is accommodating follows the man's lead, not the other way around. So, in other words, what you're saying that you've been looking for is, a sympticon. You're looking for a sympticon. You're looking
All
for
right.
someone to make concessions for you without you having to make concessions for him.
Sympticon. Wow.
All right. Who's next?
Can I ask my second question now?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Charles. That's your second question, and then
Okay.
Young.
For Queen, and anybody else who wants to get into this, can, or she got off.
Is she
She
weak enough?
dropped off.
No,
Okay.
But
Yeah,
one
I
thing I
just
was
wanted.
going to
I
say
wanted,
after you're
I
done.
wanted to ask her, how does she define black, or like after African American? What makes somebody a black African American? Because I needed
Okay.
her definition.
Okay. All right. Well, if she gets back on, you can
I
ask. Oh, anything
Yeah.
else?
okay. I want to say this right here.
Speak
All right.
up.
This is this is James. How you doing, guys?
Hey, James.
What's up, brother
All right.
James?
Okay. All right. I I partially agree with what Angry Man is saying about if you're not black, you can't relate to the black experience. However, throughout history, even in the slavery era, there were other cultured people besides black that was in the struggle and put their life and family on the line for the
Yeah, abolitionists.
liberation of black people.
Uh-huh.
Just like when those people who boarded the slaves, there's I read a law that if anybody abets a slave in freedom and they get caught,
Yeah. They get killed too. Yeah.
they get killed too. So
Uh-huh.
that means that all the white people that helping the slaves get up north, once they got caught, them and their family and kids was all executed right there on the spot.
But one thing I wanted to
So
say,
okay. Can I
uh,
respond to that? Can I
yeah,
respond?
On a second. On a second. You finish your thought, James?
yeah,
Because
yeah, I just
Young
wanted to
is
say
next.
that the struggle was more than just being black. The struggle is all about the people who understood it.
Okay. Young,
Yeah.
and then Angry Man.
many intellectuals over time, they've understood the experience of, what we've been through, but understanding and actually experiencing that experience is completely different. Like they're understanding it from an outside perspective. Like, for example, many Germans actually tried helping the Jews during the Holocaust. But do you ever see the Jews actually acknowledging those people? No, they're like, okay, they help, they understand it, but this is our thing. The problem is we always let everybody say what they have to say, and we always let everybody, struggle. Like in my high school, for example, it seemed like kids, Asian kids, white kids, Hispanic kids, they used to just say, oh, the struggle is real, the struggle is real. And I'm like,
Yeah.
they're literally just, it's just,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just like they're taking it.
You finish your thought, Young?
Yeah.
Yeah, Angry
Okay.
Man.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
Yeah, he kind of answered what I was gonna say. Like I can do something to help save the polar bears. That don't make me a damn polar bear.
That's true.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
no.
I have a scenario.
Okay.
So let's say this. It's two scenarios, but it's really one scenario. Let's say for some reason, a black couple they either adopt, or because they knew some white people, they give them a white baby, and the white baby grows up in the black household, and he has a black sibling, stepbrother. So his whole life he's been around the black experience. He feels, because his family is black, he feels like he can relate to black. Would that, and he, okay, when he becomes an adult, he's quote unquote pro-black. Now, black people may not accept him, but in his mind, kind of like, I guess you would say SPI Latino, this guy may think that he's black. So could you say that he can't be conscious, or he doesn't understand the black experience when he had a brother, a mother, and a father that were going through the struggles of being black in America?
Or somebody like
No.
Garrett.
Okay. And the second scenario would be, let's say, yeah, a black couple, and we know we think it's recessive genes, and somehow this black couple, dark black, however you want to say it, come out with a blonde hair, blue eyed baby. Now, genetically, he's black. His recessive genes may make him look white, but because his parents are black, and you see him with his parents, they say, "No, these are my biological parents." He's black. Would he not be conscious? Would he not, would he not be part of the black experience? That's my question.
Yeah, but when she said that she was an Aries, I knew exactly what she was on. I knew exactly what the problems that she was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
She pretty much, I mean, a lot of Aries women have a hard time with having in a relationship, man, or even a marriage. They get into it like the chick that I said was she been celibate for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
She was Aries. You know, they wanna dominate. They passive aggressive. They'll hold back. You know, and they'll get along. You know, as long as you giving them the Peter. You know, I mean, they'll act
I
right.
see nobody address what I said.
I'll
They'll
answer.
act right.
Was
Restate it
I was
again.
gonna address it. I was gonna
Okay.
address it.
Oh, go ahead and
Yeah.
address it, Angry Man. Then go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer to both those questions is no. And the reason why is because regardless of whether those children that you described grow up in a household, they may grow up and be raised as though they are black, but when they walk outside and people and white people view them, they still can get white privilege because of their skin tone. They still can get white privilege because of what they look like. They have the complexion for the protection for the collection.
Yeah, that's that.
So the moment all they gotta do is put on a freaking suit, and their experience is gonna be different than the experience of their black brother.
Can I
Yeah,
piggyback off of that real quick?
That's that Betty Ruckus syndrome anyway. You know, you
Can I
ever seen the
piggyback off of
Boondocks?
that real quick? I'm gonna just say this. When people discriminate against blacks, what do they discriminate against?
The skin tone.
It's the skin tone. So
Yeah.
if you can get away, and I'm gonna ask this question that's gonna answer it. What white person would trade places with a black person? What white
Rachel,
trade?
Rachel is Rachel.
Rachel
She's gone.
Dolezal.
Yeah, Rachel Dolezal.
And guess what? When she got treated as a black person,
There's
now
always
she's
a first
gotten
for
treated
everything.
like a black person when she lost her job, right?
Yeah.
It's all fun and games till you really suffer from what black people suffer from.
Yeah, that's why.
Discrimination.
That's
That's why I
why.
threw the scenario. I put
Yeah.
family involved. I think for most
Right.
people, blood is
That's
thicker than water. So yeah, they will have white privilege. I totally understand where the angry man is coming from. However, I'm saying from their experience, some people they may say I'm black and I don't care what you think about me, and
yeah.
they're going to do the colorism thing. Like just because I look light skinned doesn't mean I'm not black. People will say it all the
Yeah.
time. So I just
Yeah.
threw it out there to see what people would say.
That's exactly
Yeah.
why you'll have white women that are middle class and lower class. They if you look at a couple, an interracial couple, I would say 9 times out of 10, the white female is lower class or middle class. You
Most times
rarely
lower
see,
class.
right, and most times lower class. You will rarely see a upper class white female with a black male unless he's upper class as well.
See, there's an
She
old
ain't,
saying.
yeah,
There's an old saying. Those type of women are the white women white men don't want.
right. Yeah, the lower class white chicks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because they ain't got nothing to lose. Matter of fact, a lower class white chick got plenty to gain because, or even middle class, because she get an NBA baller that's mesmerized, with getting a white chick, and she come up. You know, like the maid that Tiger Woods married. I mean,
Mm.
she would have been a maid for the rest of her life. She got like half of his money or 200 million or whatever. She got something crazy. She don't never got like her next generation, like for 4 generations, probably don't have to be a maid ever. Like off of one dude. So I mean, yeah, it's class as well plays a role in that privilege stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But guess what? The people say it's class, but when you have access to capital because of your complexion, that plays a bigger role.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I
Hmm.
mean, that's why like, you know, all a white dude had to do is just be quiet, go to work, play his role, play his part, and he 9 times out of 10, yeah, he got the capital the access to capital.
Even
But
if he makes less than you.
right.
Well, I guess the question should be, I hear all the opinions of the floor of the hangout. The
Uh-huh.
question should be is how do we eradicate? I believe that time will eradicate it, but just in y'all's opinion, how do you, what do you guys believe that will eradicate this whole thing? Because it almost
It's
seems like a
already
separatist.
Oh,
It
well,
almost seems like a separatist mindset
it's
where
already
whites
going.
needs to be, deal with whites and blacks need to deal with blacks and the Indians do the same thing. It's like,
assi-
I mean, it's
assimilation will actually fix most of that.
It's
Assimilate the mixture takes about 300 or 400 years for different groups to actually mix and become homogenous. So the United States is not that old, so it's a very very young country, and
it's
right.
it
it's
takes a while.
already going that
Like the
route.
Native
It is
Americans.
going that while.
It's it's already
Yeah.
going that
They're
route.
already forcing it. In fact, Queen was saying about who she was with and where she went to school, and then who her children actually got with. It's already being mixed. Okay, she is the
Yeah.
classic example of assimilation.
She's the
Yeah.
experiment.
Excuse
Yeah, I
me.
mean it's already going down.
Yeah, and it's always going to be some kind of struggle between groups. All right, what they're trying to do, the black because of our color, it's more difficult to integrate us with everybody else because we don't look like everybody else. But eventually, with them forcing people into neighborhoods and schools and whatnot, proximity is going to take care of the rest of it.
Right.
It is what it is. For the separatists, I always say amongst the conscious community, and Cerulean probably can um, uh, chime in on this. What's going on in the background? They said, look, if you want to remain separate from white people, you need to leave the country because the policy of the United States is for you to mix, and that's
That's
going to
right.
happen if the United States stays as it is. Now, if it breaks up, that's a different story. But if it stays as it is, um, if you're going to be a totally black community, it's going to be a small enclave because they're not going to allow big blocks like they used to have. It's going to be cut up. You're going to force you to mix. But if you want to remain black, like you Pan African, you need to move to where black people are. But they don't
Yeah.
tell you. They can't say that out in the public. It's in the
Yeah.
background.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why you see most of those conscious dudes be like, "Oh boy, don't be a menace."
Mhm.
You know, he's like, "Oh, my milk and magnesia."
Mhm.
I mean, a white chick, man. Really, a lot of people like. I mean, this might be a little bit. I don't know if I'm a little bit too deep with this, but
Go ahead.
I mean, a white chick, man. We have this like we look at white people like they could fly and they got like superpowers and shit like that. They just, I mean, they come from the same like DNA structure that we have. They have a little
Mm,
bit
mm,
different.
mm.
They have a little bit different as far as like traits and stuff,
Uh,
but nobody ever asks how if I nut in a white chick, how can she have a black baby?
because the
She
one drop rule says
uh,
that's a black baby. You're
right.
classified as black.
That's the politics. But as far as like
There is no
as
such thing
far
as race. The race is
yeah
race is a
right
construct.
Right. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like as far as her being able to produce a black child, she has to be black herself.
No, she
She has
doesn't.
to
No,
be
she does
African.
not.
No, she
No,
does
she does
not.
She has
not.
to.
No, she does
No,
She.
not.
she doesn't. No,
Everybody came from Africa.
no.
That's
Do you
basic
not
biology,
understand
Hold on,
that?
man.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Do you
So,
not understand that?
Solar, what makes black people in America? How do you classify them?
Oh, you talking about class? I'm talking about biology. I'm talking about
Biology.
I'm
Nope,
talking
it's all
genetics.
about
about
biology.
biology.
Biology, we're all mixed.
Right.
Biology, yeah. So that's
Everybody came from Africa.
no, with
Sub-Saharan.
biologically, we're all mixed. We're all a mixed group. But
Right.
race, black, the black race is a class. It
I
is not
know
a
that,
race.
but I'm not talking about. I'm not
What,
talking about
so
class. I'm talking
the
about
rest does
biology.
not matter. It doesn't matter if we don't go by that. Then we're just people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like as far as the fact that somebody, it's just like a dog. A black Labrador could mate with another golden lab and have a chocolate lab. It's
Yeah.
still a lab. I
Yeah.
mean, we
But if we go by the classification that we have to go by in this country, if a white woman mates with a black man, those children are classified as black.
Right. It's kind
right.
of like the
I
Arab.
get that. I get that.
Arab is considered white, but he
Maybe I
was
went.
black.
Maybe I'm a little too deep for
No,
this
you're not
hangout
deep
or
in
whatever.
fact,
No,
you're not deep enough. That's the
no,
problem.
yeah, that goes. That'll be a 4 hour, 5, 6 hour conversation right there.
I mean,
All
it's real
right.
simple. It's real simple. It's called Plessy versus Ferguson. You're classified as black, just like all the.
Oh yeah,
Pardon my
I
French.
get that. That's
Pardon
you
my French.
preaching to the choir. You
I know,
preaching
but
to the choir with
see,
me.
well, then you should know already.
I'm not talking about politics, and I'm
He's
talking
Well, then
about
talking about.
biology.
He's talking
the
about.
rest,
He's talking about the genetics.
Talking
the
about
rest,
genetics.
there is no such
I'm
thing as
talking
black
about science. I'm not talking about politics. Politics
in
is
America.
war and bloodshed and
Genetic,
diplomacy and all that. I'm talking
genetics
about
said,
genetics.
genetics say you're all human. That's what
Right.
genetics say.
That's what I'm saying. I get all that.
What it is, but
I get the
when
Plessy
you
versus Ferguson, the
what it,
Loving in Virginia, the
when you put so you answered your own question. If a black dude nuts in a white woman and babies come out, you already know the answer. They're black. They're classified as black. Periods.
Yeah.
End of. So all that other stuff going on in the background, they should be classified as big. If a white man has sex with an Asian, okay, they're non-white. Just basically Val's voice. She says her DNA is 70% white, and then I think it's like 10% Native American, and she's something else that was in there. She's classified as non-white because she has one drop.
Really?
Yeah, even though she's not black,
Damn.
she's a white
Uh-huh.
Hispanic, right? And she's
Okay. Yeah.
classified as a not. White people see her as non-white. Okay, most white people are like 90. They said they did the DNA test. Most white people are 97 and 98% European or
okay.
above or more.
What about that dude that had that separatist group, and he was on a talk show,
Hmm.
and he had a DNA test, and he had like 10% sub-Saharan Africa.
Because he passed. That's what we call people that pass.
Oh, okay.
Once
But
he found out,
he was quiet after that.
he was quiet after that. But yeah, because his clan members kicked him out. You got the one drop rule.
Right.
I mean, it is what it is, you know. And in fact, pardon my French, Valdez, the mulatto class fought that battle for about 100 years and lost. Okay, it is what it is. They want to be reclassified. They will be classified
See,
as
this is
mixed.
what.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of people don't realize about the whole white black thing. What basically happened, yeah, everybody comes from Africa, but at some point in Africa, people started migrating. There was a point in Africa where, just like in this day and time, you have black people that have the ability to produce albinos.
Albinos.
For one thing, albinos, they can't deal with the African heat. So one of the theories, this is a theory, one of the theories is that during that time, albinos were being shunned like they were an abomination. To them not being able to deal with the African heat, they migrated to Europe and slowly became what we call the white race. And they have tried to keep, once they've gotten to that state, they've tried to maintain that by not mixing with anything.
Genetic mutation.
See what I'm saying? So exactly. So they want to maintain their purity because they understand the science behind it. They understand where they come from. So if they mix back into the original source, it puts them closer to. If you took a white person, the whitest of the white, and you had them have sex with mixed with a what we call a mulatto, if that child that's gonna be, considered biracial or whatever, mixes with another mulatto, if you keep doing that, sooner or later you're gonna end up with a pure black person again. It's just gonna keep going until it gets back to the original source. So in order to maintain their whiteness, they have to stay. They can't race mix. That's part of what Hitler and all this Aryan nation bullshit is about. Trying to keep the white race pure.
Believe it
always
or
thought
not.
it was based on. I always thought it was based on.
Go ahead, James.
I always thought it was based on money, like the keep
Nah.
the income white.
No.
I always found that
No.
most of your
That's
racism
secondary.
come from
One at a
the
time. One at a
come.
time. One at a
I
time.
always found that most of your racism come from the upper class and everything. And I also see that if one of those Middle Easterns that were multi-billionaires wanted to marry a white woman and everything that was coming from a rich family, they're not going to be too hard pressed on that one because they're going to look at his status and what he has. They're going to be like, wow, and they're going to be more accepting to him marrying their daughter.
Okay. So what
Just
came?
married
What
Janet
came? What
Jackson.
came first? What came first? The actual races or the money?
No, races came. The races came first, but I'm talking about in today's state and
Okay.
time. I believe that it's about
Actually, I would
classism.
beg
One at a time. One at a time.
Classism. I believe it's really all about classism. Because at the end of
Nah.
the day, money begots money.
Man, if a war happened tomorrow, you see how valuable money is.
Yeah, I mean it's on its way. It's on its way, but it's not there yet. Let's put it
It's
that way.
not really so much about
money.
class.
Money
it's about
is
what
a
group you
one at a
choose
time.
to
One at a time. One at a time. One
It's
at a time.
about what group you choose to
I'll
associate
tell,
with.
man,
Okay,
I'll
so
tell
I
you
about
something.
no.
power.
It's no. Hold. It's about bloodlines.
I agree.
It's
Yeah, it's
about
power.
bloodlines. It started out being about race because when you have, like, a lot of people don't realize why the white race has such a deep-seated hatred towards the black race. It goes back to all of that bullshit back then when everybody started migrating and going their separate ways and becoming different tribes and stuff. Everybody maintained their like separateness. And like now, just like BGS said, you got assimilation going on. All this is everything coming back to its source. And what's gonna happen is back to its source, it's gonna end up being one people again, and then sooner or later something's gonna occur, and then everybody's gonna separate again. It's just a cycle.
Truth be told,
It's just a cycle.
Okay, so really,
real
white
quick,
people
people don't like white people either.
Well, you gotta understand. You gotta understand. Oh,
Okay, so really didn't get in. He needs to get in. Then you, Charles.
The
Speaking in the mics.
The concept of race is actually pretty new. Okay, it's an invention, and you can look the man's name up. His name is Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He invented race. Okay. Now you talk about what came first, money or race. Money actually came first, but that isn't the reason why you have the system that you have now. Now, if you go back to the 70s and you look at Dr. A.G. Proda and Dr. Searles, who proved that there were multiple humanoid species on the planet at one time that were, nurtured in their own independent environments. Okay. And now, when you had a one group of people, right, trying to impose on another group of people and settling in their lands, they're having complications because their biology is not compatible with the environment. And this is why you're having low birth rates in places like Israel, here in America, UK, so forth and so on. Now, what is happening? These are people that are not in their actual native environments. But that would be another like 6-hour conversation. Now, what's happening here in America is you have a negative white birth rate. And the reason why you're having that, and you can probably look this up on your computer, just look up the retinoic acid receptor in relation to infertility. What happens, the retinoic acid receptor is a result of a species that is sulfur damaged. It's not like other species that have a retinoic acid receptor like a white fish or a translucent fish. It's not actually white skin, it's actually translucent skin. Okay? And what's happening is sulfur attacks what is known as the melanocyte stimulating hormone, which is what gives them the white skin.
Okay, but here's the thing.
And the longer they stay in regions that are not compatible with their biology, the higher that negative birth rate will go up. That's the whole idea. That's why you don't see the negative birth rate happening, in the more Nordic areas like Sweden or Norway. You don't really see that high negative birth rate.
Who's got a bad mic? Okay, I guess it's over. Okay. Finish Cerulin and then Valdez.
Yeah, so basically, one of the reasons why assimilation has to occur is because, one, black folks, because niggas, we are a problematic people for the establishment, and two, because they have to increase the birth rate. And the reason why they have to increase the birth rate, because if you're looking at the way things are going now, children are becoming important only to who?
The state. Yeah.
The state.
Mm.
So in order to maintain a population that is less problematic, you have to mix them in. That's part of the reason why they're pushing the assimilation harder than it's ever been pushed. Now, this goes into a whole nother set of anthropological, scientific reasoning. When we talk about going back to the effeminization of males, because males are typically more, they're more defiant to conformity. So you have to chemicalize them. You have to chemicalize them to make them go along with the program.
Okay. Breathe for a second. Let Valdez get in.
Okay, you're talking about the surface. You're talking about the things that we're doing as human beings that we do that makes us think we have control over our destiny. What I'm talking about is human nature. And what I'm talking about is how life repeats itself in cycles. So we may have our little economic reasons and we may have our little technological reasons as to why we're assimilating and becoming one people. But that's just like they said on the Matrix. That's just everything going back to the source like it did before. As far as race, when you're talking about race, yeah, race was a construct that was invented. But what I'm saying is the separation between the Africans who remained in Africa and the Africans who were exiled or exiled themselves, which evolved into what we call the white race, came before money. That's what I'm saying. Before the whole concept of money and all of that good stuff. So when you talk about, well, everybody ranks things as far as money and class or whatever, it basically comes from, it's a result, not the reason. And the money is not the reason. The money is the result. So when you have different classes of people who rise to the top, because at one point, Jewish people, the people we call Jewish now, they weren't even considered white.
Well, it goes all the way back in history. Before there was ever such thing as race. Like, say for instance, right? I used to ask white people this all the time, like, like, what are you? And they'll say, oh, I'm white. And they're like, please, can you tell me where on the map can I find white land? See, before there was ever such thing as race, money, any of the other crap, people identify by landmass, not by colors. Okay?
Yeah, that's true.
Can I ask a question now?
So this is how civilizations rise up, right? And then you have one civilization over here, completely independent of another, imposing on it, and then they get there and they settle in it. And what happens is they start having all of these problems. Their biology is not compatible to the environment that they're settling in.
Have you ever read? Breathe for a second, Cerulean. Go ahead and ask a question, Charles.
Have you ever read Carol Quigley's book or perused through it, Tragedy and Hope?
Yeah, I have it.
You have or you have not?
I also have the American Anglo Establishment. I think it is.
So, okay. Hold on for a second. So you have read it. You've perused through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I'm saying that is because you made a statement about the environment affecting people's having children. But if I will go along with what Carol Quigley's argument is that when you industrialize, when you have technology, you have less of a need for children. So if you go and look at the statistics, I'm not going to pull them out at this moment, but you see that when you have an unindustrialized, less advanced technologically society or country, they have a much, much higher birth rate. So I'm not saying that you are totally incorrect. Let me finish the statement. Let me finish the statement, please. So I'm not saying that you are incorrect. I'm just saying that there are other factors when it comes to childbirth.
Okay. Go ahead, Cerulean.
No, what I'm saying is this, even this way of Carol Quigley, even during, say for instance, you're industrializing everything. Yeah, it's not that children are unimportant. They're only important to the state because the state needs people to build shit for the sustainability of the state. And this is how in anthropological science, this is how the creation of the independent civilizations actually occur. Say, hey, we're on this land. We're gonna build something. And one class or one group of people from an independent civilization imposes on another one, and then they settle on top of that one. You see, but the environment may not be compatible with their biology. And that's why I talked about Dr. Proda and Dr. Searle's work. Where he talks about as independent humanoid species that were at one point in time imposing upon one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening is, say for instance, the Neanderthals' physiology is not compatible to the Africans, and the Africans not compatible to the Neanderthals' environment.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is when those people impose upon one another, what has to happen in order for them to make their physiology more survivable? They have to admix, or what you call assimilation.
Mm-hmm.
And see, and since so-called whites have settled this land, they have never actually been able to escape that environmental factor that's imposing upon them. And that's why the history, really, if you look at the history, Carol Quigley's book, the Anglo-American Establishment, it's really a lot of anthropological science in there. That's why you have to have all of this mixing agenda, because the physiology. If you remember, one of the first major immigration reforms was due to what? It was due to low birth rates. It was the same way in Britain.
Yeah.
Because even during the time during industrialization, who are the children who are the children important to? They're not as important to the parents during industrialization as they are to the state. Because if you need to maintain society or borders that you've newly settled, you need to expand the population. But you need to have you need to create an entire class in between, right, to drive society towards admixture.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what's happening because of low birth rates, but also to get rid of the troublesome population.
Right.
Go ahead. Anybody else have a question?
Yeah, I was going to say, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I was going to say that I've done a little research. Maybe I could do a little more, but but my research based on racism pretty much came from what I've researched. It all started with the Bacon Rebellion back in the 1600s because the indentured servants rebelled, and it was Indians, white and black, and the whole nine. And when I looked further before the Bacon Rebellion, before that, there really wasn't no indifference. It really was no indifference about skin color. You had groups of people in certain places that was based on the skin color, but it was never fully about a skin color. It was about belief systems. It was about strategical marriages to form unions and different things of that nature. Only when the Queen of England saw the rebellion back in the 1600s, I believe it was 1648 or something like that, she made an affidavit, pretty much, or from an England standpoint, of saying, okay, we're going to have to make skin colors have an indifference. Put the white as the top, and then so forth and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's I can't, like, when I hear what I'm hearing, it's hard for me to grasp around, only focus on one group of people.
Yeah, but actually,
Yeah,
what they did was,
I gotta call bullshit. I gotta
hold on
call
a second.
bullshit.
Hold on a second. Actually, what happened is that what the English did was adopt the Castilian system, the caste system that Portugal and Spain had implemented right after they kicked out the Moors. They implemented the caste
I was
system.
about to say that because
But
the Moors ruled.
Angry Man's got a question, and then Charles, and then Cerulean.
Okay.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
I was just gonna say that there was discrimination based on skin tone long before the 1600s.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
gonna say that.
1493, when the King of Portugal implemented the caste system, putting the what is called the Europeans at the top of the list.
Well, you got to remember the reconquest of Spain happened in the 1460s.
Mm-hmm.
That whole 30-year-long period is a reconquest of Spain, right into the Inquisitions, then to discovery of the New World.
Yeah,
it's an interesting book. Like, you can get Theodore Allen's book. It's called The Invention of the White Race.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and that book is interesting because it talks about, before there was ever such thing as white as a classification, a racial classification. In Britain, white was a economic term.
Yeah.
So, white, black, red, all those economic terms of Britain before it come here to the New World. And after America getting off of its feet in the late 1700s, coming to the 1800s, that is when the racial classification system was actually implemented. So it's only as old as around the mid-1800s.
Yeah, in that classification, but it goes further back as far as the Castilian system back in Latin America. But they adopted that from, modified it from the Castilian system. Anybody else want to jump in?
Okay.
I mean, you got to realize a lot of stuff came due to like the Arab conquest efforts, especially the northern parts. when you're talking about race, why were the Moors kicked out? Because a lot of people admired the Moors, but there was jealousy because the Moors ruled a good part of Europe for hundreds of years.
Yeah, well,
The Moors were kicked out for
they
the
were
same
invaders.
reason Tulsa, Oklahoma was
Yeah,
burned down.
They were invaded. I mean, the Moors invaded Europe, so they're invaders, so
yeah,
they got kicked out.
yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of it's
What year? What year was it that shit? I don't even know what year that was. What year was that when Shakespeare came out with the Moor of Venice?
Ooh, good
Does
grief.
anybody
Othello?
know?
Around
Come on, Othello.
Yeah.
1620s.
Yeah, that's a good question. See, it was like the 17th century, wasn't it? Late 16th or early 17th. Like, was it 1500s or the 1600s? I can't remember.
It's hard. I can't remember exactly, but I know he made reference
I
to
think it was a couple of years. I think I want to say around 1604, 1605.
Yeah.
Just before he's was contracted by James the First to uh, help translate the Bible and all that.
yeah. So he made reference in that particular play to Othello's dark skin and how they had a problem with him marrying what's her name. So they made reference to his skin in that play. Like if that wasn't part of the culture, why would he make reference to it?
Yeah. Tell me.
That's a good question. I mean, he wasn't living during the time of the Moors. By the time he's even a figure in history, the Moors actually the last of the Moorish nobility is basically being suppressed. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Granada had fell more than 100 years, the last Moorish stronghold. And in fact, Cynthio was the guy who originally wrote A Moorish Captain, which is where Othello got where Shakespeare got the play Othello from.
Mm-hmm.
So a guy that was like, almost 100 years ago, like the 5065, named Cynthio. He wrote A Moorish Captain. He was chronicling uh, the overthrow and how the Portuguese were taking over the Moorish trade lines and strongholds, and basically Shakespeare came and turned it into a play. So it was really about isolating control. Just after the reconquest of Spain, right before Christopher Columbus set sail, there was a treaty that was created. It was called Treaty of Granada,
Yeah.
1491.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that is where you get your black slavery, where the only Moors that were allowed to basically live, travel, and sustain is if they adopted the Portuguese version of Christianity. So, but a
Any other?
lot of what American slavery was actually Moorish slavery.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, that's where they came from. That's
Yeah.
if you get defeated in war, that's what happens to you.
Yeah, that's matter of fact. I found it. That's what he said. I was trying to remember exactly what he said, but he said even now, Iago says to the father of that white girl that Othello was with. He said even now, very now, an old black ram is topping your white you. So you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Why would they make reference to that and use that? That was like an insult. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So it was in my personal opinion,
Mm,
and anybody that's got more knowledge on it than me. In my
mm.
personal opinion, the concept of ethnicities and race, whatever you want to call it, before it was called race, that was more important than class.
Yeah, well, yeah, the caste system actually trumped it. That's what it still does
Yeah.
Yeah.
today. If you believe the conspiracy, the stewards or the kings and queens of England are what they call the black nobility. They assimilated into European royalty.
Yeah. You know who's even worse with the whole caste system? Indians. I
Indian,
mean,
and
they blacker than me, and
well,
they
the last of the black nobility um, in England ended basically with Queen Charlotte, who was married to George V, because that's basically how the Portuguese, when they imposed on Britain, that was the idea, to kill all of the male nobility, because the nobility came through the woman's canal. So, that's when Britain becomes the patriarchy, from whereas Britain not always had a queen. And Charlotte, one of the last things she did actually was interesting. In was it 1788?
Yeah. But a lot of your kings and queens were Normans. Yeah, Normans, or from France, right? So
yeah.
they said a lot of your black nobility get assimilated into the Norman nobility. That's what.
William the Conqueror.
Well,
Yeah.
the women did. If you look at the old coat of arms, I think it's Ferdinand III's coat of arms. They always had the heads of the Moorish monarchs on their coat of arms. That signified that they basically killed the men, took the women. The spoils of war. The female nobility was more important to the imposing group. Just like any other strategy of conquest, kill the men,
And
take the
take the
women.
women. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? Did we squash this? Or
Was
did we squash
Othello
this
a
up?
Moor?
Othello was a Moorish king, yeah, or historically a Moorish
By the
king.
way, they always try to. Yeah, I was having a discussion with a Moroccan kid actually, like a while back. I forgot but he was saying that the Moors were actually Caucasian Arabs. I'm like, you're lying, because that doesn't even. I mean, most of the Arabs that came into North Africa, they invaded, killed most of the people there, and
Yeah.
then they took.
Well, I'm saying that the Mediterranean area has gone back and forth for thousands of years. It's not the first time it's happened. It goes all the way
It's a
back
lot
to
of mixing there
Carthage and
too.
Rome. It goes all the way back to Carthage and Rome.
Yeah.
Where Hannibal actually crossed the Alps and tried to conquer Rome. That's, in other words, that history has been gone back and forth for a very, very long time.
Yep.
But actually, some of the Moors actually came down from deeper into like sub-Saharan Africa and actually were brought up. But just like anybody else, when they get over here, they're called Europeans. Like when those Africans came to Europe, they were all grouped as what? Moors. You have Arabs and you had Moors. So if you're black or Moor, you're classified as a Moor, because there was no such thing as
I get that.
Yeah.
Because
So
he was trying to tell me that there was no sub-Saharan. I was like, the Moors, they probably look like me. Like I was joking around, and he was like, "There's no sub-Saharan Africans that were Moors."
Well, if you
I was like, "That's definitely a lie," because
what happens is history is written by the victors, right?
Yeah,
so
they portrayed it
so by the
white
time, by the time you get into, like say, mid 1800s, like you're not going to really find the history of say a black Byzantine Empire or a black Ottoman Empire, because they had mixed so much you couldn't tell them apart from.
Was there such thing?
A white.
Kind of like right now. If I was to say what does an Egyptian look like, you'd automatically describe an Arab, and they didn't start out Arab.
So it's a long game of cultural telephone.
Yeah. War, bloodshed, and booty.
The real Egyptians are in Sudan. They're the real Nubians.
Yeah.
It's sad. I actually had to tell that to a guy when I was in
South Sudan.
Iraq. Hispanic brother. I had to tell him. I said, the original Egyptians were black, and he was like, no, they were Arab. I was like,
You
you
know,
know what's fucked up? He's a
Oh
history teacher.
man,
Yeah.
hey, if
he's
you
an
want to
idiot. They
check,
got chased out of Egypt. They got chased in
One at a
Sudan.
time. One at a time.
I was wondering
Oh,
where
I
they
got no.
was.
like, shout
That's
out
so
to
foolish.
Mr. Research. If you want to check out checking Hispanic hard, man, go look up Mr. Research videos he's been doing on like Cuba and Hispania. Yo, they're killer videos, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he Afro Latino or something?
In fact, I had to look up Arabs used to be are the Bedouins. Okay. They were always the Hyksos or the shepherd people that went back and forth um, between the between on the peninsula all the way down into Egypt. They were
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
shepherd people. So
Yeah.
Arabs,
Nomad.
they were
You wanna
nomads. Yeah.
you wanna be real pissed off, look up the Axum Empire. All
Yeah, that's
that
where I'm from
oil,
around. Yeah, they destroyed it. They ran
all
into
that
that. That's why
oil and
Ethiopia they have big problem with Muslims. They
all that
destroyed it and
oil
they
in
took so many
Saudi
women captive.
Arabia.
Young, breathe. Go ahead and
Yeah,
finish, Solar.
yeah, all
It's
that
a little
oil in
personal, my
Saudi
bad.
Arabia. I'm you. I know, man. I'll do your family proud, man.
Man, they
Hey,
pissed all over Ethiopia.
Come
They
on,
literally pissed.
hold on,
Saudi
young, hold on.
Saudi
Let him finish. Get in
Arabia,
Jesus
your next.
Christ.
Saudi Arabia, Yemen, all that was the Axum Empire. Ethiopian. It wasn't. I don't even think Atrian. It was no Atrians back then.
Nah,
It
it's
was an
probably
Ethiopian empire.
That's a new.
Yeah,
Okay, now
like
go ahead,
they
young.
don't teach that.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
young.
yeah. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, the Ethiopia, the Aksum Empire, they actually conquered Yemen and Saudi Arabia and all these places, and they tried to make pacts. And then when Islam came, they basically said, you know what, screw this empire. They went back over. They destroyed Aksum. They put Islam in a lot of places. They had battles. They tried to. They did a lot of things. They put a lot of tribes under slavery. Not slavery, but they tried to make them captive and work for them. They took a lot of just cultural things from us. And then they try to say they're the ones who invented it. And then they try to call us Abid and they say Kafir. They say, you niggas, you never invented anything. They try to say Queen Sheba was from Yemen. I'm like, nigga, no, she was Ethiopian. She
Yeah,
was black Ethiopian.
you know, what
A dark nappy head Ethiopian.
one thing I've learned for history is I've learned just how far, and I'm gonna say it just like this, how fucking inadequate a lot of people are. And this is what I mean when I say this. When you really understand how much a lot of these other peoples have lied about dark skin, had the power of dark skin, and what dark skin has really done for the world, and how much, like, it's kind of like a whole bunch of people with small dicks, and they just hate the people they think it's slaying that thing, and they
the
will do
dark.
everything they can to lie their asses off
Well,
about.
you know,
Go ahead.
you know, the darker skinned Africans at the time when you had, a plethora of biodiversity in humanoids. Okay, the darker shaded or the melanated people, the Africans were the modern humans at the time. So when you had something like Neanderthal or a Denisovan, okay, imposing upon the modern humans, okay, your bloodline, the Melanoid bloodline, civilized them, allowed them to fully walk upright in some cases, okay. And there's a guy, he's a old Russian guy, I think his name is Yuri Bezmenov. He used to talk about that a lot, about when his ancestors were coming out of the caves that, into northern Russia, that the population was mostly black.
Yeah.
Right.
In Europe, a lot of people don't notice they had Indians basically that were living in them caves, and every now and again you will watch a movie and they'll drop some gems on you. It was a movie in the late '90s called The 13th Warrior, and they basically dropped some hidden knowledge
No, that's interesting.
With
One at a time.
Antonio, with Antonio
Antonio
Banderas.
Banderas. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in one of the Indian tribes that the Germanic people derived from is the Teutons, and they were
Yes.
Indian indigenous European tribal group, and then that's where the Europeans, that's where the Caucasian intermixed and assimilated with. Basically, they dominated and mixed in with these people, and they basically did the same thing in the United States with North America and the Indian people there. So I
But
mean, yeah.
because niggas.
Yeah, and you know what? That
Go-
movie that
uh,
that movie is another example of them trying to rewrite history
that's
because
true.
Antonio Banderas' character is supposed to be black.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna tell you what pissed me off, and I brought this up before. But when Mr. Black said, and I'm not trying to call nobody out, but he said it.
Yeah, I gotta get my drink.
When he's not Jason Black. This ain't Jason Black. This is Mr. Black, conservative dude that you see with O'Shea every once in a while.
Okay.
Kind of but the point is when he said that sub-Saharan Africans did not have the wheel until white people showed up. It's you all have never seen me like when I get
Oh shit.
mad, when I get very mad, like I'm talking about like I will reach through this phone and wring your neck mad. Like my voice pitches. It pitches kind
Yeah.
of like it's kind of like it's not the most masculine thing in the world, but it's kind of like hey,
Oh, you didn't hear the white guy that Obsidian had on his show that I was cursing out?
But
Which
Edwin, I
one? Where was
want to
that?
respond to that for a second.
I can't think of the dude's name. He's like a professor or some shit, but he was saying that Africans didn't have a written system until white people came along.
and see,
About
Oh,
geese.
bullshit.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'll tell you about that. The first
You
language,
know what happens with a lot of
5,000 year old
that
language, is
bullshit?
from
One at a time. One at
sub-Saharan
a time. One
Africa.
at a time. Charles first, and then Young.
You know what happens with a lot of that illogical bullshit is that you got to make up stories to keep up the image of your superiority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't want to see how inferior their race was. Think about it.
Yeah.
We had to teach them to wash their ass. I mean, let's be frank. Then we had to
Fire.
save their asses when the bubonic plague happened. You got to think about it. White people didn't have a sanitation system.
Yeah.
Egypt, Ethiopia, and all other African countries had, where you
Yeah.
didn't have livestock where your home was. You had pens.
Mm.
They actually had pigs and chickens running in and out their houses.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
you're
that's what.
telling me,
Well,
so
Young is next after Charles. Go finish,
Yeah,
Charles.
I'm gonna tell
you
you
had a
about
country
yeah,
in the Middle Ages. Most
Hold
people
on,
were
Young. Hold
illiterate.
on. Okay.
Most
yeah,
people in
okay.
the Middle Ages were illiterate. Number one,
But yeah, while
most
the
African
European,
countries had
Hold
systems.
on, Young.
oh my bad.
Most countries had systems of literacy. So that debunks it right there. And then the wheel, for God's sakes, Egypt had chariots.
Right.
So
he
Yeah.
was trying to say sub-Saharan.
Young's next. Edward. Young's next. Go ahead, Young.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you a main
Speak up,
reason
Young.
why many. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the main reasons Europeans and Arabs actually invaded Africa is because while they were being nomads and taking care of sheep and goats and doing all the weird shit they did, Africa was actually thriving. We used to do trade from West Africa to East Africa to North Africa to South Africa. That's how many of the peoples, the languages, and got mixed up, and that's why a lot of dialects sound similar. One of the oldest languages in the world is Ge'ez, which is from Ethiopia, which is like 5,000 years old, which actually Chinese and Japanese actually looks like Ge'ez.
Yeah.
Also, hieroglyphics is also like that too.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
thing is, like,
Yeah.
basically,
The oldest language is the Sanskrit, which is what they call them.
No, I meant written language. My bad.
Yeah.
Written language.
Yeah, written
One of the
language.
oldest, not the oldest.
Clip because I tore his. I apologize after just to be cool with it, but I tore his head off because I was for you to be. Because here's what it was, and this is the thing with a lot of these assimilationist conservatives. Because I separate conservatives like O'Shea and Mr. from the folks that are straight up running to assimilation. I get it's going, and we've had that conversation, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about ones that are running to beg to do it. And I said, just because you haven't squared the fact that black people are in the situation it is, so you got to come up with these, well, black people got low IQs and shit like, stuff that they say in the background, but they don't really want to have the balls to say up front all the time because they know people will call them on their bullshit. That's what he was saying. And I was like, dude, for you to say that, like, that's beyond cooning what you doing, man. And Sub-Zero trying to interfere with it. But I was like, do you know what he just said? Do you understand what this is a dark-skinned black man just said? And I was like, wow, man. Shit
Yeah,
like
when I hear people talking like that, when they say low IQs, I always have to interject and tell them to speak for themselves. Because
they think they real smart themselves.
Yeah, go ahead, Cerulean.
Because in American academics, I mean, the IQ test was just being phased out in my dad's time. Okay? They were saying it was irrelevant when my dad mastered in automotive engineering. Okay? They're saying the intelligence quotient is not the instrument that should be used. They're saying it was obsolete. So anybody still using that, and it's funny because when I was in sociology, there was a lot of mainstream doctors, that were basically like the head of, sociology and academia. They were saying that, for instance, the litmus exam was obsolete. But you'll have, professors in the background say, "Hey, I swear by it,"
Yeah, BGS. His name was Jared. His name is Jared Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah, he said some shit like that too. He said that black people had lower IQs. He said that black and Hispanic people are more prone to crime.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he was going in, and I was on mute. Like that was the first time Obsidian had put me on mute. So when I finally got on there, man, I tore him like a new asshole.
He knew Bruce was getting ready to change into the Hulk, so he put you on mute.
You know what my rebuttal to that shit would have been? My rebuttal would have been black people didn't get into crime until white people showed us what crime was.
Well, you know what? This is what I told him. Because he was trying to use the example of today's statistics. I said, well, that's easy to use that because anytime you have poverty, you're gonna have crime.
Yeah.
I said, but you're sitting here talking about Africans as if we were sitting around like every single African culture was sitting around in mud huts until white people came and civilized us. I said the truth of the matter is it was the opposite. We're the ones that taught you guys how to have better hygiene. I said, and the proof of it, this is what I said, because I was so pissed off. I said the proof of it is even to this day, if you go in the bathroom, I rarely see a white dude wash his hands.
I got a question. I got a question as far as crime. Can anybody on this hangout name one black dude that took $50 billion from anybody?
Yeah, anytime a white dude mentions that black people do crime genetically, I said, well, how do you explain the Russians?
Well, I would say, how do you explain affluenza? But
Bernie Madoff.
Once again, this is that secondhand smoke of
Bernie Madoff was
See, white people commit crimes out of leisure. You see, when you got too much leisure, okay, you commit crimes because you got the leisure to do so.
Right.
See,
Bernie
and
Madoff.
when you're imposing, what's happened with black is a classification. It is a part of the caste system. So when you have a group of people, right, who are creating that and sustaining that through economics, you are, by definition, you are creating the very criminality that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now, who is the real? And it's just like Amos Wilson said, who is the real criminal?
Yeah. Bernie
Is it the
Madoff was
motherfucker
the
doing the
vice
crime, or the motherfucker
president.
who
One at a
created
time.
the environment to which
Yeah.
incubates the crime?
Okay,
Bernie Madoff.
go ahead,
Yeah.
Solar.
Bernie Madoff was the vice president of NASDAQ. All the while, he been running a Ponzi scheme since the early 70s. And he would have still had the Ponzi scheme
It
going
wasn't for them
had
pesky
the
feet.
economic had not the economic collapse happened, because it
Exactly.
was too many people to pay off versus what he had.
Now
There's
here's
an
the
old saying I like to
I'm,
live by, man. If I get a gun, I can rob a person. But if I get a bank, I
now
can rob every damn body.
That's true.
now check it out, right? The proper rebuttal to anyone spewing that utter trash. All you have to do is point them in the direction of Lord Macaulay's address to the British Parliament of 1835. Okay, that is the answer to, when you hear these people say, "Oh, you're gonna blame everything on the white man?" I'll read Lord Macaulay's address to the British Parliament in 1835, and it'll explain to you exactly how the Negro became a criminal. Okay.
I mean, you got to look at it from crime statistics. If you have time, opportunity, you're going to have crime. But they don't like to point out crime statistics.
Yeah.
That the
Well,
fact that white people do
look, I'm
crime.
talking about before we even get to the statistics. Okay.
Yeah. You ain't even gotta go that deep. You could just shit look at American greed. And white folks be stealing billions from each other.
So,
Just still I
And
mean,
don't be getting no time either for
Yeah,
what they
but
no
do.
what
time.
is worse?
5 years.
Take it. What is worse, taking a gun and robbing a store, or owning a bank and stealing billions from your
They don't even
investors?
own a bank. It just basically start a shell company and say, I can grow your money to 10% every year, and then get like millions and millions of dollars from investors. They have no bank. They just got a shell company.
Same
And
question can be said. What is worse? Is it worse to smoke crack, or is it worse to use cocaine?
right. It's like you rob a bank. I know people that robbed a bank, right? They got 5 years. And then what did they get from the bank? Like 10 grand, 15 grand, some crazy, some
well, what I'm
low
saying
amount.
is,
It's all about caste and class again. It all depends
see
on
Yeah.
who's
what I'm
doing the crime.
see what I'm saying is that before the conversation even gets there, you want to cut the conversation off so that anything that comes after the fact is irrelevant to
Oh,
the context, right?
yeah.
This is why I said Lord Macaulay's address, because if you read that
What is
address, well, the address says, he writes his letter to the British Parliament. He's a British nobleman in the 1800s, as Britain is, they're deciding what are going to be the borders of Africa. Because you have various competing countries, like Spain is there, Portugal's there, you have the
Belgium,
Dutch there, and they're trying to be civil. And it's actually
France?
one of the pirates' law, the UCC law, right? They're trying to split it up and be civil about it, right? And he writes this address to the British Parliament. He says basically he's traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, not seen one person who is a thief. Such wealth that I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such high caliber, that I do not think we would ever be able to conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we've replaced their old and ancient educational system and her culture. For if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem and their native culture, and then they will become what we want them to be, basically, a truly dominated nation. That was written in 1835.
That's the
Okay?
white man's burden.
That is the white man's burden. So when you hear people talking that shit, that's all you got to hit them with. I mean, it kills the conversation. It's kind of like bringing up Hitler or anything, like comparing anything to Hitler.
It's kind of funny that I always tell people that this is the ingenuity and intellect of the African. We're all on either cell phones or computers talking to each other across the country or across the world. But motherfuckers still can't tell you how the Egyptians built the goddamn pyramids.
It was a black man that created the cell phone.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Shit.
So
That's how you blow that one up right there.
Well, actually, a black man did tell you how they built the pyramids. A great man of such high moral character, very intelligent guy, a paragon of our time. His name is Eddie Griffin.
I knew you were going somewhere with it. I knew it.
Think about it. That's why they call us the people of the sun, because this is the reason why white people have a hatred for black people is because of genetic superiority versus genetic inferiority. Think about it. You cannot put white people all over the earth. You cannot put white people a lot of places in the earth. There's but so many places that they can live.
Yeah, that's
suitably. Put them in. You put them in the Amazon. You put them in Africa. You put them there anywhere near their crater. What's going to happen to any of us right now? We'll just get darker and we'll live like nothing's happening. We'll complain about heat because that's what black people do, but we'll survive. White people, they'll get skin cancer.
Yeah, even during the slave trade, reading a couple of books. Even during the slave trade, they couldn't survive for very long on the continent. They needed Africans or Africans of other tribes to actually go in and bring the people of other tribes out and actually sell them off.
So, I could see that comment right there. I could see that, like, hey, it's hot as shit over here. Hey, Bambutu, come here. I got a couple of gold.
They couldn't stay more than maybe a couple of years, otherwise they would die.
You know what the highest center or area of skin cancer is in the world?
Where?
In Israel.
Yeah.
It lets you know right there. Let's let you know right there. You're not where you supposed to be, buddy.
Yeah, that's part of what I was talking about with the anthropological science. You have another group of people that's imposing on another group of people, and their physiology is not compatible with the environment.
Yep.
And what's happening is it's affecting, and that's why you see Israel is also having the negative birth rate problem. Okay.
BGS always quotes how long it takes to adapt to the environment. I think he said something like 100,000 years. Am I correct?
About 10,000 years.
10,000?
Yeah.
Or as fast as you can admix with the indigenous population.
And guess what? And guess what? White folks ain't been on the earth 10,000 years, have they?
I don't know.
They haven't. They haven't.
With the exception of the
Neanderthal. Well, not as complete humanoids, no.
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 Hey, that person that said something about Eddie. What did Eddie Murphy say?
Eddie Griffin.
I said Murphy. Damn. Griffin.
You'll have to watch the clip of Eddie Griffin breaking down how they built the pyramid.
You build it from the top down.
It was funny how it was funny but brilliant how he put it together. And it's sad because when I hate hearing people, even especially when you're in the military or law enforcement, you hear a lot of these fucking debates and a lot of these illogical studies because a lot of it is proof it's only because it stands to keep a stereotype going.
Yeah.
It's the same shit that you hear from the Negrotude and the Drapetomania when they used to think that black skin was a disease.
Well, see, when I hear Negroes talking IQ, and they say, if I hear a Negro come out of his mouth to say that black people in general have low IQs, like, nigga, you just let me know you have a low IQ. Because anybody that's still saying IQ, intelligence quotient, you're saying that intelligence can be quantified by a number?
No, because you could be intelligent or intellectual in different ways.
No,
I mean, I could
seven
take it
levels
back.
of intelligence.
I can take it back to the rat test, right? And the scientists do this all the time. They put rats in a little maze, and those who make it out, there's a treat at the end. A lot of them don't. There's a certain few that actually have the capacity to make it out of the maze, right? Now, you'd say in Negro that has a low IQ, you haven't even been able to make it out of the maze of the IQ. Like you haven't even been able to make it out of that. Like you're trapped in that paradigm.
Hey, Cerulean, the IQ test is basically the Saiyan Scouter.
It's over 9,000.
My
It's
power
over
level is
9,000.
5 million, baby.
That's a good analogy.
You know, some of us are Super Saiyan, some of us are Super Saiyan Blue.
Oh, and I'm lost now, boy.
I'm Super Saiyan God Blue.
Talking about Dragon Ball Z.
Basically,
Well,
in the cartoon Dragon Ball Z, all of the warriors, they have what's called a scouter. It's like it registers a person's fighting ability.
Okay.
But what they found out is that certain fighters could suppress their fighting ability, and then when they needed to, they could raise it. So it wasn't a good way to register or rank somebody's fighting skill.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, Goku was the king of that.
I mean,
Yeah, so basically, because like that's just like if somebody wants to say that, oh well, you're not that dude is playing dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you play dumb if you can actually measure somebody's intelligence? Your intelligence is going to change. You know what I'm saying?
Like that chick was on here, Queen Majesty.
Yeah.
I was trying to get to it, but she will never probably be wife material, be
Why is that?
someone's I think she's more of a concubine than a wife.
Why you say that?
Like,
What are you talking about?
She's not here to defend herself. What I'm saying, why would you say that?
I mean, it's like women are either a concubine or a wife.
Okay,
Like,
so why wouldn't she be a wife?
A wife is more acceptable and kind of submissive. That usually tends to work.
Unless you get a guy that's not aggressive.
Yeah, simp. Yeah, if she gets a simp, and that's what Cerulean was saying. For a Sympticon will pretty much stay the course, But then she wouldn't be happy with the Sympticon.
No, see that's the thing. She's so deeply.
She works at the Church of Septimus Prime.
She's so deeply imprinted. She's looking for someone who's conscious. And she says she wants somebody to make concessions. You're not even taking into consideration that this guy is looking at you like you want me to make concessions. And you got two mixed kids,
Yeah, that's funny because that's why I asked her about the two men that she had children by, right? And they both had. She couldn't recognize the imprint. Okay, they both look like they're Hispanic, they're charismatic.
Rico
Suave. Rico Suave.
So
Go ahead.
And this is why I was saying she doesn't even see the paradox she's creating for herself because she's talking about she's looking for a conscious man. Now you're looking for a conscious man. What is a conscious man? He is what exactly you've already been doing.
You see,
charismatic because charismatic. It may not be the same exact thing, but it's the same exact type because all you're looking for is that guy. You see my beneficent ability to transformate and transmogrify my consciousness into a malleable substance. So you're looking for that shit and you're falling for that dumb shit all over again.
Hey, this is what
that was the part that got me. The part that got me. How the fuck can you be conscious and you're not black?
Hear me out, fellas. A lot of women confuse consciousness. They use consciousness as a code word for feminism, and I don't think they realize it.
Okay, explain that.
Well, because a lot of them say that they're conscious, but they're not really what I would call conscious. And I'm not saying it about Queen, because I don't know her to make that assessment. I'm just saying a lot of them want power, so they use the consciousness to evoke, follow me, I'm a leader type mentality, which is, to me, feminism. Like they're really trying to dominate men, my brothers, you're not doing this, and this is what you need to be doing.
Okay.
And they're trying to be a subtle leader.
It's like a shaming tactic, huh?
It's more about I don't want to say it's a shaming tactic. I would say it's more about using power, but acting like you're not using power. It's like, I really want to be submissive. I really want a man to lead me, but truthfully, you're trying to be the leader. You're just manipulation.
I'll make the assessment.
Go ahead.
Queen was full of shit. Because her situation is not.
Hold on. Let Valdez talk. Let me get his point.
Her situation is not unique. I know at least half a dozen chicks that went through that same shit she was talking about.
Are you undercounting, Valdez? I know you undercounting. You're being nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice. That's why I didn't say nothing when she was talking. I didn't want her to feel like I was attacking her, so I just left it alone.
You left it alone. Okay, who's next?
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, I had to keep on the kitty gloves because I didn't know if you was gonna allow us to be,
Well, she was.
It's the Lions Den.
It's a Lions Den. What I'm saying is, if a woman comes in, she answers the question, she's respectful. I kind of cut her a little slack. Those define, like, if Yep came in here, if Yep and Miss J came in here, okay, weapons free, go get her. Red meat.
See, I was playing with the kitty gloves last night.
I know you were. Whenever a woman joins us, I try to be as respectful as possible because I want them to come back. Now, if we start just attacking them, they ain't gonna want to come back. And
they have their own hangout that they can come to.
Yeah, but I want them to come over here. Man, as long as they don't say nothing crazy, it's gonna be good.
I want to ask a question. Okay, last night for the fellas that were on there, okay, I had a lot of complaints by the women and saying it was too male dominated, right? Okay, and I actually thought it was a really good hangout because a lot of questions got answered, and the ladies always have the option of saying, "Well, too many guys," or "We want all women" and whatnot. But the reason I want to say that I allow guys to come in is because the ladies don't come in and actually conversate, and there's a lot of dead air. So you let people on to get the conversation started. And actually, after the conversation got started, had more women come in. But I actually thought it was a good hangout. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it was good.
Fantastic.
I thought it was a great hangout because it basically you got to see in real time the reaction. See, where was all of that strong, single, independent black woman that we all heard about, that super Wonder Woman, attitude at? You see, when you're asking the simple questions, and I really enjoy whenever they get the talking on, and it's like fishing, right? You let that line out a little bit. You let the fish think it's running with the bait, right?
Yep.
And they get to reveal everything. They're saying all of the keywords, all the trigger words that we already know. And it's the same thing that happened with her. When you let her talk on, I want a man who's gonna make concessions.
Let me translate. Let me translate because I speak fluent women. The translation for male dominated is there were men in there that had opinions.
Yeah,
that's what male dominated means.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
What it also means is that there wasn't enough men kissing their asses.
That too.
Yeah.
How dare you not submit to the matriarchy?
I let women put their own in their mouth. I let women say what they got to say, and then I ask them questions to see their illogic, because most of them let their emotion dictate their actions, and they don't think about things logically.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a short story, man. When it came to women's intellect, we were sitting at a bar with a couple of my coworkers, right? And this was the chick I used to deal with. She has 2 4-year degrees, educated. So I said, love is a living organism. And she's like, no, love is emotion. I said, okay. Do you believe in God? Yes. Is God alive? Yes. Is God love? Yes. So by your definition, love is a living, breathing thing, right? Well, and of course, this is how you know female fuckery at its finest. They got to get another female to justify it to see if it's right.
I tell them that love is a chemical reaction, an admixture of serotonin and dopamine that you get a shot of when somebody gives you a compliment.
And guess what? You can't even do
Or
that because
raw penile injections.
There you go. There you go. I knew it was coming.
even if it is an inch and a half.
Glad I mute my mic, man. Glad I mute my mic.
Oh gosh.
I
Here we
it was
go. We back to the micro penis again, huh?
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, see,
Man.
what
Damn,
she's
that's
doing
fucked up.
is
I
she's
was
saying,
offended. I was offended for that, brother.
Man,
Straight up and down.
Yeah,
man,
if his money was longer, she wouldn't have been saying shit about that micro penis.
Yeah.
That's
they
true.
must.
He didn't make as much money as she said he was making.
Well, but he make me laugh though.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Guess what? No matter what she complained about that penis, she cannot unsuck that dick. I'm sorry.
see,
Oh, here we go.
cannot unsuck
Sorry.
Here we go. Here we go. It's the men's hangout when you come in, boy.
No take back.
See, that's what I was saying, but in a nicer way.
She bring deep throat to a whole nother meaning.
Oh, all right, fellas. That's not good. She's a good sport. She's a good sport.
No,
So
she
let's
cool
go
people. I'm glad she came on. I wanted to come back. She was real cool.
Yeah, she was.
But I agree with the angry man. What the angry man said is correct. Money makes up for everything. So if a dude money is long enough, yeah, you might cheat on him, but you ain't gonna leave him.
You ain't leaving, no.
Well, you have to ask her if her gums are cold.
Oh man.
I'm gonna mute myself for the next 10 minutes.
That dude got a permanent swim penis.
All right, folks. All right. Y'all going in. Okay.
Well, if your gums are cold, you're letting too much air in. You might want to close that up.
How's those knee pads?
Y'all are dead wrong.
Y'all dead wrong.
Y'all dead wrong.
All right. Let's.
Hey, but you know what, BGS, and for the woman in the chat, it was a woman who left a comment under your woman hangout video. I think her name is like Wisdom something.
Oh, Wisdom Speaks, or was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I left a comment under there. And for any woman in the chat right now, if you feel as though men dominated, why don't you come on? Why don't you come on the next hangout?
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, you're correct. Go ahead, finish.
And state your case. Air it out. Air out your grievances.
Yeah,
they know.
Yeah, because I constantly ask for women to come in. Right at the very beginning, which women want to come in? Is there something you want to talk about? I constantly drop the link. I'll constantly stop you guys so that women can actually get their point across. So I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you see, and then you're talking about, you're 2 for 2 from the field. That's a better fucking field goal average than fucking KD. Okay? So you want somebody to make concessions for that? Like,
yeah. Well, she didn't get it. I know she didn't get it because I'm the exception. We keep getting that. I'm the exception. We're trying to get her to understand. No, you're. No, I said that you're not
the rule.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, there was a video that Black Ram 313 did talk about a strumpet's tail, right? That almost described her to the T. Because even the woman in the strumpet's tail actually became a nurse, and this was successful and all that stuff. But she did the exact same thing that Queen did. The exact same thing. Almost
two kids by 2 baby daddies, and she hadn't had the monkey killer yet. Them.
Well,
she says she has.
Well, said she had. She had, but
if she had, them labia hanging like a flat back fight time.
Damn, really going in today. Your wife must not be in the room tonight, man.
No, she's here.
She's here.
Yeah, she's right. Trying to get some sleep.
Oh, she's trying to get some sleep. Okay.
He got that big ass house, man. He
right.
Can go way across the room. She can't hear.
That's true.
He next door.
She's right behind me, actually.
He got that monster house, boy.
Y'all didn't notice when she was describing the dudes.
Yeah.
When she was describing the dudes, she actually was pointing out some qualities that wasn't that fucked up. I don't know if y'all noticed that or not.
Yeah, she was picky. That's why I said that she's.
She actually, the guy that she picks. See, when we begin these guys with the, and they be having this fucking humane society syndrome, trying to nurse the damn dog back to health. Like, there's a reason somebody left that motherfucker right there. Okay, there's a reason. That motherfucker looking like a stabbed jackal.
Yeah. You know what? You know the question I didn't ask you, Cerulean? I didn't ask you. I said, did they have good hair?
Oh, you know the
Damn.
Rico Suave.
I didn't ask that one, but I started to ask that one.
She get what she had what the thing is with her. She gets bored with dudes. She gets she gets tired of dude after a couple years or whatever, and then she finds something. She finds something that she doesn't like, and she zeroes in on it, and that's an excuse for her to go find some new dick.
Oh, what happens is that that canal got stretched the fuck out from two kids.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how big the penis is because she's just going to kind of it's like a drug. What happens when people get what happens when people get bored with the drug they're doing? They move on to another one.
Yeah,
right.
I think the guy
basically throwing a
basically
throwing a hot dog down the hallway. I got damn it.
Because the tolerance to penis is so freaking high.
You beat me to it.
It's sad that we're so like
This is clearly with all of the things that she was saying that she was looking for in a man. It let me know that she was a woman looking for fulfillment.
Okay.
Which is one thing she will never attain.
Okay. Why not? Why don't you think so?
Because she moves from man to man like drugs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, she's
whatever
chasing
man
the
is the
dragon.
drug of choice at that time, she'll get infatuated with it for a little bit until the tolerance is so high she needs a new drug.
Okay, chasing the dragon, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was that said that? Was that Charles that said that? The hot dog down the hallway?
Of course. You
beat me to it, man. Ooh, I was trying to get it out. Beat me to that shit.
Oh my God. Ever since I found your show, man, I was like, wait a minute. You like to tell people about themselves? You like
Yeah, it's what happens when the African warriors, they throw their spears clear into the open water, so
yeah,
like they're going to hit some fish. With,
you know what she is, and BGS didn't even say nothing.
What's that?
She's the alpha widow.
The alpha widow.
I didn't say it that way, but I did say that though. Yeah, because her first baby daddy when she was 17, and then that's why I asked her I didn't ask her what they were like. I said, what did they look like? The second the one she was married to. Oh, he was a Mexican married by a white raised by a white woman. I said, how about the first baby daddy? Well, he was mixed, but he passed for like a black Latino. Same kind of same archetype.
Yeah,
she's by both of them. And in fact, I think she said the 10-year-old who's raising now was because she got back with the first father with the first baby daddy.
Yeah.
What?
She gonna be chasing. Yeah. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the races. I like she had like halfway through that story. It was like womp 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 womp.
Oh, yeah,
so I didn't hear. You know what I'm saying? I was lost literally. Like and I I try to pay attention. I pay attention real well, but that shit lost me. But I knew something was up when she said something about some. Oh well, I have professors that are white that can identify. I said, yep. I already knew what time it was when she said that shit.
Listen,
got another China Fox.
This is the only thing I'm gonna say.
Go ahead, Charles.
She wanted to be a leader of men, but she couldn't lead men, so she's leading the school and teaching men.
Okay, well that's where she should be.
Yeah.
Well, what it is she's trying to build the simp that you know. Build a simp.
Drilling's going in, bro. Drilling's going in.
I got a new shirt.
Go finish it, Ruling.
You see, if you couldn't get the guy who's going to settle for you with all of your, extra luggage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And like the only fucking option left is to build one.
Yeah.
Build a bear.
He's trying to build the male version of Cherry 2000.
Okay.
Hey Valdez, I got a new shirt idea for you. The $6 million simp. We can rebuild them.
Actually, are there any animators
We have
in the
the
room?
technology.
Hey, sorry, hey, Officer Charles, I am officially saying you ain't shit, man. You $6 million simp. Oh, get the fuck out of here!
Look, we have the technology. We can rebuild
it. Listen longer to my bullshit. We can make them simp better than ever.
It's funny. I'm actually working on a script for a spoof of Transformers.
Oh my god!
And
oh my god, tears are coming down.
Here we go.
It's a spoof of the Transformers, and it's starring what's called Symptimus Prime. He's like the ultra simp, and then and then you have brother Tron, And I wanted to do this one where it's kind of like when Optimus Prime takes the red pill.
Oh shit!
And he goes, "I am Symptimus Prime."
Starring Steve Harvey.
My homeworld, Simatron, is being destroyed by an intergalactic war started by Brother Khan. Brother Khan has enslaved the Fembots of Fimatron, and now he is taking his war across the galaxy to eradicate feminism.
Oh my god, this is too much.
Hey,
I don't know. I need your help.
It's really, I don't normally get envious of a brother, man, but damn, bro, I should have thought of that first, man. Good shit. God damn it. When he
Hey
said
man, speaking of cars.
Symptimus Prime has all his group of
Steve Harvey gonna do the voiceover.
Yeah.
90 days.
Steve Symptimus Prime. Or Derek Jackson, either one. Yeah, it is bad.
I can hear Steve Harvey now. You know good and hell well.
Is he going to use his talk show voice or the Family Feud voice?
What's
talk
that?
show voice?
Let me just be quiet.
Talk show voice.
And all of his underlings are called the Sympticons, and then Brotron, right? He has all of his guys. They call the Niggacons, right? The Niggacons, they're the real niggas. I'm like, man, stop with all that cupcake bullshit. I wanted to do one where Symptimus Prime takes the red pill after finding that I had a character in there called R.C. Ali, and she's basically modeled after Shahrazad Ali, right? And she was originally, one of the old school matriarchs, right, that helped form Fematron before it got corrupted with all this feminism and shit. and she tries to and she tried to help the society, and everything started going to shit, and she went off and isolated herself into a desolate part of the galaxy, saying "fuck them niggas," and and what happens?
They said Angel Ramirez, Jordan as Bumblebee.
Ooh-wee.
Yo, you
Oh
know
no,
somebody did. You know somebody did a
now.
spoof. You know somebody did a spoof like this with the Transformers. They
Yeah.
had Megatron. He punched one of the female Transformers, and they said he was being insensitive and shit. And next thing you know, he ended up having he had went and got breast, and he became like a feminist. And like every time they were fighting, matter of fact,
So
yo,
somebody said
I'm
Edward
post
would
that
be
on my Facebook,
Starscream.
man.
It would be
It's like no,
Starscream.
Edward would be like Red Alert. Edward would be like Red
It's
Alert.
it's
You know, Red Alert in the cartoon, he wasn't taking no shit. He was like, no, fuck that Megatron.
yeah.
Kill these bitches.
Can I put my list
Stop
up of
imprisoning these bitches.
It's
can I get a list up? Can I
it's
get a
Man,
list?
you need
Can I
to
put my
kill
list
all of
up
these
of
film bots.
One at a time.
Like, you need to kill all of these film bots. Why are you trying to sit there and imprison these hoes? Kill all the film bots. That'd be like Edward, right? He's like Red Alert.
yeah. Hey, is Superman a simp? Is
Yep.
like
Yes,
the leader of
yes,
all the simps?
Yep.
yes,
Yep.
yes.
I'm gonna have to disagree with y'all asses now.
Oh, all right,
We
all
just
right.
agreed
Go
That's
ahead.
what the S stand for.
Yeah, super simp.
Cause I was watching
I thought the S
Batman and
stand for slap a
Superman.
hoe.
No, I think he's the simp. Yeah,
yeah,
Captain
yeah.
Save a Hole.
Got to save a hoe. But
Cause
yeah,
Superman had bitches. Look, he
yeah.
saw
Well,
girl.
he's a womanizing simp though. He's a
Superman is a
womanizing
simp, and let me tell you why. If you gonna destroy the whole world because your woman died, because she was like, "Oh, get him," and then she died. Oh no.
yeah,
You know, if you gonna let the world die because somebody got your mama, you a simp.
right. Yeah.
You gonna beat up Batman, the coolest dude on
Nobody
planet
talked
Earth?
about Batman marrying
Listen, hear me
Catwoman.
out. Batman ain't no simp. See,
Now he's
You could have
black,
married.
he's
You could have
black pill.
proposed to
see,
Jeffrey Roger House.
see, listen to me. I'm gonna say
Batman
something.
ain't no
The
simp.
only time I ever got mad at Christopher Nolan when he, like, I know Valdez gonna get on it, but when he tried to make Batman a simp in the Dark Knight, I want to slap him. Batman would have let his girl die to save everybody else. He ain't gonna save a girl first. Batman is not a simp, but Superman gonna beat Batman ass because he got your woman. Come on, man.
I can understand you. Come on, man. I got his mama. Come on, man. Like, nigga, I didn't like you anyway. I just needed a
His
reason.
mama. That shit. His mama's in another planet Krypton. Shit.
Oh, this ain't got done gone off the rails.
I know. Oh my god.
Hey, but
You know,
I got a question for Valdez though. So I watched Batman and Superman yesterday. Is Superman coming back to life, or is this it for him?
no, he's coming back.
All right. Because Doctor Doom, or Doomsday, pretty much like his spear went through his chest, and they buried him and shit. Valdez, I don't. He probably checked out or something.
No, I'm
I'll
here.
answer.
He's
I'll
here.
wait
He
for him to
probably
say
muted
something.
himself.
What happened?
Yeah, I was asking a question about Superman. Is he coming back from the grave, or
Yeah,
because he?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, did you not see at the end of Man of Steel when they buried Superman and the dirt start floating up?
Oh, okay.
You remember that in the Man of
Yeah,
Steel? Not Batman. I mean, at the end of the movie, Batman vs Superman.
a long time ago, but
No, I'm
yeah.
talking about Batman vs Superman. I got confused for a second, but at the end
Oh,
of Batman
Yeah,
vs Superman, when they buried him, at the very end, you see the Earth start floating up. That's when he's about to take flight. That's his
oh,
power. So you know he's
yeah,
alive.
they had in the comic books when they had the death of Superman and Doomsday killed him. They had they had the funeral for him. They put him in the coffin, all of that shit. But he came back
okay.
because technically you can't really, like, they've had comics where they actually killed him, but technically you can't kill the motherfucker. Like, as long as the sun shines on him or you get some sort of solar radiation, it's gonna bring him back.
They even alluded to it in Batman vs Superman. Remember, he flew up with the nuclear thing, and it blew up, and he was all
Yeah.
Right.
See, when you look at Batman versus Superman, it was basically like 3 or 4 comics mixed into one. Angry Man probably remember.
And I thank my parents for the comic book, even though they should have read it, because my 8-year-old ass shouldn't have been reading that damn thing. With Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah.
And if you ever read the Frank Miller Dark Knight Returns, it's got more cussing in it than a fucking Richard Pryor comedy special.
Is it just me or Batman? Or Batman is giving you game pretty much because he don't take no bras back to his lair, right? So he only takes them to his other house. So that's the game right there. You need to have two properties.
Cerulean.
You need to have two houses.
I'm gonna tell you the biggest game ever. The biggest game ever
is your house. I'm like, ain't no
the biggest game ever was Lois Lane asking Superman about his key. And you probably remember this. This was All Star Superman. It was a book and an animated movie. It was like, yeah, you can pick up this key. It weighs 500,000 tons.
Yeah.
Like, come get the key.
Yeah, the key to the damn Fortress of Solitude. You can't lift it. Don't want nobody in that.
All-Star Superman, he gave her his powers for a while. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really acknowledge. I don't really acknowledge All-Star Superman. I don't acknowledge that shit, man.
Goddamn purist.
Yeah, I'm a purist. I'm gonna tell you what fucked me up the most is that why the hell they had to do it. They could have gave us a little bit more of influence between some more DC characters. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they didn't do it right. Marvel did it right. Marvel set it up perfectly. DC tried to rush to catch up with Marvel.
And I like about DC over Marvel. DC's not afraid to go super dark. You typically don't get dark unless you got like Captain America's as dark as DC's gonna go for a minute. Because if you look at the Infinity Gauntlet book is shit.
Got me kind of confused here, Charles.
Because Marvel is bought out by Disney.
Yeah.
Disney ain't gonna go that dark.
No.
But they've been going pretty dark. Marvel had.
Now I think Logan is about as dark as it was, but it wasn't owned by Disney.
You guys are confusing me because Marvel's been going pretty dark.
Which movie is that? Which movie?
So let me explain to you why I say that. Just because you don't see a lot of death, but you like Zenobia, the whole continent that floated up, and so many people died, and then that's what in Iron wasn't it was it Iron? No, it was a Ultron when the mother came, my son died. I mean, they got a lot of depth. Or like you said,
that's not dark though.
That's not dark.
That's not dark.
Explain, elaborate for me.
Logan, remember Logan, the movie Logan, the last Logan.
Oh, don't tell me about movies.
Yeah, the Logan movie was dark. Okay,
you're talking about with no hope, dark. Are you talking about?
Yeah, with no hope.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. I get what you guys are saying.
It's not only that, but it's the entire tone, like the cinematography, the way it's shot, all of that.
The despair between they all were getting old, and they were all the despair that they had. They didn't have a place, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
sneezing and killing people.
Yeah, I'm going to think about it.
And Logan, and for the record, Logan was bullshit too.
So, Angry Man, let me ask you a question when it comes to Marvel movies or DC movies. Which ones do you like?
In the DC movies
or Marvel? It doesn't matter. Just whichever way you want to say
it. With Marvel, I liked the Doctor Strange movie was awesome. The new Spider-Man movie was straight. Captain America.
Civil War. No. The
Civil War.
Soldier was that joint.
Winter Soldier was awesome, but Civil War hands down has the best fight. That has the best superhero fight scene ever.
Well,
I don't give a shit what nobody say. But
Black
with
Panther was so
DC, go ahead.
Black Panther was so cool in that damn movie. I started looking on Google for plane tickets to Wakanda.
Yo,
Hey, believe it or not, Wakanda is like about 20 miles from where I live. Look up Wakanda, Illinois.
Yeah, Professor Black Truth and Jason Black do that shit.
with DC though, the two movies that was pretty good with DC was Suicide Squad and unfortunately Wonder Woman.
Suicide Squad was entertaining, but it was structurally a piece of shit. But that was kudos to the actors, Margot Robbie, Will Smith, and the other actors. I mean, Will Smith, played a good sport, but I don't know if they're going to
But
expand on his role.
but but what do you have to compare it to in the DC universe?
Well, I'm gonna tell you my best material, the stuff that I like. I mean, this is a cartoon, but I like Young Justice a lot. That came recently.
Well,
But it's
hold
not
on,
from
back up, because see, that's not fair. See, y'all was asking me about the movie. Now,
You're
if you
right.
talking about the cartoon,
Yeah,
that's
I
a
like
different story.
I like Man of Steel. I'm not gonna lie. I like the first Man of Steel. I think all these movies have kind of stepped down from Man of
Man
Steel.
of Steel was a fucking classic.
What's
Let
that?
me tell you why. Man of Steel was a classic. It was better than Superman Returns, which we will not speak on again.
I don't even know what that is.
Hey, that fight scene in Superman Returns was
Omit that
awesome.
from your
They caught the
memory.
plane. Woohoo!
Yeah, that was the
one
best
scene.
Superman
The one
scene
scene.
that I've ever seen. Was the airplane. That was the
Okay,
best.
hold on back for a second. Hold on for a second.
Kevin Spacey was a
All
good like
right, now hold
Yeah.
on, y'all. Let's not get special effects confused with
No,
a
we
great
just want to see.
Superman
We talking about the
movie.
No, it's the scene. We're not talking about the movie.
It's the scene.
Oh,
The
the scene is awesome.
Yeah, the scene
The
was
scene
awesome.
is
The scene
awesome.
was awesome. The movie sucked, but the scene was awesome.
They turned Superman into a baby daddy.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that.
You know what?
My baby daddy.
You know what? It reminds me of the Ben Affleck's Daredevil. When the scene in the bar in black and white, I saw that. I said, "Damn, that's a hell of a scene."
Look good. It
Right
did.
after that, it was all downhill.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
right.
I like that movie with y'all make. I don't know what y'all say, by the way, with this statement I'm about to make. Disclaimer. But I actually like that movie with Keanu Reeves playing Constantine. That one movie. It wasn't as bad.
You watched the TV show Constantine?
Constantine was a
I
good movie.
watched, but Keanu Reeves. I'm keeping it real with you. I like Keanu Reeves better than the dude in the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even though the dude in the show is more of an accurate depiction.
I'm about to make y'all sleep.
Hold up, Constantine.
I like
Constantine
Blade.
was a show.
Blade
Was that
1 and Blade 2.
It had about 10 episodes.
Blade 1 and Blade 2 was so off the chain. People keep sleeping on
Hold
Blade.
on.
What do
Before we
y'all
get to
think?
Blade,
One at a time.
was Constantine animated?
No,
he was
movie.
it was actually a series on NBC. Like
Watch this.
Yeah,
Watch
2 years
this
ago.
though. Watch this though. I'm gonna ask y'all. What do y'all think the best Batman movie is?
Actually, The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight
Actually,
Rises.
the best Batman movie. The best Batman movie was Batman '89.
I'm gonna say truthfully, the best Batman movie was the first Batman with Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
The first Batman.
It's like top. I could believe it's second behind the Dark Knight, but I like the Dark Knight.
I love
feel
the
like
Dark
the
Knight.
Dark Knight
We said Batman movie. We said Batman movie.
It's a Batman movie.
I actually like Batman and Superman. That was wrong.
Yeah.
It's all right, but it's
the best.
He came out of the river, man. He had a car that a freaking lair in the middle of the river, man.
I want to hear what Angry Man got to say. What you got? What's your take?
The best Batman movie isn't even a movie. It's not even a real live movie. The best Batman movie is Mask of the Phantasm.
I thought it was great too.
Oh, I
That's
remember
the best Batman movie. And the reason why I say that is because that's the movie that really goes in depth about his character and why he really does all of the shit he do.
Well, if you
Is
like, they should have made that.
Is that the joint that came out in the 90s?
Yeah.
They should have made that into a movie.
Angry Man, if you're gonna talk that, then real talk, the Suicide Squad cartoon that the movie was based on was better than the movie, in my opinion.
Assault on Arkham, yeah.
Oh, that shit was lit.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, when you look, I just feel like DC. Here's the thing about DC: when it comes to video games, when it comes to TV shows, when it comes to cartoons, DC has Marvel. So it's not like DC does not have the ability. I actually empathize more with DC characters than Marvel characters. But the problem is DC, Warner Brothers is horrible when it comes to the execution of the universe. They're half-assed.
That's because you have Marvel started off with a movie company, but the craziest thing about it, they had that out of desperation, and sometimes out of desperation, you get your best work. That's why they started their movie. And then you got to look at it from a standpoint. You got classic, and I hate to tell people this, but DC has the more iconic characters, with the exception of Captain America and Spider-Man. DC has the most iconic characters. Like, if you think about it, and for all my fellow comic book characters, till the Iron Man movie came out, not a goddamn person knew who Iron Man was unless they were deep in the comics.
Oh, that's true. I knew who Iron Man was, though.
Nobody thought no
Iron Man was a B-level character till the movie.
The whole series.
Well, people forget how much people don't know that Terrence Howard made more than Robert Downey Jr. in that first Iron Man movie. And then he renegotiated, and then Terrence Howard didn't want to basically get put in a box, and then the rest is history.
No. He Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. Nobody else can do it that well.
No,
how hard was it for Robert Downey Jr. to play a rich alcoholic?
No, I get it.
I know. I said it's perfect.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is that's why he got praised with Don Cheadle, because Terrence Howard wanted more money, and it wasn't gonna work that way. And actually, when you look at Empire, they was talking about, I don't mean to switch, but they were talking about Wesley Snipes was supposed to play the character that Terrence Howard ended up playing, but Wesley Snipes turned it down.
No. What happened was that what's her name? She said she insisted on Terrence Howard.
Yeah.
Taraji.
They asked
okay, well, I might give her credit.
Because she was doing another show, right? She was doing another show. I think it was a Person of Interest, right? And they wanted her to do this show, Empire, right? But she looked at the script. She said, "I'll only do it if Terrence Howard is my co-star."
I get that, damn, but you know Wesley Snipes would have fit that role better.
I know, but the thing is, she makes the show, so she made her.
Oh, it's another black man, so I'm not mad at it. It's a light-skinned black man at that, so I'm not too mad.
That shit is just a sequel to that damn movie.
Right. Exactly what I was gonna say.
Sequel to what movie?
Hustle and Flow.
Oh,
Hustle and Flow.
I thought they were like, look, we ain't got Terrence Howard money, but we got Don Cheadle money.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it that way, man. Damn, that's cool.
Yep. Ain't shit.
I can't even take that show. Yo, I can't even take that show seriously.
No, it's a men's show.
It's a woman's show.
Hold on, which show is this?
Empire.
Oh,
Empire is the modern day.
And then they won the Oscar for that song. It's like they for a minute they was like making black folks look like shit on the Oscars. I turned on the Oscars and I saw they played for the movie Precious, and the whole world can see this shit. Yeah. Like they show old girl, what is her name? Sita Bay.
Oh my God, yeah.
Running down the street with a box of chicken. I turned that shit. I turned that off. I was like, what the
fuck? You know what? That's gay black people promoting all that bullshit. Yeah. That's why they wonder why the heterosexual black people feel some type of way. That's why we talk that gay shit. Black people don't be saying shit because of shit like that.
They don't ever that shit is a prime time soap opera.
Yeah. It's a medical show.
Yeah, and then before that they had
Look, I was watching it with my girl. It was that one joint It was that one episode where they blew up the freaking car before old boy got in it or whatever. And he was in the hospital. And before it even happened, I said, now watch. I bet you any amount of money his ass have amnesia. I bet you he have amnesia. And sure enough, he had amnesia. I said, yo, man, this shit is no like when you grow up in a household with your grandmother watching, and she watched them soap operas like Dallas and Falcon Crest.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can see that shit coming a mile away.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking about Dave about Dallas. You know who was the most thoroughest motherfuckers in the '80s was J.R. Earn. Boy,
Which shows you you took the black pill a long time ago, bro.
God damn.
What do you think about? Have y'all seen the trailers for that movie Girls Trip with the black?
They've been raving about it on Facebook. They raving about it.
I did a video about it.
Whole culture.
All the hoes is raving about it on Facebook.
No,
I never even heard of that.
You call it Girls? What is it called again?
The Girls Trip.
Yeah.
Oh, you talk about side events.
Why nobody? It's basically
Whole Trip. You can just call it Whole Trip.
Yeah.
It is, and here's the thing. Black women, and it ain't just. I'm curious what you go do in the box office, but black women won't say shit about a movie like that. It makes their image look at. That's how you know it's not about the image; it's about who's putting it out there.
No, that's who they are. Okay.
Yeah.
They're seeing themselves. That's who they are.
I question.
Girls gonna have fun.
See, what it is, see, they're not going to go up against mainstream media who portrays them in the worst possible light the world can ever see.
Yeah.
But they're going to be mad about you taking the security blanket off so they have nothing to hide behind when the world sees who they really are.
Yeah. What I'm saying is they get mad at R. Kelly because his groupies want to live with him and be controlled by him. And they want to get mad when you talk about Amber Rose and defend Black China. This whole culture, they have embraced their dark
R.
side.
Kelly,
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
R. Kelly is a cold pimp.
You know what? I'm a bad man.
Oh, that motherfucker slick back.
He think he black man. He think he's Batman too. He was he actually is Batman. He's the closest motherfucker to Batman on shit that I know of.
He's a dark pill motherfucker, man. That's what happens when you swallow the dark
Black
pill.
Dynamite? No, not quite Black Dynamite.
Black Dynamite's the greatest movie ever made.
Yep.
R. Kelly is powered by black women.
My question is this about R. Kelly.
R. Kelly's not the Batman, he's the Joker.
Is he taking care of these women right now? Is he providing for them? Is he treating them well? If he's doing that, can't nobody say nothing.
Yeah. Well, he's the Joker.
He basically got a bunch of concubines.
Yeah. That's what he has. There's nothing
Well,
wrong
see,
with
this is what I said. I did the video about him, and I talk shit about him because my issues with R. Kelly is when he's trying to grab underage girls.
Oh yeah.
That's my issue with R. Kelly. Now, as far as him keeping a house full of hoes,
yeah.
Hey.
It might be
it is what it is.
Yeah, I like what I say, but a girl turns 18 every day, and until the law changes and say you can't mess with girls that's over 21, then he ain't doing nothing wrong. As long as they're 18,
I remember my daughter had graduated from high school, but she hadn't turned 18 yet, right? And she worked. I think she worked as a temp for the post office, right? And she told me that the supervisor was trying to get at her. I said, tell him that you're not 18 yet. If he keeps harassing you, I'm gonna kick down his motherfucking door, beat his ass in his own motherfucking house, and then have him arrested for child molestation.
Man, it's a lot.
Hell yeah.
One thing about Kelly though is R. Kelly really reveals how many just fucking deviant motherfuckers. I'm talking about on the male and female side there, because I still remember when Angry Man did that video. That dude was calling in and he was describing, well, man, you look at how they both look in the back and the cracks that they crack, you know, even if she is 14 years old. That's how
Yeah, motherfucker. Let me catch you on the street. Let me catch you on the street saying that shit.
Didn't Donald Trump say some crazy shit like that? Like, is she gonna be fined in a couple of years or some
You
shit
know the
like that?
tripped out shit about that chick he peed on? She one of them motherfucking bros that live with him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I can
Yeah,
understand
but
that.
see,
What I'm saying is, he's a pedophile. He's got a dark soul. He. The thing is, most guys like that keep it quiet. They keep it
Right.
secret because they know he don't care. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. His soul is
Yo,
pure. He's the
let me
Joker,
tell
man.
y'all.
Yeah.
Let me tell y'all this story again.
Hold on, Valdez. This is
Did
like the Joker said. He said you could kill a whole bunch of cops. You can blow up an army man, but you pee on one 14-year-old, and the whole world loses.
these bitches, hold on, these black bitches have gone off more about Kendrick Lamar's song "Sit Down, Be Humble" than they have about R. Kelly and his recent episode.
Well, of course.
But
Of
look,
course.
but
Look
look,
at the.
but
Go ahead.
look, BGS.
Yes.
Now, a dude was on the radio. He said he seen R. Kelly in a mall in Chicago. He had a bunch of his cronies with him. He said this dude had a lizard sitting on his shoulder. in every pair of shoes that he was pointing at, he's like, "What y'all think about those?" He's like, "Yeah, they hot, Kels, they hot." He said, "Man, this dude ain't nobody told him no in 30 years."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he don't got nothing around him but yes men.
I seen that
He
nigga.
told him no when he tased his ass.
I saw that nigga in the mall, man. He about 6'7", man.
Who?
That motherfucker tall as hell. R. Kelly.
He ain't 6'7", man. He that big.
He about
6'2". He about 6'2".
Nah, he about shit at least 6'4", 6'5". He tall, man. I mean, maybe I was
Yeah.
I was a
I know
teenager
Jay
then,
is.
but
He's listed at like 6'2". He's not listed at 6'4". Like
That was
He's
that
6'1".
was his stardom coming out. That's what that was. You see, he's
Yeah,
like, "Oh
he looked
shit."
like a giant to me.
Yeah.
but just like Fort Harriet ain't done no damn article on R. Kelly. My thing is, don't talk to me about black girl molestation unless if you gonna let shit like this pass. Don't say I don't want.
No, they're not going to speak on this very loudly for the simple fact. Like you talked about Kendrick Lamar. What was their gripe about Kendrick Lamar?
Because he was
Got a
dating
light-skinned wife.
He was dating that biracial girl.
Okay, so this only panders to their emotions, right?
Colorism.
Now this dark side, right? You're not going to speak on some shit when you've been the enabler of that thing, right?
Yeah.
Because when you
in addition to that, you forgetting one key thing. In this day and age, there ain't a whole lot of good R&B artists out here. These women ain't trying to give up R. Kelly.
Well, yeah, because they would have to admit that they've been whores since 12.
Well, the only reason I bring that up is because people like Mr. Research are really right. These chicks are not legitimate. Yeah, I applaud BGS for having his open dialogue because there are sensible sisters, but most of these sisters are not. They should not be taken seriously. They should be looked at like children. I know BGS
my God.
hold them accountable, but
Yeah, I hold my 4-year-old grandson accountable. You have to hold him accountable. Anybody that has children knows you have to hold them accountable. I don't care how old they are.
Oh my God. I went back. I said I was going to do it. I went back and listened to some of those songs. Damn. I can't believe I didn't see it before.
Really?
Yo. What was one of the songs? Okay, the beginning of the song. One of the songs, he was like, nah, because that's too obvious, Edward. That's too obvious. Aside from the fact that the majority of his songs sound like nursery rhymes, that's one thing.
Yeah.
The other thing is, he had, how did song go? He said, my mind's telling me no.
Oh yeah.
But my body's telling me yes.
Yeah, it's gospel. Yeah.
He said, I don't want to hurt nobody, but there is something that I must confess. Like, what?
No,
Oh my God.
I said, if you see what's going on with R. Kelly right now, you would understand that R. Kelly's first album was prophetic. What's
And
the
that
name of the first album? Was Born in the '90s.
Honey Love. What do you think Honey Love is?
12 play.
No,
Why you got play?
his
Why you
first
got
album was
play in the
Born in
song?
the '90s.
Yeah.
And
The
now he's in
Chocolate Factory.
2017 doing what? Picking women like fucking flowers that were born in the '90s.
To the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh yeah.
It's sad because it's kind of
All
like
this motherfucking
But
meat
you
is
know,
from Neverland.
but you know the tripped out thing when I was in high school, it was when out when we got let out, all of the fine chicks was out in front with the dudes with cars, and they was in their 20s,
Yeah.
mid-20s,
Oh yeah.
early,
Oh yeah.
like 19 or whatever.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they
I got my heart broken by one of them dudes, man. He stole my girl, man. Shoot. I
yeah.
couldn't compete with his ass.
But listen, but you know something? I was listening to the songs, and this was the one thing that bugged me out. Now I'm sitting there thinking to myself, now I was listening to those songs when I was like a teenager, like preteen.
Me too.
And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, why could I identify with those songs if I was a teenager and it was written by a dude that was already grown? Just think about this. One of his songs was "Seems Like You're Ready."
Oh my god. That's on the field.
Like I'm just sitting there
That's
thinking to myself, like, no wonder I could
go half
identify with
on the
those songs
baby.
because
Go half on a baby.
I mean, that's why, like I said, I just don't talk to me about no fucking molestation unless you're ready to have a real conversation. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
that nigga said, "Seems like you're ready to go all the way."
And have you ever seen that video about you know that woman is always in those for Harriet videos, like where she just has a scowl on her face, like somebody just told her to shut the fuck up and there's nothing she could do about it.
What?
Yeah, that's why I keep bringing this up. That's the person I think about because she's talking about, I'm not about to stand for black men getting killed because they not talking about this sexual violence that's happening in the black community. Bitch, R. Kelly, shut up. You probably playing R. Kelly in your damn MP3 playlist.
Did you see the interview? Did you see the interview with the Huffin? What was it? The Huffin Post?
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
When the lady was asking him questions and he finally got mad, he said, "You know what? I'm in town to have a good time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to McDonald's. Hopefully the McRib is back." I said, "This nigga's a fucking ass."
Yo, that little white girl thought she was gonna do something and she didn't know. R. Kelly is Teflon Don. That white privilege don't work on him.
No. Like
it works on OJ, it works on Bill. R. Kelly's the main one they want to get.
Yeah, it didn't work on LeVar Ball either.
They've been trying to get R. Kelly for a long
oh my God.
time.
With the LeVar Ball thing, I got to send y'all this video. So there's this video that this white dude did. It's kind of professional. I don't know what segment it is. And it talked about the fact that LeVar Ball may be on to something with his son not wearing like his shoes. They're talking about how LeVar Ball might be trying to do a certain thing where he gets paid like to wear shoes like for a game. Because if you see like him doing more points and they're looking at the sales spike of Alonzo Ball's shoes. So it's like rather than you lock him up, he could do a deal whereby, okay, you wear the opening game, they give him like $1 million or something like that, kind of a pay-as-you-go thing. And he was talking about how that might change the game in the damn shoe industry.
He's crazy like a fox because he don't give a shit. Now, the thing is, what they don't realize is that every black man says, "I wish I had a dad like him." I wish I had a dad like him. Fun, crazy, and would defend you with his last breath.
I bet that motherfucker be at home. I bet he be at home standing on the damn furniture, talking shit.
Well, he said he gives his neighbors an earful, so he's known throughout the whole neighborhood.
It's interesting. I really haven't heard black females talking. The first time I heard about LeVar Ball was Mona Lachey. Was talking about him, she was in the salon, and Mona Lachey is one of the main chicks that Jason Black deals with, and she was talking cash shit about LeVar Ball, and I was like, okay, who is this motherfucker? And then I didn't think about it until like I saw him come out. I said, wow, and that's why I made that statement, man. Black women couldn't, man. I'm sorry, most black women, you can't make it happen.
Yes, sir.
Yo, his fucking neighbors probably sneak out the house to get the paper.
He's like the type of motherfucker that just talk to you.
Yeah.
Talk to a complete stranger out there.
Yeah, he is.
He like one of them dudes. He like one of them older dudes that grab you by the arm when he talking to you, so you can't walk away.
Yeah,
or hold your hand like when you shake hands with him.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, I hope he has a great. I hope Lonzo has a great season, man. We'll see what happens, man.
If Magic has anything to do with it, man, because that's Magic's doppelganger.
Yeah, I saw him play.
Ben Simmons and Joel Anthony been talking mad shit, and I said, Ben Simmons, shut your Australian ass.
You know the first time I knew he was real during summer league, it wasn't even he scored on the play. He had made a pass, he made a lob, and his teammate missed the layup, right? And it was the lane opened up, and that dude streaked right in, followed the ball, and laid it in. I said, this motherfucker knows how to play. He knows how to play. He knows the game. He sees the game. I know right then and there, he's the real deal. That was like maybe 2 minutes in. Said, okay, this dude's for real.
He gonna get a lot of light skin hate. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of dudes just going. I'm just gonna say it.
No, he won't.
He gonna get the Steph Curry treatment.
You know how many? Do you remember Dave Bing for Detroit?
No.
Light-skinned people have been in this game, man, since the beginning. It's no big deal. I don't know why people make a big deal.
I'm not talking about as a group, but what I'm saying is when you follow these channels like Ticket TV and stuff like that, there are a lot of people in the comment section that be talking that shit.
Before Derrick Rose broke his leg, before Derrick Rose started breaking his leg every 5 minutes, man, motherfuckers used to love that nigga.
Yeah.
And you know how much they fouled the fuck out of Derrick Rose? That's how wait till he got hurt, because they kept fouling the shit out of his ass every time he got in the lane.
Oh, dude, I'm a baller.
That wasn't because he was light skinned though. That was
I'm a baller. It has nothing to do with it, man. Ain't nothing.
Derrick Rose is not. He's not like a really big dude. Like
no, he's reckless.
Look, I'm not saying. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to start something.
He's definitely reckless.
But what I am saying is, like, I will give you the screenshots. There are dudes in there that was literally telling me to Russell Westbrook. I said this before. You do got some fright, just like how you got dudes that can't let these hoes go. You got dudes like that. I'm not saying it's the majority.
That's what I was finna say, man.
Yeah, but the ballers don't care. The ballers don't care.
You know what wears your knees down? Busting nuts.
I agree with that, BS. I'm not talking about.
You know what?
I'm not talking about the ballers giving the hate.
That's an old wives' tale, man. But
ask Michael Jordan.
That's an old wives' tale, man.
He played a long time, man.
Yeah, he did.
I'm not talking about the basketball players. They don't like him. It'll be for different reasons than that.
But Derrick Rose is the type of player that'll sacrifice his body. That's why he be getting hurt.
Hurt all the time. Yeah, I knew that when he first came out.
Well, he might be on the Cavs.
Well, he's lucky he played this long with how he plays.
Yeah, because he's gonna go out like Brandon Roy.
I mean, he plays full speed all the time.
Yeah,
and he try to out jump people at 6'3". You're gonna wear out your body.
Well, so does Westbrook.
And he be pissing me off. Yo, when he first started playing, there was hope for Chicago. And I just watched how he was playing. I said, man, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Like I already
But you
knew
know
he
what? He
wasn't
got a
going.
coach that pretty much told him to play like that too.
No, that's what he can only play one
Nah,
way. He can only play one way.
Nobody never tried to
that's
change
how
him. I don't
He
think.
been playing. He
He
been
can only
playing.
play.
He been playing like that since he was in high school when he
Yep.
went to
Oh,
Dunbar.
oh yeah, before that, he can only play one way. You know.
You know who was a dude on the low, man? Man, people forget how good Steve Francis was, and they forget how good Baron Davis
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
and I couldn't stand like back in the day. I couldn't stand, yo, a player like Derrick Rose. I couldn't stand players like that because they'll run into you coming down the damn lane full speed like they ain't got no damn sense.
Yeah.
Knock you the fuck out.
Yeah, then you would. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, people forget Baron Davis was the prototype.
For who?
That dude could do it all.
He's athletic.
Yeah.
His shot
But
was
he had
so-so.
the skill. He had the skill to back that shit up. A lot of people, I think he's more
He was
skilled
an
than
LA baller, wasn't he?
He's an LA baller. He's athletic. He's really athletic. That's the thing about Baron Davis. He's super
I'll never
athletic.
forget when they knocked out the Dallas Mavericks, when the Golden State Warriors, that Steven Jackson and Baron Davis.
Yeah.
That was the shit.
But
Pistol
Baron
Pete.
Davis could never stay healthy.
Pistol
Baron
Pete could
Davis
do
need
it
to get in
all.
that three-baller league.
Pistol Pete could do it all.
Yeah.
George Gervin, Iceman.
Damn, I done missed all the good shit.
Yeah,
Y'all
boy,
pulling players out. Y'all gonna make me pull Bill Laimbeer out.
He was a hacker. He was
There was
a
some
hacker.
characters. Yeah, he's an LA baller too. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to bully Jordan and Pippen when they was
Oh yeah.
still
Yeah.
small time.
He said
Yeah.
Lambeer said one time I forget who it was. He had just fouled a player, right? It wasn't called, and the player turned around and punched him twice in the face. And the referee
Damn.
and then he turned to the referee. Didn't you see that? He said, "Bill, get your ass back on the other end and play." Don't even say shit.
And Rodman too.
Rob was crazy. Nobody wanted to fuck with him.
Yeah.
Robin was grabbing dudes' asses and shit.
Yeah. Oh
All
yeah.
types of shit.
He's grabbing they nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was Dennis really sweet or was he not sweet?
He was crazy. It's hard to say what he was. He was just nuts.
I don't know, man. He used to go to the like gay bars in Chicago, but I don't know.
He's nuts.
I want to say if it looked like a duck and it
Well,
quacked
he
like
did
a
wear
duck.
that wedding dress, so yeah,
Yeah.
probably so.
Right. Maybe
He looked-
bisexual.
Everybody was calling him what is it? Remember the Gremlins? The movie Gremlins?
Yeah.
He was a female gremlin with that dress on.
Yeah.
You know what's so fucked up about Dennis Rodman? If he was playing today, not a damn thing be said or nobody blink an eye.
What you mean about what?
Oh, because
He was,
because
in other words, he was fitted with the culture right now with all this.
Wearing dresses are the new normal for men.
Actually, he started that trend, really. Yeah, with the blonde hair and the lipstick and all that stuff. He actually
It's a
started that
lot
trend.
of suspect athletes.
Oh yeah. Some of them play down in San Antonio.
Y'all mentioned a few names.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you like Dave Chappelle said to that white lady when he shook OJ's hand, and she was like, "How could you shake that killer's hand?" He said, "With all due respect, ma'am, that killer ran for X amount of yards." So, with all due respect, as gay as Robin is, that joke, you know how many rebounds that joke got?
Oh yeah, he can play. He can play was crazy. Yeah.
Can't nobody dispute Rodman's talent. Nobody can dispute Rodman's talent. Everywhere he went, he was getting rebounds.
Yeah. Man, they requested that dude, man, to come to Chicago.
I mean, if you're getting 10 rebounds in a game, I mean, can you really insult a guy who likes getting his ass cheeks flat ironed? Like, I don't think you can really criticize him. Like,
yeah,
nigga just got 10 rebounds in a game.
Yeah, he's a character. Still is a character.
I'm never mad at somebody who's who they are. If you're gonna be flaming, be flaming.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't try to act
He
like
wasn't.
you're not when you are.
He went both ways because he hung out with Jerry Buss and Hugh Hefner. So
Yeah.
he went both
Yeah,
ways.
But then again, you gotta think like if he hanging out in certain circles, man, like that's the thing about that shit is a lot of people don't realize how common that is.
Yeah.
That whole swinger bisexual lifestyle.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Ask Will Smith.
Yeah.
But how come
Will Smith likes rummaging through his toolbox.
Why?
Oh yeah.
Why did I never think Prince was? I never thought Prince was bisexual, even though he dressed feminine.
Hey,
I thought Prince was a man.
Listen to Diamonds and Pearls. That's when I listened to that shit when I was just like, really into music, and I listened to it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Are you happy being a boy or a girl?
It could be it could be for a boy or a girl.
Again, with all due respect.
That man made a lot of good hits.
Do you know how many albums that brother made, and do you know how many instruments that brother could play?
Oh man, Prince was a legend. I mean, I ain't taking nothing from him, man. But man, I mean, yeah.
He had
Not to mention.
Do you know how many women he dated? You know how many bad women he dated?
Say that again. Say it again.
Fine sisters he dated. Damn, Prince was.
Say it again.
Fine women he
Say
had.
it again.
I could imagine. I could just imagine in the 80s, he on a private jet, and they all got cocaine, just sniffing cocaine all over the place, just high as fuck, flying in the jet.
Fucking
him and his bandmate. Right? Yeah, taking.
Prince, the women that Prince rejected, some of the finest women I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Trust and believe. Hey, trust and believe. Regardless of what type of party it was, what type of orgy it was, even if there was some dudes in there, trust and believe, it was some bad bitches in there too.
Oh yeah. I remember the chicks talking about Prince.
A lesson to every dude that's listening: no matter how fine she is somebody that got sick of her.
Yep.
Yeah, I had a few.
Yeah, he used to say, what's the chick that was it Apollonia, or what was the chick or whatever that
Vanity?
Oh yeah, Vanity. He said, man, I couldn't say nothing to that chick because she was fine and she knew it.
Mm-hmm.
She knew nobody could tell her shit because she was fine and she knew it.
Isn't that amazing how a guy who's like 5'3" in high heels will butt out jeans to get more bitches than all of us put together?
Yeah, well, some people overcome their limitations.
I'm about to make a joke, but in my mind, if Prince and me was together, I'd be like, you coming over here, girl. That's what I think. Until he started singing, then I'm like, shit.
It's when Prince walk in the building.
I know it's going down, but it's my ego. My ego.
Yeah. Whoosh. Man, I got more pussy.
I tell you what.
Prince albums, man. I can tell you that, man. I appreciate
I tell you what. I tell you what, y'all brothers speak for yourself. All I need is a 30-minute conversation. God damn it. That's all I need.
Hey, Valdez, you wouldn't get 30 minutes, boss. You wouldn't get the 30 minutes.
Hey,
30 seconds.
Valdez, didn't you hear what I said? I think I can get it. I don't care who around me. I think I can win.
I tell you what, if Prince walks in the room and you get 30 minutes, you good. Because you ain't gonna get 30 minutes.
You saying if you walk in the room, I ain't talking about that. I'm just talking about as far as is whatever chick.
Oh,
that's all I'm talking about.
But
it's a reason I stay at home.
With me, I don't care if Prince is there. I be thinking
if a woman walk through my doors, she dropping them drawers. For sure.
Look, I'm not trying to compete with Prince. I'm a strategist. If I see him walk in there, I'm just go ahead and exit. Exit stage left.
Oh, you a sniper, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for it to cross my path. Huh?
It's a drawbridge coming down.
what I'm gonna do is when I see him walk in the building, I'm gonna go hang out outside. Whatever come out the door, I'm gonna snatch that up and keep it moving.
There's only been so many dead.
Hey Valdez, that was the game plan back in the day. We didn't go to the club. We went where they let out.
Parking lot pimps. Yeah. I got more pickups in the parking lot than in the club. Yeah.
Look, that's when you see him. That's when you see him stumbling out the door, about to fall, and you catch him. Oh, I got you.
Man, you know, I have more pickups, man, just walking out the club and said, "Where you going?"
Yeah.
All
Yep.
I need to
Yep.
hear, "Where you going?" Okay, with
Yeah.
you, of course.
Yep.
Yep. I got more pussy like that. Where you going?
Shit,
Yeah,
we used to
man.
catch him. We used to catch him on the way to the club. They be in the car piled up. We pull up beside him in the car. We all headed. Follow us.
My boys are a little bit more pathetic than that.
We
We'll
done that.
wait. It'd be our broke days, and we waited in line like we about to go in, and we'll sweet talk the bitches. Man, fuck this club. Let's go to IHOP. We ain't had
Yeah.
IHOP.
Right.
Yep,
Yep.
food trumps fun.
Well, get this, bitch. You better
Yep.
stay within the. You better stay
Yo,
within the fence.
why
We
y'all sound like a
love
bunch of ambulance chasers?
Yo, cause
Because
hey,
back in the day it was.
Hey, hey,
hey,
all good lawyers chase ambulances.
hey,
right.
you
You
gotta
get it
know.
where you can
You
get
gotta
it.
know what kind of look. You gotta know what kind of animal you are.
Right.
Straight up and
Yeah.
down.
Some of us are lions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us are hyenas.
Man,
I'm more of a
Well, you don't
hyena,
want to
I
be a
admit.
hyena, man.
I'm
No,
more.
no, not that bad. Not
R.
that
Kelly's
funny.
a hyena.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
No,
more
R.
no,
Kelly.
he's first.
No,
R. Kelly
yeah.
eats first.
Uh,
no, R.
I'm,
Kelly's like
I'm,
a leopard.
I'm more.
I'm
I'd be
that.
a panther if anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, I'm definitely not no leopard. I ain't chasing nothing. I'm like that spider. You ever see that spider that be in the little hole and some walk by and they jump
Okay.
out the
oh man,
hole and
things like the
grab
ant something spider. That's like an
it?
ant
Yeah.
catcher spider, something like that. I forgot what it is.
Damn, man. Shit.
I'm
Woo
like
wee.
a lion. Like,
See,
after a
that's
few
why on
times,
that.
you make it like a wounded buffalo or
A
something.
lion is a simp too. He wants some pussy so bad he willing to fight for it and kill some kids in the process.
Bullshit. Lion
That's a
ain't no damn simp.
No,
Bullshit.
No.
he takes
Bullshit.
it. He's a gorilla pimp.
That ain't
yeah,
no
for
simp.
real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a
A
gorilla pimp.
lion ain't
I'm
no simp
taking it.
because a lion don't got no stepkids.
That's
Mm-mm.
He
Right.
They
raising
don't
them
do
by
baby
Oh
mamas.
himself.
yeah,
yep.
you right.
If
They
a
go motherfucking
Yeah,
kids.
I
Get
have
those
to,
kids out of here.
yeah.
if a
Yeah.
lion was a simp, he wouldn't. Damn. If a lion was a simp,
Damn, what the fuck is
man,
The hell?
it tripping on the
Blowing
mic.
into the mic.
Yeah. If a lion was a simp, it wouldn't kill the cubs. It'd go hunting instead of women going hunting, and the lion
Yeah.
wouldn't get no pussy. That'd be a
Yeah,
Yeah.
simp. Hoping to
right.
get some
It's
one
true.
day.
That's
Yeah, that
true.
line ain't no simp.
I recant my statement.
Yeah.
Now, new
Um,
line in
now
charge.
hyena, that
Kids.
male hyena, them some
Mm-hmm.
damn simps.
Yep.
Yeah,
Them some simps right
they
there.
run out because the female hyena is the leader of the pack.
Yeah, the female
Yeah.
hyenas are bigger. They're bigger and stronger than the males.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor
Hey,
bastard.
hey, y'all,
Hey, BGS.
Yes, yes,
That's
sir.
why on that simp exam, that simp test I put on there, that
Uh huh.
allocates all your Facebook information to see
Yeah,
whether you are a lion,
yeah.
a leopard, or a hyena. That's why the picture I put on there was that dying hyena.
Yeah.
That's
The
fucked
simp.
up, man. Because I want a hyena.
If you a dog, if you a wolf pack type or a dog, you don't you
test.
probably you go around other circles. You're not scared of nothing. You willing to go to the projects to get pussy. If you the lone wolf type,
Mhm.
yeah, we all went to the ghetto to get some pussy.
Just Lord. I will attest to that, man. You got to go through the
Man,
wilderness.
when I was
Hey,
young, I wouldn't care if I had to drive 100 miles to get some pussy. Man, I'm
No,
telling you.
no, I never
When
did
I
that.
was young, I'm telling you, I made trips.
Even when I was young, I
When
never did
I
that.
was, let me tell you, because
Okay.
I have let's say a girl, I'm a fool for a woman to cook for me. So if a chick live in Lancaster, I stay way in the South Bay. I go to
Oh
drive,
hell
let
no.
her cook for me. I'm serious. Now I won't cook. I
Best
wouldn't go.
damn food
No,
ever.
when I was young, now I probably won't go 10 miles, man. If you live past the 105, I might not come over.
It
I'll be like,
depends. It depends on who she is and what she talking about.
Mm-mm.
CD3 was on that shit. Have dick, will travel.
I was.
Super dick, huh?
He clapped.
It's hard, and I'm going long.
I'll pick you up.
He going over the mountain curves in California trying to get some.
When I was young, it was always a mission. I always had I don't care what time of day, I had a mission to perform.
Where is that? Where is that?
Rug with a glass of champagne, butt ass naked. I got you, girl.
Where is that in California? Where is that in California?
I hear someone's band keys jingling.
Where is that in California where you gotta go over them turns and it's off a mountain, like the mountain curves?
No, well, there's a few places like that, but
it's a lot of places like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Angels Crest is the most famous.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's in right outside of downtown, between Palmdale and downtown LA. With the Angeles Forest, where you go through the motorcycle riders used to go through that all the time. But there's a few places like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like it's like a lot of car accidents. Like you see, they always had it on a movie.
Okay.
A car just just goes over the mountain and shit.
Oh yeah,
goes over the cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's places in Santa Monica Mountains like that, but that's the most famous, where the motorcycle riders actually use those curves.
Oh, okay.
Hey, any of y'all gonna check out that fight, that McGregor Mayweather?
Shit, probably
When
not.
is it? When is it next week? When is it next week?
I don't know. I think it's in August.
No, not really. But I am going to check out tomorrow night because I got to do a review on that. Well, make some women insecure with Issa Rae, because make some women mad. see how my octanes are doing.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna say this though. It's not even if it's boxing, Mayweather's gonna beat the shit out of him unless it's boxing is fixed to me. But if it's legal, that dude can't compare with Mayweather in a boxing ring. Come on now. Mayweather's the best defensive fighter I have ever seen. Can't hit that dude. He's fast as shit.
He is.
Yeah, but McGregor ain't no boxer, man.
He might be fast as shit, but he wasn't faster than the IRS.
Yeah, it's tripped out. It's tripped out though, because it's like just because he whatever wants to fight him, he gets to fight him. Like, I mean, usually boxers have to work their way up to ranks and prove themselves to fight somebody that's a champion.
Oh my God! Who did he prove himself to?
Who?
Fucking Mayweather. Fighting has-beens and bums.
Well, in his younger years at lower weights. He was a motherfucker at lower weights.
Yeah, he worked his way up. I mean,
Whether
you like it
Tell
or
me one
not.
thing about Mayweather compared to a lot of boxers.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? What's Mayweather's best epic fight?
Gotti?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say Gotti.
If you say Gotti, I'm gonna come through the phone and choke you, man.
Most of them were at his lower weights. I can't remember their names.
That's police brutality, officer.
First of all, tell me one person he fought before he fought Gotti. I'll wait.
I was just looking at him today. I don't even remember the name.
There's a lot of. I had to look at because
it was the tall boxer. The most epic fight he had was the tall boxer.
Who have McGregor fought?
And I'll answer that for you.
Okay.
Because I'm a big hold up. I'm a big MMA fan. I've been watching.
Hold on, Solar. Let him finish.
Hold up, boxing.
Solar, let him finish.
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you. From an MMA standpoint, I don't even fucking respect McGregor. I've been watching the UFC since this was on VHS. So number one, I don't even respect McGregor because McGregor is the great white hope. First of all, if you had what was it, the bantamweight title, and you didn't fight anybody.
Man, you know what my opinion is? Okay, this is just my opinion. Is that Mayweather is going to take a flop.
Think so?
Yep.
I
Why?
don't think so.
Like I said, he might have fast hands, but he wasn't faster than the IRS.
Nah.
The IRS is on that ass. He ain't out
He's
running
not.
that
He's
shit.
not gonna tarnish his career over that, and he's probably got a
He's
piece
too.
of the
I'm gonna just put it like
advertising.
this, right?
He's too ego's too big. Ego's too big.
Yeah,
He ain't gonna fly. He ain't gonna let that
he's
fly.
got money to. That's
Hold on,
propaganda.
First of all, McGregor's not even. I don't think McGregor and Dana White is going in
My
this
thing
fight
is,
to win. He going in this fight to expand his brand.
Yep.
And if he wins, so be it. But Mayweather, like, if he can retire undefeated, and then he getting paid a ridiculous amount of money, that man he's not gonna throw that fight.
Yeah, but listen, it don't matter if he
well,
want to throw the
the
fight or
fight is
not.
the
The
fix is
boxing
all
officials,
the
who they
fix is
want to win, is
already
gonna
in.
win.
Yeah,
The
I think
fix,
the only fight he's been in that he probably should have lost was Sugar Shane Mosley. Because Sugar Shane Mosley damn near knocked
Damn
his ass
straight.
out.
You
He caught
damn
him.
straight. And
And
you know what?
they had to call Mosley off of him.
And you
Off
know
his
what?
ass. Yeah.
I told everybody before that fight. I
Yeah.
said, you mark my word. I said, Mosley quick enough to hit his ass.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something else, too. Man, you know what? Let me not even get into it.
No, go ahead.
Mosley
Go
threw the
ahead.
fight. Mosley
Hey,
threw the fight.
hey, man, go ahead, brother. We need to go. We
No,
need
man,
to let
because
you go.
I'm
Let the
a
hope out.
boxing. Look, I'm a boxing purist.
Well, let it
I
out.
can't stand the fact that this dude is being praised like this. Okay, he's a good boxer. Yes, he is. But jumping out the window talking about, yo, he's the greatest boxer of all time.
No, I ain't that.
No,
Ain't nobody on this panel say that.
I said defensive. He's great defensively. He dodged better than anybody ever seen in my life.
He has to be. He has to be. He has to be. Because he can't take a punch. He has to be.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have as a boxer, there's two key elements that Mayweather does not possess, and because of that, he has to focus on being defensive and being able to dodge. One, he doesn't have punching power.
Yeah.
Not to knock nobody out, and two, he can't take a hit.
Yeah.
Like he cannot take a hit. If he get hit, like you saw what happened when Mosley hit him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't know what to do. Like he got jarred. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
he has to be defensive.
They had to call Sugar Shane. Look, you fucking up the money. Okay, you fucking up the money. Don't hit him no more. And that's what happened.
And De La Hoya, he didn't beat De La Hoya. He just outlasted him until they was able to call it for him. Like he didn't beat him.
Yeah, they were too big for him. But his best fight was probably Castillo.
Yeah, Castillo. That was the guy.
Yeah.
The best fight for him that was actually the closest thing to a barn burner was Castillo.
Yeah.
And it would have been a rematch, but Castillo died.
Yeah. I think they fought twice. They were supposed to fight 3 times.
Who was the one that had that was with the stuff in his gloves?
Oh, that dude.
What was his name?
I think it was a tall Mexican dude.
Mariota, something like that.
Medina.
Shout out to the guy with the Sharon gun.
No, Marquez. Was it Marquez? No, never mind. I can't think of his name.
Mariota, something like that. Mariota or something.
But I love when he beat Ricky Hatton's ass, though.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh man, they was singing and shit.
They always singing and shit. Yeah, and they came back and Ricky Hatton.
He knocked his ass through the rope.
Yeah,
I was like, man,
he got hit by a check hook. It's the most basic punch in the whole arsenal.
One thing I don't like about boxing, because I always thought about that Oscar De La Hoya Felix Trinidad fight. Oscar De La Hoya beat the shit out of Felix Trinidad for about 8 rounds. And then at the end, he just like, I don't know what he just felt some pity for. So he just didn't engage in him no more. And at the end of the fight, they gave it to Felix. I'm like, damn, did he just get his ass kicked? And I said, man, boxing is full of shit sometimes.
It is. Oh yeah, it is. A lot of times.
Because he beat the shit. I mean, man, it's like that. I didn't see the last Pacquiao fight, but I saw the pictures afterwards. And it was like, man, Pacquiao beat the shit out of him, but he still lost.
Man, in the 80s and 90s, man, that was when boxing, man, was great. You had Tyson, Holyfield, Riddick Bowe, and what's that other dude
from Britain?
Yeah, Lennox Lewis.
Yes,
those were some giants, man. It wasn't no you finessing. You was gonna have to take some punches and give some.
See, you know what? I think if Mike Tyson had stayed on this game and not got caught up by the pussy, man, he'd have been unstoppable.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Hey, come
Go ahead.
on, man.
Go ahead, dog. Go ahead. I like to hear your
Damn,
argument. I'm just saying, maybe, you know what? Maybe because I played Mike Tyson Punch Out so much as a kid, I was a Mike Tyson fan, and maybe I'm irrational with my reverence.
He couldn't beat Holyfield. I mean, because
Holyfield that wasn't his
gladiator.
That wasn't his biggest vice. Mike's biggest vice. He was his own worst enemy, man.
Yeah, he's crazy.
It wasn't the fact that the pussy really like that was a factor, but
damn
dumb shit. Like there's no way in hell Buster Douglas was supposed to win that fight. Like he was freaking partying, wasn't training, wasn't conditioning himself, and went in there like that was the beginning of it.
Yeah,
in my opinion, that was the beginning.
But Buster Douglas, because his mother died before that fight, so he went in that fight with like a
determination.
saying, I'm a put my all in this for my mom.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because Mike Tyson did not. He literally went out the night before that fight and snorted coke and party. He was not ready for that fight. Like when you box as a boxer, one of the biggest things is conditioning. I don't care who you are. I don't care how nice your hands are. If your conditioning ain't right, if you haven't trained properly, you gonna walk in that ring and get your ass beat.
Yeah.
That's how that shit rolls. It didn't matter. Like,
yeah, boxing was one of the toughest sports I ever tried. Them 3 minute rounds.
Yeah,
stamina.
Anybody that can get in the ring and go 12 rounds is a fucking monster. Straight up and down, you a monster.
I'm watching this Mayweather Mosley, like all the highlights. That shit was crazy. Yeah, he was dinging his ass. Mosley was.
Yeah.
Mosley was dinging Mayweather for real.
And this is an older. This is an older Mosley.
Yeah,
you feel me?
I remember the HBO behind the scenes and shit.
Yeah,
man.
You wouldn't have been able to even touch Mosley in his prime.
No, Mosley needed money because he was broke, and his woman had taken all his money. And Oscar De La Hoya said, "I got this for you, but you can't knock this dude out."
He went in there to get a paycheck. He didn't go in there to beat his ass. If he went in there to beat his ass, he'd have beat him.
Yeah.
Plain as hell.
Oh no, he was dinging him too. I'm talking like you with both hands.
Oh yeah.
And he was dodging.
See, here's the thing. It's just like, okay, like BGS, you played ball before. So whenever you watch people play ball, you watch it from the standpoint of a ball player.
Yeah.
Like when I watch boxers, I watch it from the standpoint of a boxer.
Mm-hmm.
And I can sit there and I can look at Mayweather, and he's nice. He trains hard as a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
All of that good shit. The flaws. I can see the flaws in him. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's really exploited those flaws.
Yeah. You know the biggest flop that I ever seen in my time watching boxing was George Foreman and that dude he fought. I forgot his name. He just hit him on the chin and he just fell out.
Damn. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I can't think of his name, but that was one of the biggest. Even my uncle, he was like 92 when he died.
Now, George, everybody that's ever gotten hit by George Foreman will tell you that is not no joke.
Yeah,
he's one of them
that
guys
hit.
Yeah, because what's his name said?
Just a tap.
Tap. Who's the hardest person to ever hit you? Said George Foreman.
Yeah,
Muhammad Ali said the same thing, right?
They told Ali that he was gonna kill him. Said Ali, George Foreman is gonna kill him when he get in that ring.
Man, anybody that wanna see, just go on YouTube and type in George Foreman takes his belt back.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's
yeah.
If you think I'm bullshit, just watch this shit.
If you make he was slow, but if you make a mistake. Because you said because he's old and he's slow, that if I get hit by him, I'm not gonna get hurt. You make a mistake, you're gonna go down. That's what happened. You made a mistake.
Yeah, he got tree trunks for all. That's why whenever people try to come with that bullshit talking about some, oh, Ali, he used the rope a dope to win. Let me tell you something. If you could stand and lay on them ropes and get hit by George Foreman that much,
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
you like like he earned that shit.
Yeah,
like he earned that shit. And when he finally won, when he
See the
finally
size of
won,
Foreman's arms.
Yeah.
when he
I mean,
finally
forearms.
dropped Foreman.
Yeah.
Look, when he finally dropped Foreman, it started raining.
Oh, good grief. That's fucked up.
George
You talking
Foreman.
about George Foreman
forearms
versus
were
Michael
like
Moore?
fucking.
Yeah, Michael Moore. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was his name.
Yeah.
Like Moore.
Yeah, George Foreman's
Watch
fucking forearms are like fucking Popeye the Sailor.
Yeah, they say he used to punch hard, but you know, I mean, my uncle, he was 92 when he died. He even said this is a fluke.
No, he made a mistake. Michael Moore made a mistake. I saw when he hit him. He right on the chin, as big as and hard as George Foreman hits. You get hit there, you're gonna go down. You won't wake
Let me
up.
tell you
He didn't
something.
wake up. He didn't wake up.
Let me tell you something. You
When they
mess around.
put ice on the back of your neck, that means you got knocked the fuck out. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold up, and
When
then
you walk into a
another
damn.
thing.
One at a time. Yeah.
But see, then another thing, because I'm looking at the
One at
fight
a time.
right now.
Hold on.
Me
Let
too.
Valdez first, and then you, DC.
Yo,
Go ahead,
you
Valdez.
walk into a damn punch. You fuck
Mhm.
around, make a mistake, and let a professional boxer hit you on that damn chin. Yeah. You
If you got a glass chin, yeah.
No, any. I don't care what kind of chin you got.
no.
Yeah.
Don't matter what kind of chin you got. Don't matter.
Yeah.
You get hit square in that chin, them knees
Yeah.
gonna buckle.
They're gonna buckle. Yep.
Yeah,
And
it
you're going
did look
out.
like he flopped, but like it did look like he flopped, but it's just like I'm watching the replay.
Mhm.
I mean, he just hit him nice.
Yeah.
He hit him
And then
nice.
and another
Well,
thing to
see,
take
that's
in,
Yeah,
you
he hit
gotta
him real
Go ahead,
nice.
Lance. Go ahead.
and
Lance.
another thing to take in consideration, it's round 10. Like you said, like for those, like some people,
There's two
like you
heavyweights.
said, Valdez, some people don't know what it's like to be in that ring. I used to train, and I remember when I first my first day in the gym. Well, it wasn't my first day. He wouldn't let me spar on my first day, but I remember when I first sparred, I was exhausted.
Yeah.
And after 2 rounds, I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at this fight right now. This is round 10. So it ain't.
You gotta realize the science behind when a person get, like, if you hit somebody in their chin square,
Mm-hmm.
there's a nerve.
The nerve bundle. Yeah.
Yeah, if you push, you hit that chin and that jaw presses against that nerve bundle, it's gonna knock you out.
Yeah.
That's why your trainers always tell you keep your chin tucked. If you remember when he was training Mike, he used to make Mike walk around with his damn chin down so he would develop a habit of keeping his chin down.
Yeah.
Because if a nigga hits you and you got your chin down, it's harder to press against that.
Yeah.
So, you mess around and make a mistake, you got that chin sitting out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the go to sleep button.
Yeah, Pacquiao did that.
Looking pretty.
Pacquiao did that. I think it was like his last round of a fight, and before he was supposed to fight Mayweather, and he got knocked the fuck out playing around.
That was Marquez.
Marquez, yeah. Yep.
That's because if you look at Pacquiao's defense, which is almost non-existent, he tries to skip, but all you got to do is just put a counter right hand, and that wasn't even a hard right hand.
No, but he was playing around because he didn't respect his fighter, his opponent, and got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah. I got a homeboy. I got a homeboy that mastered that shit. Like he's a one hitter quitter. I don't give a damn who you are. If you ain't right, you better be a professional boxer, because when he hits you in that chin, you going down. I done seen him do it numerous times. Just bang, you be like, God damn.
You hit somebody in the temple, or the chin. It's over.
Well, the thing is, the
But
chin
see,
nerve bundles. It's the nerve bundles that paralyze you, so your legs will give out automatically.
Yeah.
But see, that's
Yeah, I done
the
had.
beautiful part about a knockout with the chin. You go to sleep.
Yep.
But if you take a liver or a kidney punch, oh
Yo,
my god.
yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
Besides
the
peeing
worst.
blood for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
You
worst.
know who was really good in MMA at giving you a shot to the liver was Boss Rutan. I've seen a video where he hit a guy so hard in the damn liver. I mean, this dude buckled over like,
Yeah.
oh, I mean, he dropped like the stock market. Oh, shit!
See, that's what.
Stock
See,
market.
that's what. See, that's what I used to do with like the bigger guys, like the bigger guys that had like a longer reach than me. Like I would get in real close and like just go to the body, just straight body shots and shit.
Yeah,
You'd be
that's what my
surprised.
sensei. That's what my sensei told me. Told us. You bigger guys, you punch them in their stomach because
Yeah,
that's their sweet spot.
yeah. Plus, you cut off their ability because like if you step back and square off with them, if they got a longer reach, man, you gonna be taking some punishment. But if you go inside and shit, it makes it harder for them to get at you and shit. You got to use like the fact that you smaller,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. They don't have the leverage and the yeah. What is it? What do they call it? The momentum, because you're
Yeah, the
inside of
momentum.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because
Like,
you got a lower center of gravity because
yeah.
if you're smaller, you know,
Yeah.
But
so
it's
they
a
can't.
difference. It's a difference between somebody that's big and somebody that's fat. I
Oh.
remember. I don't know if any of y'all watch Action Jackson
Oh.
with dude from
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, when he punched that dude,
Mm.
and he was like, he just was standing there looking at him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about like a fat dude?
He was big dude. He wasn't fat, but he said he was like
Oh,
them big linebacker looking
nah,
dudes.
like
Yeah.
yeah. Well, either way, even if it's a dude that's just a big dude, just built, like you can't take but so many body shots.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you could be,
you
you could
go
have all
watch.
kinds of muscles.
Yeah, watch the movie. It's called Action Jackson. It
Yeah.
was with the dude that
Yeah,
was
I've seen it.
in Rocky. I think it was Rocky 2 or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carl Weathers. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Remind me of the kind of dude that was that wanted to hit on my old lady, man. It's like, damn,
yeah,
that big
yeah.
motherfucker. I'm gonna have to fight this big motherfucker over my own woman.
It's a reason they created a gun. Shit.
Yeah, and mine was in the car, so I couldn't go back
Well,
and get it.
bats aren't just for baseball.
Yeah, golf clubs either.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yep, freaks of nature.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit.
Like I gotta fight every night to prove my love.
What you doing, my woman?
Remind me of them kind of white dudes they send to if you haven't paid your car note, right? They come up and knock on your door, bam, 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 like 6'5", 400
Yeah,
pounds.
yeah. I remember that shit.
Yeah, like them
Eastern
big ass.
European motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Nah, like them big ass Bensonhurst Italians.
yeah.
It's just be big for no reason, just swole.
Oh yeah, but they be having them legs that's shaped like Jay-Z's. Jay-Z's kneecaps.
Come knocking on your door with the jogging suit, the wife beater, and the little
The
gold
windbreaker.
necklace, the windbreaker.
I remember I was in the Bellagio, man, in Las Vegas, right? And I was down there going into the steam room, and there was this big Italian dude with this little cotton robe on, right? And he's one of those guys that, like you talk about, with no neck,
Yeah,
just big, wide. Couldn't he find a bigger robe?
That's funny. Like when I was stationed in Guam, and I was stationed in Guam, and they have a stripping club there. I think it's called a Raging Bull or something. I haven't been there in like 15 years almost, but I remember when I first started going there, I was the only dude in there that was wearing those old paper thin windbreakers,
Mm-hmm.
and I would have the you know how those ones used to have the lining in them.
Yeah.
And I used to cut the lining out of the motherfuckers and go to the strip club, no draws, just the paper thin windbreakers. And niggas used to think I was nuts. You know, my boy was like, man, why are you always wearing that shit, man? That shit borderline suspect, bruh. You're like
I just want
nigga,
to feel it.
you get your fucking money's worth, okay? You'll understand that you are highly overdressed.
I've had that conversation because I go like to the club with like short shorts on, like the shit that you wear in your house only.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I go to the club with that on. Motherfuckers be like, "What the fuck?" Like, all right, cool. I'll be the one in the corner getting a hand job.
But I used to talk shit because we have a bar here called Willard's, right?
Mm.
And that's all you see up in there is them old heads. And that's where I actually got the shit from. Them old heads be up in there with them van keys jingling. And then they be having them slacks on with no socks, no drawers on. You getting them girls in there. And they be swinging their leg back and forth. You're like, yeah, I know what this old nigga doing. This nigga trying to get him something. So, you know.
Hey,
They like it.
get your money's worth.
I had a pair of Dickie shorts on. Motherfucker reached through
you like
that
the
shit.
Social Security check, don't you, bitch?
That was sick.
Old head.
You said an old head.
Oh man, old heads be having me, bro. Old heads, some of the funniest niggas to learn from, man. Hey, he's sitting in the bar, man. And like, he just saying like some little slick shit, like from some game from like '70s era and shit. And yeah, it should be crazy because that shit be working.
You talk about them old heads with the short set where you can see the change and they sitting on the thing.
Or they be wearing the linen outfit, that short sleeve with the fucking hat on.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Hey, Squilly. Hello?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Hey, where are you from, man?
Originally, I'm from Alabama. I live in Minnesota.
Okay, because I usually don't hear that term old head outside of DMV, but that's just me.
Yeah. It depends on where you are. I hear it a lot. You're just not old enough.
Oh yeah, them old Ohio players. You sitting up at the bar, man. That shit be funny. Them girls be going. These old dudes be getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just sitting there like, what you be doing to her? Man, tell them this anything, man. I get them the light bill, get them the phone bill. You know, they simple creatures.
Simple creatures.
Simple creatures. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I remember my uncle had told me some similar shit one time. Well, I was talking to you BGS the other night. I went out with my uncle before, and he was telling me some old shit. Cause my uncle likes to talk with his hands. Cause he from Alabama. You know, he's actually from Panama City. He talked with his hands like a Southern Baptist, you know, First Avenue, you know, missionary Baptist church pastor. You know, he got the rings on his hand, and every time he talk, it looked like he about to do a magic trick. You know what I mean? And tell him like, man, these hoes ain't changed from the time I was a baby to the time it is now. And when he told me this, I told you, man, like it was like probably like 8-9 years ago. Got a chance to hang out with my uncle in the club, and he brought us all out. He was like, man, who's the baddest bitch in this motherfucker? And see, all the young niggas, they looking around, looking at the big booty, skippy shorts. He's like, look, young blood, look over here. Let me show you something. It's like, you see that right there? She over there nursing that wine. She still got a coat on. I said, she ready to get up out of here. I'll tell you what, 3 minutes conversation, just tell us, let's get the fuck up out of here. And I guarantee you she gonna come up out of this club with you. And from that moment on, that nigga fucked my life up because he turned me into a fucking club junkie.
Yo,
Because
motherfucker was in there reading body
let me
language.
tell you something about them old heads. The one thing I admire about them motherfuckers, like they take pride in their game.
Yeah.
Like pride. Like, man, you sit around and listen to them talk, man, you get more game than a little bit.
oh yeah, man. My uncle told me how to do. He's like, yeah, just go up there, don't even ask nothing, just order you a drink, and then put the change on the table, tell her get her whatever she want, and then just sit on the other side, act like you ain't looking at her, and she's gonna go over there, and she's gonna tell you thank you. That's when you go back over there, and then you scoop her up, say, hey, you want to get up out of here? Yeah. I'm like, how does nigga know this shit?
Look, I was in my cousin's crib.
No, straight up, because after that shit happened, I was calling my uncle every fucking weekend, like, oh, you want to go out?
Look, I was in my cousin's crib, and his pops was in there talking shit like he always do, because he think he an old player. And his homeboy was in there. His homeboy was a little bit older than he definitely was a player. They was in there talking shit, and cousin's pops, his wife was in there. And the other dude, his girlfriend was in there. He didn't give a damn. He's in there talking cash shit. They was saying something about, well, why can't women get away with that or something? I forgot what his girlfriend said. He said, let me tell you something. He said, a woman with 100 men is a zero. But a man with 100 women is a damn hero. I was laughing my ass off, yo. He be sitting there talking shit. Everything he say, he gonna make that shit rhyme. Shit, and don't never quit. Yo, I'm telling you right now, I got like certain cousins and family members, like them dudes never quit. I don't give a damn what the scenario is. If a chick walk in, they own it.
Okay.
Immediately. Like, be like, oh shit. You be like, who's that right there?
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
You want to know when you got one of old Ohio players is whenever they got creases in their jeans.
Oh man,
and penny loafers, huh?
Yeah, them motherfuckers can crease a pair of leather shorts and shit.
Yep.
When they got creases in their jeans.
Oh shit.
You know them niggas been pimping since been pimping.
Don't let them have a roll.
All right.
Look,
man.
I was at the damn juke joint, and a bunch of them was in there playing poker, and you know, every once in a while it'll be chicks that'll come in there and shit, and they be in there chilling or whatever. And so one chick, she came by, the same dude I'm talking about, and she was leaning over the table to get something. And you know, she leaned over the table so her titties is damn near in his face. He looked at it and said, all right now. He said, don't put it in my face unless you're ready to go to the place.
Oh gosh.
Yo,
I
I
do that
sit there
shit
laughing
too.
my ass off.
I be doing that shit too. I be like, oh, don't hurt yourself. I'll be the one to make you feel better. Fuck with me. It's some stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, you wouldn't know what to do with this. All right, you'll find out, like they all do.
I'll figure it out.
And you know what? I tell you something else. Old players do too. They know how to use that whole carrot, dangling the carrot shit. Because they'll say some shit real quick like, that's all right. Don't come around me on payday. I give you the whole. You could have it, the whole check. Girls be listening to that dumb shit, and
Yeah.
believing it.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Be broadcasting. Mm-hmm.
I remember a long time ago, right? This a friend of my girlfriend, she was talking about this dude that wanted the pussy so bad, right? And back then, $200 was a lot of money, right? And he was fighting with and said, "Look, I give you $200 for the pussy." And she said, "Okay, cool." She said, "Can I write you a check?" So he wrote a check, right, for $200. He fucked her. She said she would cash that shit the next day. She said she was standing in the line. She said she thought about it. Said, this motherfucker. She knew she had been had.
You just stop that check.
Pull that Frank Abernathy on her.
Yeah,
Oh my
she knew it before she even got to the teller. She thought about it. Said, "This motherfucker."
Oh my God! A check?
A check.
Oh my God!
God
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah. I ain't got no money. Can I write you a check? I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take the check. Fuck the shit out of her. She said she was in line the next day to cash that motherfucker. About halfway up, she thought about it. She looked at the check. This motherfucker, boy.
Oh my God. Was there a
Hey, look.
continuation? Did they ever meet again?
Can she say she fell for it?
That's one of those to be
He done
continued
already,
stories.
he done already got it. He done
Well,
got
she
what he got.
Did she try to cash it?
No, she knew it was already stopped. She already knew it wasn't no good. She said,
Oh my
"I should
God,
never
that's
took
so
this shit."
hilarious.
Yeah.
And look, just to show you the type of old school cats I'm talking about. They have a cookout every summer. Matter of fact, they probably had one this summer. And you know what type of music they be playing? They be playing shit like Theotis. and what's the old dude? What's the dude's name to be singing the song? I'll be stroking. You be playing shit
Johnny
like
Taylor.
that.
Johnny Taylor. Yeah.
Yeah, they be playing that liquor house music. I was at one cookout and my homeboy's sister. She went over there and turned the damn music off. It was like, "Hey, what the hell you doing?" She said, I'll be damned if I'm gonna listen to Theotis all night.
Oh man.
Shit. Joe was getting drunk, get to talking shit. That
Get the
should be the
head
funniest
band.
shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Play down
And be
home
drinking.
blues, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, be playing down home blue, be
Oh yeah.
drinking moonshine liquor.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I used to go
Clear
to
shit. Tastes like water.
I used to go to karaoke with my old man, right? My pops was 76, and he was singing shit from like his time, right? So that Lenny, Curtis Mayfield, man, I was just be looking at the crowd that he be having, and be ranging from young to old, like his age, like geriatric old. And when you looking at this shit, you seeing women from younger than me. I'm 36. Women younger than me, like in their late 20s, mid 20s, all the way up to like 70s. Up there, I mean, it just shows me like women literally have not fucking changed, and they don't change from their base animal, no matter how old they are. Like they never leave that fucking stage of development.
Nope. That's one of them
Pops get up
spots.
there and sing.
That's one of them spots where you have an old school player slide in there in some damn church shoes.
Shit. Oh, there you go.
Y'all know that dude
I
that
know.
coming, he can't even get in there good. He already danced.
Yep.
Yep, got the fedora. So I got a cousin that just came over yesterday, right? He's one of them players. He wear the creases in his damn pants like they fucking slacks, with the fedora on and shit, with the damn gold chain, got the butterfly collar with the shit half cocked open. Okay. But somehow I don't know how the fuck it happens.
I can't even get mad because I know I'm gonna end up being one of them dudes when I get I already see it. Oh shit! Because you literally describing my uncles.
Yeah.
Like, this nigga got creases in some white jeans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, be at the
I'm like,
family reunion.
I didn't even know
Be
niggas
at the
made white
family.
jeans no more.
Oh yeah. Well, I haven't seen it in a long time. White jeans used to be the shit. They used to be the shit. You
My
was clean
business
then.
partner should. My business partner used to do shit like that. Have
Yeah.
creases in leather pants.
Oh, that's a little much.
I don't know how he fucking did. He showed me a picture of the shit, and he's like 35 or something like that. But he come from people that was like what he used to see, an old Miami dude. You used to see old Miami dudes do that. He was like he had creases in leather shorts, and he could tell you how to still do it.
What was the
Wow, bro.
pose?
No man,
What
my
was the
cousin,
pose?
if he took his fucking
What's
pants
it called?
off,
Standing there, shoulders square, or your feet about shoulder width apart, square, and then he had the Miami like Trick Daddy Dope Boy pose, which is like you got both your hands out, your palms are showing, and like your fingers are almost like gun shaped. But that's how they pose, you know. Like imagine that. That's just how they pose.
Word.
And he showed me that shit. And he's only like what 5, 6 years older than me. That shit's hilarious.
Yo, I got an uncle. I swear to God, everything about that dude is straight 70s. Like I don't care when you see this dude, the way he dressed, the way he stand, everything. You can just look at him and be like, that's a 70s nigga right there.
especially you catch one of them niggas still wearing finger waves in their hair.
Oh shit! Don't go there, man.
Oh, you know what? You know what? You know what he
Come on,
do?
man. Come on.
You know what he do? He had the you know what he had? He had the 360s. The 360 waves.
Looking like
Couldn't
Red
tell
from
him
the
nothing.
Five Heartbeats. Like my office hours off from.
Holy shit!
Like nigga, you know you trapped in the 70s.
Yeah. Never got out, huh?
Never got out.
Yeah. I'm playing Mr. Big stuff. Huh?
We got that wave nouveau. We got that wave nouveau with the wavy slick back.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Whole head slick back, but he's wavy than a mother.
Nah, the worst is the dudes that's trapped in the 80s, the ones that just be fresh out of prison and they been in there since the 80s and shit.
I'm wearing old Dixie suits.
Yo,
oh, good Lord.
Yo, there was this cat that had been locked up. I think he'd been locked up for like 10 years or some shit. He had got out. Everybody called him Little Man. And we was all at the bowling alley, and he came through the bowling alley. This dude had on a leather coat with leather gloves and like a black hat. And he was just in there like, yo, like with his whole 80s swag. Like you couldn't tell him nothing, right? So there was another dude in there that was from this really, really tough ass neighborhood. And he was in there with his girlfriend. They was bowling. And like little man seen the chick, he was like, damn. So the dude was like, yo, man, don't be disrespecting my girl like that. What's wrong with you, man? So they over there having a conversation. So I'm listening, I'm eavesdropping, ear hustling and shit. And this nigga, Little Man, he's negotiating with this dude to go outside and fight. It's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? We can go outside, we could handle it. It ain't no problem. So I'm sitting there looking at it like, this nigga, like,
They have a
so I already
conversation like that.
yeah, he's having a conversation about it. Now the other dude, I know the other dude, and I know how he get down. So I'm like, oh hell, this is gonna be some shit. So everybody starts piling, like migrating outside, because they done went outside first, and everybody done heard the conversation, so they know they getting ready to fight. So everybody's migrating outside. I'm one of the last people to go outside. By the time I get outside, Little Man already knocked out. He on the damn concrete. He laid out on the concrete. You ever see somebody laid out like they're in a coffin?
Yeah, yeah.
He stretched out
Did he
like
have a
he was
suit on?
already Yo, I swear to God. I swear to God, when I walked outside, I thought the fight hadn't even started. The fight was already over. I walked outside. This dude was stretched out on the damn sidewalk
Damn.
like he was in a coffin. Blood coming out his nose like in a perfect, like, you know how somebody lay like they in a coffin? I'm like,
Yeah.
how the hell?
Oh God!
Police came.
But hold
Look,
up,
the other dude, he done left.
Mhm.
Police show up. They pick him up, you know, try to get him to come to and shit. They
Mhm.
looked at him. They said, "Do you know who did it to you?" He was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay," and then they just left. I said, "What the cops literally asked him, like, "Do you know who did
You
this
know
to
who
you?"
did
And
it?
he was like, "Yeah, I know who
Yeah.
did it." He's like, "Okay," and he just
Okay.
left.
What a fucking ass!
I was like, "Oh my God, yo!" But that dude was a fucking character. He ended up shooting himself in the damn leg because he was walking around. He had a sawed-off shotgun. And he was walking
Damn.
around with it tucked in his pants and shit. And got into it with somebody and called himself trying to pull it out and fucked around and shot himself in the damn leg.
Smartest knife in the drawer, huh?
It
Oh
was
my
probably
Nah,
mad because he fucked up his creases.
nah.
Like, oh man, I fucked
God
up my
damn it! Now I
creases.
gotta iron this shit again.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck, man, it's crazy.
I seen so many, yo. I swear to God, I seen so many dudes do some of the dumbest shit known to man. Cuz, what'd you say? Cuz niggas?
Cuz niggas.
Nigga.
Oh shit.
The prefix and suffix of all niggerdom. Because
Matter of fact, the last story I heard about that dude, little man, they gave him 5 years because he was playing with a CO and took his glasses off his face.
Oh
Gave
wow!
him 5 years for that shit.
Guess he didn't
Because
see
they had
that
this
coming.
new. Nah, they had this. No, he should have knew better because they had this new law they had passed in Virginia where if you assaulted a CO, they give you five. It's an automatic 5 years. And so that constituted assault. He took his glasses off his face. Shit. I said, damn, that's fucked up. Niggas. This is a million
niggas.
stories.
Sorry, man.
But he's one of them dudes. He's one of them dudes that's gonna stay in and out of jail because he just couldn't help himself. Like he's always doing some shit. Always doing some dumb shit.
Oh, there's a lot of appeal to niggas though, you know. We're the black men are like the rebels of all of society. Everybody wants to be a rebel. Yeah.
Rebel without a cause.
Yeah. Can't give it up. Yep. Yep. Bad boys. Well, they don't know anything else. They grew up like that.
Yeah.
They know nothing else. They can't do anything else.
Well, you know, they've been robbed of any useful tools. You know, that's why I can't really be mad at like the drug dealer or the gangbanger. You can't even really be mad at him. Like when I hear niggas talking about like the gangsters, like those guys could be reformed and they have more heart than some conservative talking Negro. In my opinion,
man,
I've seen it. Like, you know, I got a bunch of nephews, some of them not even my nephews. They just call me Young. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And just from hanging around me, like some of these cats, you know, I'll tell you, like one of my nephew's friends, he's from the Robert Taylors, okay, in Chicago, straight up gutter.
Mm.
But this dude got more heart than some of the cats that I used to deal with in like, you know, in the political atmosphere. Like they won't challenge shit. Like this nigga, the gutter nigga, will be, you know, can't take the nigga nowhere. The city hall. Hey man, these niggas trying to play niggas. You just vocal about everything.
Yeah.
Like man, I know niggas ain't gonna let this bullshit fly.
Yeah.
Like background, like
And that's,
nigga.
you know what? That's the sad part too, because like I see that shit too, and I be thinking to myself, man, if there's a way that you could harness that shit constructively, that shit would be powerful. Because there's a lot of
You see, really, when you look at society, that's the nigga that America's scared of when they look at
Oh
us.
yeah.
That's
Oh
the
yeah.
one they're scared, especially if you reform him into a motherfucker that read books and expands his vocabulary.
Malcolm X.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the motherfucker they scared of. I've seen it, man. Like it'd be tripping me out. Like I hear some of my nephews, like they'll hear me use words and then they'll be using them in their sentences. Shit be like straight up from the hood niggas.
Yeah.
Like,
There
you know,
was
like I believe that's preposterous. like nigga, did you just say preposterous?
Yo, there was a young cat who was like this dude was like 18, I think. And I was in Greensboro. I was at the Greensboro jail. I got arrested for some dumb shit. And this little dude was 18 years old, and the marshals had caught him. They brought this little dude in there. The little dude was talking cash shit. I never heard nobody that young talking shit like that. And it wasn't like he was just talking shit to be talking shit. Like the shit he was saying was making sense. And like everything they said to him, this nigga had an answer for that shit. He was like, first of all, he's like, that's all right. Y'all just mad because y'all couldn't catch me. He's like, if it wasn't for that damn police dog, y'all would have never caught me. He's like, especially not your donut eating partner over there. It's like, yo, he was just going in on them, and I'm just sitting there looking at the little dude like he just, like you could tell this little dude had absolutely no fear whatsoever. Like I was just like, I asked him, I said, yo man, what you get arrested for? Nigga looked at me, he said, some bullshit. He wouldn't even tell me what the fuck he got arrested for. I said, because I asked him,
always.
He'd been there before.
I said, how'd they catch you? Because look, he said he was running from him and shit. And the fat one couldn't catch him, so the other one was a female. She couldn't catch him either. Because he was like, yo, I booked on him. They couldn't even catch me. And I was like, well, how'd they catch you? What he did was he pulled, you know how they have you know how you have like a gutter, like a street gutter that has the manhole cover?
Mm-hmm.
He had opened up the manhole cover and got down in the little gutter part, and where the gutter's at, where you can, like, there's that little slot. He said he was looking through the little slot, and they had passed by him and shit. And the only way they caught him is the damn police dog went over there because he smelt them over there.
Okay.
He said, but if it wasn't for that, it's like,
No,
nigga, if it wasn't for that, nigga.
Yep.
He was like, I'd have been out. Like, that shit was crazy, but he was talking shit to them. Like, he even went, like, that was him talking shit, but there was points in the conversation where he was, like, coming at him on some political shit. Like, on some, y'all just want me in here for X amount of reason because y'all make X amount of dollars, or like, he was talking shit. I was like, yo, this little dude, and he didn't even look like the type of dude that would know that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
I remember one of my history teachers. in the Black Studies and African American Studies, Murray told me how two of his personal heroes were Stanley Tookie Williams and what was the other one? Was it Jeff Fort? I think it was. He said, and I asked him why, and he's like, well, a lot of those, the gangsters, the guys that were starting up the gangs, that the gang shit was always a big part of revolution. And that's whenever he told me that shit on some sidebar shit, when you start looking back at the history of like all these guys going down, like Larry Hoover and Tookie Williams, and all those guys, like they were really isolating the what Fred Hampton Jr. calls the unpoliticized street tribes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're trying to remove the element for revolution.
Yeah.
Once again, and so and that's why I'd be looking at like a lot of these guys. Like I always listen to like my colleagues, political adversaries, ideological opponents and whatnot. Like I listen to the David Carrolls and I listen to these guys that be in the Republican circles and the conservative circles. And one of the things they always talk about is, these guys are selling drugs to their own people. And you see, when you're looking at how society has been shaped, right? And so I always like to disable an argument by using what was the precursor to what they're arguing, right? So I said, you know what made the crack epidemic what it was is if you didn't have in 1972, okay, the big pharma absorbing the FDA and it becoming bigger than the actual field of medicine. So it became the precursor. So like, for instance, whenever they started taking out all of the jobs in the inner cities, and they start pushing the people into poverty, and you still had redlining, that was an issue, and it drive the common folk into, low-level crimes of economic desperation. And so, but you had, the big pharma already creating this element before the crack even came in with, what was the first addiction to drugs that you could get as a prescription? Was the Quaaludes, the prescription medicine, the other, those types of drugs made it made the crack epidemic what it was. Because if you had people that could go to a doctor before, and now you have big pharma constricting what doctors can prescribe, right? And now you dump all this crap into the community, and now that becomes the next thing that people get addicted to whenever you impoverish them. And so that's why I always kind of it always kind of bothers me with like dudes, like especially black people that use that drug. These guys are selling drugs to their own people, and not understanding what was the precursor to that.
Question.
Yeah, well,
can anybody?
Go ahead, Mike.
No, Angry Man can go, and I'll give my question after.
Okay.
No, I was just gonna say, well, they didn't realize that there was gonna be a side effect to putting drugs in the community. They didn't realize that some brothers was gonna be industrious and entrepreneurial and make the type of money that they was making. They didn't think that was.
They also didn't realize their people would be that weak.
Yeah, and plus it got out of hand because of so many multiplier effects. Like the banks were in trouble. They needed to push product, and then the what is it? The Colombian War was going on, and
that Gary Webb book. It talks about how the banks we're
Yeah.
padding their
Yeah.
we're kind of padding their books with drug money.
Yeah, they're,
So,
they're doing the same thing in Chicago right now. That's the reason Chicago drug war is happening. They're starting to wind it up because Trump's coming in and he's winding it up. They're sending, they're getting rid of the, I think they just got rid of the Latin Kings. The Latin Kings they
Oh
put
wow.
on trial in Chicago. They were actually putting the drugs through the Chicago. Chicago's like a hub. It's not really where they actually do a lot of drugs, but it's the hub. And you have a lot of Chicago banks that depend on that money. In fact, that's how come they closed down the Fast and Furious investigation because the Bush administration was sending not drugs but weapons down to the drug cartels through the Fast and Furious. So they closed that down, and because if they had kept the investigation up, they'd have tracked all that drug money back to the banks. They got one, but they didn't get them all. But I'm saying,
Question.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, after you're done.
No, go
statement,
ahead.
sir.
No,
After
no.
the question I have is all right. The question I have is I love David Carroll's content. It's funny to me, although repetitive. The question is, can anyone really debunk his arguments? Like, how would that go?
Which
Because
argument?
he says it all the time. He says it all the time. Like, no one can debunk my argument about, say, the dysfunction of black men and black women, how they are not gods or what have you. Like, he boasts about that, and I mean, I take it as comedy. I take all he says with a grain of salt, like listening to Tommy.
What arguments is he really making?
Oh man, black man's not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Opinion not based off
That
fact.
the black man, even though warned, he will still make the same mistake when in concerns to glorifying women.
It's compared to who? White men make the same mistakes and do the exact same thing. It's compared to who?
Anything you can't validate, you can't challenge. So, like opinion that can't be checked against a fact or experienced, how can you argue against it? It's just a statement. It's opinion.
Well, see, if he says that black men aren't the sharpest knife in the drawer, okay.
Would you just say cerulean? Like you're kind of
put your mic up, yeah.
If he says that black men are not the sharpest knife in the drawer, you have to trace back that statement and say why. So he can make that statement all he wants. We already know that most black men aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. But why are they not the sharpest knives in the drawer?
Well, he does say that.
Compared to what? I've never listened to him.
No, he did say that. He says that because the black women are the ones that suppressed the boys and trained them, so they didn't train them to be the sharpest knives in the drawer.
Well, he usually says what his argument usually is, and he repeats it all the time, is that you can tell the black man that that certain things are going to be ran on him, like your dysfunction will be used against you to make it seem like this that this black woman is making a choice to go with other races, of course, white men and things like that. So you'll have arguments like that. So it's just like, I'm sure his argument can be debunked. It's just I just never hear any. I'd like to hear you guys.
Why would you debunk it?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. If it's irrelevant, why even talk about it?
The reason why you can't debunk it is because it's a self-cannibalizing argument. You see? When you're talking about the black man's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, okay, you're living in a society and women are being promoted above the men. And in turn, as they gain that power, they are suppressing the men. Okay? So if they've been growing up in a household where a woman is ascribing to those ideals and practicing that and literally practicing that on her children, that child is going to grow up into a paradigm where he thinks that is normal. He's not learning how to think. It's a self-cannibalizing argument. Yeah, most of the men, 70% of the men, have not been taught how to think. They've only been taught what to think. Who have they been taught what to think by? By the mothers.
How do you assess being like intelligent? So it's all about circumstances and environment. Like, let's say we stuck a whole mess of black men somewhere with no resources, and we all had the same level of education with other ethnic groups or other cultures or other people, who would survive first? Who would live? I'm pretty sure.
Well,
No,
we go back.
let me finish the statement. So what I'm saying is this: when people make statements like "you're not the sharpest tool in the shed" or whatever they say, let's say we had a group of slaves, and some were white, and some were Chinese, and some were black, who would survive? So it depends on the situation and the environment. Now, if you're in a system where you were designed to lose, you don't have any advantages, of course, and you're not adapted to it, of course, you're not going to do well. But if they put you in the right environment where you can adapt and we all have the same chance, it's a different situation. It's a different argument. So
you got to realize David Carroll is, for one, he's a contrarian.
Mm-hmm.
For two, he's a fucking hypocrite. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
And he's he's making it's a straw man argument. Like that's like going to a third world country or a disadvantaged country in Africa that doesn't have clean water, doesn't have proper medical supplies, doesn't have anything, and saying, oh, well, the reason why these people are in the state that they're in is because they don't know how to survive.
Get out of here.
Like that's an ignorant statement.
Yes,
like
sir.
It's so many different factors that are playing a part in these people's condition. Like a lot of people don't pay attention to the fact that when you look at black people that come from inner cities, you have so many different factors that play into their ability to comprehend or achieve certain things. One, you got poor education. You got schools that are underfunded, that don't have enough teachers. You got classes that are overpopulated. You understand? You got, in addition to that, you got them pumping all types of bullshit in the water. What type of effects is that having on the mentality of these children that's drinking this water? Then on top of that, you got the social condition with the single mother epidemic. I mean, you got so much shit going on. It's any wonder that black men can create a coherent fucking thought.
Valdez, let me interject for 1 second. What I would say is people confuse education, ignorance, and intelligence. So you can be uneducated and you can be ignorant, but it doesn't mean you're not intelligent. So some people who are illiterate that have never been educated are probably some of the smartest people and can learn so quickly and adapt like rapidly that it's so that argument. I agree with everything you said.
But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is regardless of the education or any of those things, intelligence has to be cultivated.
Yes, but lack of education doesn't take away from intelligence. That's all I'm trying to say.
To a certain extent, it does. To a certain extent, it does. Because I'm not talking about formal education. I'm talking about being in a condition where you're able to learn something.
No, I agree with that statement.
Trust me.
I'm just saying that your ability to learn is not like if you're just quick-witted, you're going to catch on regardless. That's intelligence. Now
but catch on to what?
Whatever's going on around.
The thing about it is here's the thing about learning. You may be quick, and that's basically your ability to comprehend something, your comprehension level. But not everything you learn is the right thing to learn. You got a lot of people who are quick and they're learning, but they learning the wrong shit.
There you go.
So when I'm talking about education, I'm talking about proper education. I'm talking about being cultivated to grow into a well-rounded person that's actually going to benefit your community.
I totally agree with you.
Somebody that just
Yeah, they just
I had no argument against that. I'm going off of what the David Carroll man said, is that somebody is not the sharpest tool. And
well, David Carroll is full of shit.
that's all I
Like
was saying.
that whole statement.
Yeah.
That whole
Well,
statement
when you
is a bullshit
well,
statement in
one,
itself, because number one, you got to think about you have to think about the concept of a black man saying that the black man is not the sharpest tool in the shed, and
right.
he's
He's a
trying to
blood.
teach
Yeah.
you something.
Yeah. Yeah.
well, you see,
Like, just think about that for a second.
that's one of those
But do you think that
conversations.
type of oh,
You know, that's one of those conversations. Again, it goes back to the IQ. He's only speaking for himself. You see,
That's like a
Environment.
that's like an Italian butcher telling you that Italians suck as butchers. And he's trying to sell you a slab of meat at the same time.
Yeah.
Like it's an oxymoron. It's a contradictory statement.
He's trying to
yeah,
do you
elevate.
think that
cannibalizing
do you
argument.
think the do you
He's trying
think
to.
the way in which he speaks is beneficial in any way?
He's trying to elevate himself.
I've never listened to him, but now you're gonna make me go check this dude out,
Yo,
man.
he's a
It's
fucking
funny to me. I love it.
you know what I think he does? You know what I honestly believe he does in his spare time? I honestly believe he jerks off to listen to himself talk.
I
Like
do that.
he is such a fucking arrogant prick. Like, and
Yeah.
you know, and I had to deal with his fucking his mini me, which was Tito.
Quasi? Oh,
Why is
No, Tito.
Tito's trying to be like him? Really?
Yeah, what?
He's not doing a very good job of it. That's what I'm saying. I didn't get the
Nah, no, he's not doing a good job of it, but
okay.
that's his
Oh,
motivation.
his motivation. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's his
but
motivation.
I'm saying
you know,
I can't see the comparison. Not even close.
He's like Bizarro.
Oh, okay.
David Carroll.
when you say Tito, you mean hardcore Tito, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
but yeah, those kind of statements, those are self-cannibalizing statements. Like people who run their mouth much about those things
Hmm.
eventually find themselves, you know, tasting their own shoes. And that's why those kind of arguments don't really make much sense, because when you trace them back, it really just goes back into a circle where you're right back where you started. And what he's really telling you is that I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, nor the brightest bulb on the tree, or whatever, whatever.
Well,
Else
in other
Hold on.
words, he's saying he's the king of the dunghill. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say he's trying to he's separating himself from the rest of the pack. Another thing, hardcore Tito. I don't really see the resemblance. I thought you was talking about that other dude, the brother of Logic and Common Sense. You know, he has a YouTube channel on here, and he pretty much
Y'all love that nigga, boy.
Who?
I'll
Who's
tell
that?
you right now.
Who's that?
It's somebody in the chat room defending that bullshit.
Who is it?
He's trying to be a carbon copy of him. Literally.
With hardcore Tito?
Before I called him out on the shades and shit, he was rocking the shades and the whole nine. Like, come on, man.
Okay.
He even sits the camera down below so he can talk down to you. Come on, man.
I think
Maybe
that's more of a coincidence than anything, man. That other
coincidence.
hold on, Valdez, that other dude you talking about, the brother of Common Sense, that nigga is trying to be like him.
You know,
that's Quasi 100 talking about, right?
Okay,
yeah,
check this
Quasi, that's the
Check
dude
this out.
right
Okay.
Check
I mean,
this out.
go ahead, Valdez.
I've had personal conversations with this dude where he has used the same terms, the same language.
Okay.
Like, this is what I do, man. I sit back and I examine people, and I can pinpoint shit. Like, I can see similarities where you may not see them, but I see them. I see them, and I've pointed out before. It's part of the reason why a nigga got so pissed at me. I pointed out before. You know what I'm saying? And everybody like, oh, he's not the same. Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, man.
I'm really
see you.
different than a lot of brothers, man. I'm not. What I'm saying is, like you, Valdez. When I hear you talk, I feel where you're coming from. So I ain't got nothing but positive, great things to say about you. But when I don't feel where somebody's coming from, I ain't got shit to say about it. I just don't
Well,
even.
you know, what upsets me about David Carroll is, I
It's
don't like
terminology. Right?
what's term. Well, if you can talk down to people if you want to, you can cuss if you want to, but we start calling your own people monkeys and shines and that kind of stuff. I said, come on, man. You
That's
ape,
what
all that kind of stuff. I said, come on, man.
Savages.
Yeah.
I understand educating people, but I don't understand. You can't change anybody. If people want to stay on their side of the fence, I'm gonna let them stay. I'm not trying to tell you to come my way.
What it is, man, it's black conservatism, and this is really the poison that black men learn when they become a part of the black educated elite.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why, when I dropped out, these are the same type of guys that would call me the apostate.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
the Antichrist, huh?
yeah, I'm an apostate because I'm a heretic of academia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I almost like the only reason I asked that question earlier. Do you think anything that he says is beneficial? Is because I see people actually, as far as comment section and everything is concerned, I see how people react to it, mostly negative. But then you do see one or two where they're like, well, those are usually the hardcore. They listen to everything that he says, but it's like he's almost like a shock jock. Like there's some shock value. Like he's the guy that throws water on you while you're sleeping to wake you the fuck up. And some people like they appreciate that wake up call. And then some people want it a different way, but I think he just he offers another path.
He's stating the
Now,
obvious. He talks
right.
about stuff. He talks about white women and black women loving white men, but he's stating the obvious. And you're doing it over and over and over again. Okay, it's like Sergeant Willie Pete. Okay, we've heard your same argument over and over and over again. When are you going to grow? That's what I look for. When are you going to grow? Angry Man is growing. You can see it. You can see it from where he started. He's growing. His knowledge is broadening. His language is broadening. His subjects are broadening. He's growing. Okay, he's not talking about the same thing he did when he's in his car a couple of years ago, right? Everything about him is elevated, right? David Carroll, SWP, they're in the same place, doing the same thing.
Yeah, they've been saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and their arguments are all self-cannibalizing.
Yeah.
Which means that, they're not really addressing anything beyond the surface layer. They're not really addressing that. They're not addressing, like for instance, I've heard him say, what black men need to do is clean up their own communities.
Okay, yeah.
And my thing would be, nigga with what?
And how?
Yeah,
and how?
I've said the same thing with, actually I did that with, what's his name? The economist. What was his name? I'm trying to remember the guy's name now. But I'm saying is that they get on black boys or black men. I said, you're not giving these black boys any kind of help or any kind of tools to do anything with. I mean, they don't have bootstraps anymore. What do you expect them to do?
Shit, they ain't even got boots. They're barely wearing socks. They're barely wearing socks.
So why are you getting on them? You're not giving them anything. Yeah, go ahead.
See, here's the thing. You got a lot. You got a lot of cats. You got a lot of cats that want to talk about what black people do in inner cities. What these black men need to do. The reason why Malcolm was so effective is because Malcolm could talk to the people that he was trying to clean up because he had been in their position.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But then you got cats like David Carroll and other different cats, and I don't know his history, but he has this condescending tone, as if he can't really identify with the people he's talking about.
Yeah, he comes from
he
the
separates himself
early.
He
comes from the early Du Bois, early Booker T school of thought.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can do this all on your own. See, the thing is when it's like I was saying before, you're trying to raise capital, right? You're not gonna in the black community. You're not gonna raise capital. First of all, unless you go through black women.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about
Now,
Thomas Howell?
No, Boyce Watkins. Boyce Watkins. Yeah.
oh yeah, Boyce Watkins. Oh, he is T.D. Jakes without the Bible.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so these guys. I noticed Boyce Watkins has a lot of feminine kind of attributes to him too. Like I noticed in a lot of his videos he references his PhD a lot. And
Yeah.
like,
Because it impresses who?
It impresses women because
impresses women. Yeah. No, women. It impresses
white
women.
folks.
No.
White
What I'm saying is, I do. You know what? Believe it or not, I do believe.
I was low as fuck.
No, I do believe that Boyce Watkins will eventually cross over to white people. I do believe that.
Hey, you set him up, I knock him down.
Knock him down. Hit the motherfuckers with an angry tank.
Who was it that called him Boyce? Who calls him Boyce Simpkins? Somebody called him Boyce Simpkins or something like that.
A whole bunch of people. Angry Man does.
Moist Watkins.
Hey, what did you say?
Twatykins
Yeah,
for
but-
short.
Yeah, see, he confuses me, Boyce, man.
Hey,
Why?
BGS, what did you say? You said Boyce is trying to cross over or something like that?
I do believe he will cross over to coaching white folks.
Oh yeah,
I do believe that eventually. Yeah, it's coming.
But I look at Moist Twatykins. I like to give them cute names. Some little Twatykins. Anyways, I do look at Boyce Watkins because I actually do like his content, and I used to watch it. But that it as well became repetitive for me, and somewhat a little bit on the basic side. But I think something like his content is necessary for some people just to give them, just to get them a little bit
Boyce Watkins
aware.
is the fucking Carlton Sheets of fucking
Voices.
Yeah.
But look at where you are in your mindset, though. Like, and that's one thing I had to realize.
One time.
No,
Boyce is a Trojan horse. He's a Trojan horse.
Like this. There's a difference between actual just information, just random information, and wisdom. Okay. You say wisdom. I can put wisdom in any point in history, going all the way back to the first fucking man, okay? And it would apply no matter what. This random information only applies in specific, very, very specific societal conditions. Let's say Boyce Watkins is selling fucking timeshares in Antarctica. Okay?
Shit.
And I'm gonna tell you like this. It's just like those old infomercials. You remember the infomercials? They tell you all these great things about this product. Oh, but wait, here's more. If you call in now, we'll throw in two. That kind of shit. And what happens is you gotta you gotta ascribe to his. You gotta buy into his business school to learn shit that you can basically learn on Google.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely wouldn't buy into some of his stuff. I look at some stuff he's saying, and it's a starter. It's the starter kit. But honestly, if anything, I think it's best if you go on like. I think it's best if you go on something like Audible.com or Audible and get the Tony Robbins book about money and stuff like that, which is a freaking long ass freaking book. It's packed full of information that you can actually use.
Boyce Watkins class on this panel. Anybody?
Nope.
Anybody?
Right. I know you don't like it. I know you don't like it, and it's BS.
Did anybody take it? Did anybody take it?
I almost did.
I did. And I'm gonna tell you. I've never felt raped like when I took his class.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
All right.
Wow.
And
Thank you.
I'm not hating. I don't hate boys, but dude, come on, dog. If I'm paying some money, I'm supposed to be like, shit, man, that was fucking. I learned some shit.
Yeah.
Man, I was mad.
Right, and I wouldn't pay for those things.
I don't hate. I just want to see what it's about. You know, I'm down to support the brothers. If the Angry Man had $100 shirt, he'd be like, yo, I'm selling it because I feel that I'll buy it. If BJ's put out a video and the video was $60, I'm buying that shit because I support my brothers. But man, I want, if I could have just reached.
You know, voice is just the side of Brother Polite.
If I could have reached,
reached
let me tell you something.
Dude, listen, I learned more in 5 minutes Googling some shit on Google from Investopedia than I ever learned from his business fucking class. And I don't hate the brother because he's good for those people who don't know shit.
Hey.
If you know a
right,
little,
and I think that's where his importance comes in.
Let me,
albeit small, I guess.
Google for free can teach you this shit for free.
Hey, CG3.
Breathe, Charles.
Let me tell you something, man.
CG3 just turned into the Angry Man real quick.
No, he turned into the Hulk, man. He turned into the Hulk.
Which one?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, man. Back 15, 16 years ago, when I was in the Navy, and we tried our hand, we had our group of guys, we tried our hand at the stock market. We had an older guy there that was self-taught, okay? And he had connections with guys that, had insider information. So, and, one of the things he told me, he said, if a motherfucker is trying to sell you on trying to invest in the stock market and you don't have no fucking connections, okay, already that is doing that, then you're basically wasting your money. You went to fucking college, got a goddamn PhD in fucking business and economics.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go out and teach people business and economics. That's what the fuck it's for. It's for selling you a timeshare on business and economics, which whenever this fucking next technological revolution as it's growing, it's going to illegitimize the way fucking markets are even looked at, allocated, fucking spread out. Anything that he teaches you now is going to be fucking worthless in 10 years.
Probably so.
I don't mean to change the subject, but what the hell is Micaiah Kelly talking about in the chat room?
She's looking for male attention. That's all it is. She's attention whoring. She's attention whoring. That's all she's doing. Like,
isn't that like one of your followers, Angry Man? No offense.
No.
Like, I've heard that name before. It's like Mika Kelly, right? Or
Micah Kelly. He's probably one of my trolls.
He's selling you on prosperity gospel. That's what it is.
Yeah, Daddy Rich.
Yeah. That's all it is. I'm gonna sell you this timeshare. Look, I got this timeshare on Antarctica. Nigga, you ain't never been to Antarctica.
Yeah,
he's selling.
But I mean, a timeshare in Antarctica wouldn't be bad, especially when the polar ice caps melt. I'm just saying, it's future property. Like it's future. Like I think. Yeah.
You know what a motherfucking timeshare it really is. You gonna be selling that same fucking timeshare to about 100 something motherfuckers that all got to share that one fucking product. If he sold it to 1,000 motherfuckers, you'll never get a chance to use it because there's 1,000 motherfuckers using it. You got enough motherfuckers using it,
He's not selling a timeshare. He's selling the Acme Guide to Finances. That's what he's selling.
Acme Guide to
Finances. He's really selling some Vaseline for the ass. Talking about I'm about to run up on you and take your money.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
He's doing it.
Sounds like he went raw.
What did Mike Tyson say? I'm gonna fuck you and make you love me, faggot.
No. Hulk smash.
God dang.
Down, Bruce.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
I
flat
hope you got a
iron.
refund. Jesus.
He's flat ironing those fucking financial ass cheeks, and
I'm just quoting Mike Tyson now.
Hulk War, huh? Go smash the whole planet.
But I mean, I the reason I like listening to him is because I like to hear the counter argument to what the actual data actually states, right?
The alternative facts.
I don't hate Boyce Watkins. I mean, he's doing a great service for people who don't want to read shit.
I can't stand his Uncle Phil looking ass.
Wow.
You know how tall he is, right? You know how tall he is, right?
How tall?
Like 5'1"?
He's about 5'6".
A little bit shorter. He's like 3 inches shorter than me.
So he's the same height as Roland Martin.
No, I'm just
about that size. Yeah, about that height.
I'm just talking about the class. See, as far as what he does and being a positive voice overall, other than his stiffish tendencies, he's all right. You know?
It's like a backhanded compliment right there, CG3. Like that is the definition of a backhanded comment.
That is so wrong. Like, we don't need dudes like that. Like, we don't.
I mean, if I go back to that young gentleman's point, he's actually very accurate though. Some people, no matter how you phrase something, some people just need to hear it in a different form, and that's where that Boyce Watkins guy comes in. There's nothing.
I'm sorry, sir. Did you just call me young gentleman? I love it. No, go ahead. Don't call me ma'am. Don't call me ma'am.
Don't call me ma'am. No, yeah.
Okay, dear sir. But it's like this. Over the years, right? I've tried to explain to a few people that I care about that you can, in a Western country, walk away with $100,000 before tax on minimum wage in 5 years if you're under 35 and you're currently gainfully employed. Like, you can do that, but some people, they're just not willing to hear it, or they're not willing to hear it. They're not willing to make the commitments because it's going to require a good 60-hour work week to hit that goal of 100K in 5 years, and you can do it. But some people, they need the Boyce Watkins to boost up their ego and self-esteem. It just is what it is.
Well, you know, I understand the whole like prosperity doctrine, but honestly, some of it is just teaching people plain old fucking discipline. It's a very simple argument, but a lot of people don't fucking have it, and you see it quite a bit. And that's why I like some of the things you said.
I heard one of Boyce Watkins' strategies was you put $1. You put $1 under your pillow, and by the next morning it grows into $5. I heard that was one of his.
Okay, yeah. I think he was watching Jack and the Beanstalk, and then
one.
Yeah, I think you was watching Jack and the Beanstalk, and then you watched the Boyce Watkins video before you went to sleep and streamed that video.
That's like a
okay. So watch this. Watch this then. Watch this then. What's one of his techniques to actually grow your money?
I don't even know.
Invest in stock. He's going to say invest in stock. That's what he's going to tell you to do. That's what and then he's going to start to say be your own boss. Start your own business.
Guess what? You're more likely to actually get the $5 from putting $1 under your pillow.
No, I thought you were gonna like hit me with a cerulean answer and be like, "You're a simp." That's what it sounded like it was going to.
The best advice I ever heard him give, truthfully, like watch one of his videos when he was like, "Yo, it's not hard to invest your money. Why would you not invest your money?" And then he said, like buy Disney or buy Netflix. And I think at the time Netflix was cheap. It was probably like $80-something bucks. And if somebody would have followed his advice, I don't think it was like a year or two ago, that $80 would be $188 today. So that was
but he's talking to people. He's talking to people like the type of people that you know, most of the people that would listen to Boyce Watkins to take financial advice,
women,
they don't have a lot of disposable income.
But
Right.
They don't even have.
well,
I
actually,
totally agree on that.
well, women have a lot of disposable income.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
but you know what they're
Well, 'cause
using
it's
it
from
on?
their
Yeah.
You know what they're
right?
using it on?
Yeah, I know.
You're right. They have a lot of disposable income, and they're disposing of it on bullshit. Like they're not
again,
going to invest
Right.
it.
I say it for anybody. If you
And
can
that's where
buy,
the discipline comes in.
if you can
Yeah,
buy a
that's what.
PS4, if you can buy a pair of Jordans, if you can buy a Lakers jersey, you can buy a share of some stock that you believe in and
No,
take the risk.
I would
You're right.
absolutely.
no,
You're
But
right.
like,
And
Any investment
if
is a risk.
you're
no.
right,
Any investment is a risk.
you're right. And if
Now,
ifs and ands was pots and pans, we'd all be in the kitchen.
now, person,
You cannot get niggas to buy no stock.
but the thing is, the irony about it all is you don't even need to buy a stock. Again, like
Mm-hmm.
it comes to discipline, right?
Yeah.
In my own
Right.
experiences, when I've asked and said this stuff to certain guys, I lose them on point 3 of 5 questions that I ask. And number 3 is don't date or have sex for 5 years. Right?
Ooh, that's a hard one.
Ooh.
And the look on their fucking face is like, did this guy really just ask me to not fuck?
Yeah, like, can I at
Yeah.
least have a porn subscription, or do I have to do the free
Yeah,
route and go like
you lost
Pornhub and
me.
X
You
videos?
lost me with that.
You lost
see?
me when you lost the pussy.
and that's the issue, right? Because
Right.
because literally, like to get that 100 grand, literally, like to put it into short terms, you just need to be an able-bodied man, currently earning minimum wage, currently doing 40 hours a week. You have no woman. You get your the total amount of your spending each month is no more than about 20 to 35%. You do that and get a part-time job, and within 5 years, you will walk away with $100,000 pre-tax. There's no
That's like
discussion.
monk
There's
type
no
discipline
discussion.
now.
There's no discussion there. The issue is all of that requires so much fucking discipline. All of that.
Wow,
Filthy, I got one question. Just one question.
Come on.
How much sleep should a person get per day, Filthy?
I don't know because I don't know the studies on it, but I've worked with some people that were fully able to just do 2 hours and that's it. But I've also worked with some people that literally can't function without 6 or 8. But me personally, I tend to stick these days to the 7 because I'm getting old. But when I was younger, I would do 4 hours.
I'm
When I was in my
I'm
teens.
32.
now, when
I'm
you're talking
32 and I
about
do 4 to 6 hours.
now that would be the only part of Boyce's rhetoric that I would agree with is impulse restriction, right? Because if you just did that, you would actually increase your, like, take for instance all of the luxury buys that Negroes buy.
Yeah, because niggas, huh?
But that's where the bullshit comes in at. Everybody knows what to do, but is he giving anybody any real practical tactics on how to do it?
And see, that's the
You see
thing.
what I'm saying?
Like,
I can tell somebody, like, okay, here's a prime example. I can tell you to save X amount of money, and I can tell you to get to do certain stuff with your credit cards, but am I really gonna give you the nitty gritty? Like, okay, here's a tactic to save money. Put your money in the bank and leave your debit card at home when you go out the door.
Yeah, there's books on it.
See
Like
that?
the best book on that kind of the best book on that is written by Joe Dominguez called Your Money or Your Life. Step by step how to do it.
Yeah.
Yep. Step by step.
That book deals with a lot of impulse restriction, right?
Yep.
So, but yeah, if he's gonna stay with that, I would say stick with that. You know, but it's that prosperity gospel, because the reason why prosperity gospel is so dangerous is because what it does is it arouses a person's pride. And then what happens is the pride becomes their downfall, their center of disappointment, but they won't let the pride go. You see, and this is what you have with a lot of black conservatives. Like, we could do this. Like, you're not getting no loans from no banks. 80% of the black population has an under 700 credit score. And then those who do have above 700 credit score, for every one black person with an over 700 credit score, here in Minnesota, I know there's like 18 whites who have an over 100 credit score for every one black. For every one black that has an over 700 credit score, there is 11 Asians who have an over 700 credit score. So you're competing for those loans, and you're not going to get them because there are more viable candidates that they can give those loans to who are not you.
Yeah.
And then you're coming from a group to where you don't have 5 motherfuckers, 10 motherfuckers that can go in on a business with you.
Yeah.
Right? Where those other candidates, those other 16 candidates that are white may have, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Those that are going in on a business with them. So the competition, you're already being weeded out just by competition alone. It's just by viability. Saying, hey, you're sharing a burden. You have the white guys are going in there and they're sharing a burden with 6 of their guys who have capital already with over 700 credit scores, and then you have Asians that are going there, probably 3 or 4 guys that are going in and they're competing for those same loans, and then you have your one black ass going in there trying to compete with you got 2 other fucking candidates, 2 other sets of candidates that are already competing at a higher level.
I'm about
you really think your black ass deserve to get that damn loan?
If I had Boyce Watkins' phone number, I would prank call him every day.
Just out of nowhere.
I'm about to.
I would call him up. I call him up and I say shit like, "What's 4 + 4, motherfucker?" Then I hang the phone up.
Oh shit!
That shit would be so satisfied.
That's fucked up.
Who is this?
It's Count Chocula.
The Count Chocula. Yeah, I'm about to co-sign with the best way for men. I'm talking about men to save money is to eliminate women if you can. But if a woman wants your time, make her spend the money, because it's more likely she want to go out and do shit. So if she want to go out and do shit, like BGS says, make her pay you for your time.
Yeah.
Well, like the purpose of to tell you the truth, the purpose of that question isn't even to tell you to not have sex. The purpose is to tell you whether you're willing to change.
Yeah.
How important is it, and are you willing to do it? And my experience is most motherfuckers are just not willing. They're just like, nope. I need to get inside that vagina right now, and it's just too important. and to be honest, I get the feeling, because I remember when I was 18, and no matter what a woman would say, I would just do anything just to get between her legs. Like I was in that mode. But once you're 30, if you're still like that, I think you have issues, to be honest.
I remember, I think it was Tariq's book I read a long time ago, and I think he had if you had Holly Berry in the bed and $10,000, how many dudes could avoid Holly Berry to get that $10,000? So in my mind, I'm like, fuck Holly Berry, I want that $10,000. But I asked a lot of my friends, yo, you got Holly Berry and you got $10,000. If you don't touch Holly Berry, you get $10,000. I think like 9 out of 10 of my friends are like, yo, I'm taking Holly Berry. I'm just looking at them like,
that fucking bad like that.
Not anymore. I have a question.
No, even when she was, it's not my taste. Put it like that. So I am biased.
She's too little for you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but even so, you can still find something. Knowing what I know from my time in the strip clubs, there's better bitches for cheaper.
Yes,
you can get it for 100, 120, 200 at the most.
You can get it for free.
But there's no validation in those.
Well, that's you, CG3.
There's no validation.
One at a time. Go ahead. Who's first?
No, go for it.
Even if you want, even in that scenario, even if you wanted Halle Berry, all you'd have to do is say, look, I got this $10,000 right here. I'll split it in half with you. You let me bust
You
that
still
ass.
get it. You damn right. You damn right. See? You just chose neither.
Yeah.
You get both.
You see that
Yeah, you're right.
you see that answer. That was an excellent answer. Yeah, that was an excellent answer.
You done passed.
To change the subject just
Go ahead.
a little bit, I have a question for you guys. Knowing what you know of the areas that you grew up in and the school system,
Right.
would you raise your son there? If not, what would you do different? Because
Even with the schools, I think it depends on the on the parents. With me, school other than the child being safe, the child is safe. The school is basically irrelevant to me because I can teach my child better than the school can. So
I agree with BTS.
I've heard that before talking with coaching colleagues that have worked in the school system and actually worked for the local college.
Yeah.
And he says there's really no difference between public schools and a high-end school like St. Thomas Aquinas, which is popular down here, or
Yeah.
any other charter private school. And he says, it's going to be the same education. That's not the big deal. So I guess I would side with BGS that safety and the environment is probably the best.
Best because they're being socialized. So it's how already
Exactly.
being socialized.
School is just so you can learn how to cooperate with other people.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's easier to get kids in a teaching mode or a learning mode if they're in a group, right? So they learn discipline, how to sit down, how to focus, how to sit still, that kind of stuff. Because you have all 30 kids or 20 kids doing the same thing, right? If you're trying to get your kid to sit down by himself because there's no other child modeling that, it's hard.
Yeah, no influence.
But if you get 20 kids that are all doing the same thing, after about 3 or 4 months, your kid will do the same thing. So it's easier to teach them once that happens. But as far as the lesson plan or the teaching them to read, write, arithmetic, I can do that. Like my grandson was 3. I taught him how to write because they were doing tracing the dots and all that kind of shit. I said, toss that stuff. So we got a big erase board, and I painstakingly taught him how to write, so he could write his name and write his alphabet and all that stuff by the time he was before he reached 4 years old. So I already had that down. So I can teach him better than the school can. But the thing is, he needs the discipline and socialization that a school can give. So that's why you would pick a different school. Yeah, go ahead.
And socialization is important, especially the environment that they're in or the neighborhood that they're in.
Right.
Because you'll see that depending on the neighborhood, if it's a white neighborhood, black neighborhood, inner city neighborhood, or a neighborhood that's even out in the mountains, they will come out different and of course have different values. So you'll see a lot of people that are in semi more impoverished areas because there really aren't that many in my immediate area, but they'll come to the city of Plantation and they'll come to our city and try and put their kids in those schools because of the simple fact the area is a little bit nicer. So you'll see like an influx of black kids mixing in a mostly predominantly white neighborhood or white school zone. And you'll see that quite a bit. They don't want to go to some of the other school zones, like there's Boyd Anderson, which is another high school in the area. But a lot of people try and get their kid not to go to Boyd Anderson and have them go to a school in Plantation because of how their kids will turn out as far as socialization is concerned.
Yeah, because you're mixing with parents that don't really care. If all the parents cared, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, and they would be in those schools in their respective district.
Yep. So it's about the group that you're socializing with. So that's the biggest factor. But anybody else?
I have another question if anyone else has nothing to offer right
jump
now.
in.
Do you guys again? I'm not American, so I'm just taking it all in. But my family do live in America. My question is, from everyone's experiences here, do you make a distinction between different groups of black people? So, for example, those coming from West Africa, the Caribbean. If so, how and why? Because you really should. Because I'm gonna tell you something in about 10 minutes that's gonna make you angry. That's why I'm asking you. If so, and how do you guys make that distinction and why?
Why does everybody come on this hangout trying to test motherfuckers? No, definitely yes. And myself coming from being raised in you do see the difference when you grow up. You see the difference in how Black American children are disciplined compared to children from the islands, and Wilsonian would probably back that up if he was here, so on and so forth. So yeah, you do see the difference. Like you don't want to be like I think it was last week, a Jamaican lady. She was like, "Oh, you're Jafaican," and I'm like, "How am I fucking Jafaican if both my parents are both Jamaican born and I was just born here?" It's like, no, I can tell you I'm fucking Jamaican, you jackass. Like American is my citizenship. But I'm like, okay, whatever. You just got your fucking passport, so whatever. Or green card, whatever the fuck. But yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, I mean, initially there's a difference, but actually after they all mix in, then it really isn't. So once they get here, they try to separate themselves, but after they encounter the local white folks, they kind of like they have to kind of group up.
Yeah, you do lose it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Like,
my experience is I absolutely differentiate groups of black people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an absolute necessity.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you live around foreign nationals that come here,
mm-hmm.
And they definitely don't mind using the benefits that should be rightfully yours.
Mm-hmm.
But they, especially like first generation Nigerians, man, it's just an air of excessive arrogance, and they tend to take on the more conservative view of Black American society.
Yeah.
While you might have, like, say, for instance, Liberians who mix in generally well, and they take on a lot of the attributes of African Americans. So yeah, they absolutely differentiate. Because, like, for instance, even what I noticed we have a huge Somali community here. I noticed, like, for instance, single motherhood for the Black American woman and single motherhood for the Somali American woman are vastly different. So, even how they rear their children, they're more, for the most part, a lot of times they're more tentative than Black American women, right? Because they're at home. So, those are things just to watch for in general. So yeah, I absolutely differentiate.
Yeah, I mean, I say you honestly, from the outside looking in, you 100% should be. This week, like since we last spoke, I decided to start applying for jobs.
Right.
Because soon I can legally work, and I was thinking, okay, let's see what would happen in a week. And to my surprise, after several interviews, some didn't even give me tests. And I'm a software engineer. That's literally like mandatory. If you're not giving them tests, that company is probably bullshit. And I've literally had 2 offers now. One, which is one company is going out of their way to get me a H-1B visa in the next application round, which is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Right? And the other company, I lied to them a little bit and said I'm legally able to work.
Okay.
And they've literally given me an offer that's way above market price. And after speaking to a couple of them, off the record, and speaking to some co-workers and friends that have worked with some of their co-workers, so friends of friends sort of thing, I am 100% sure that I'm an affirmative action hire. like I am benefiting off affirmative action and them needing to fulfill some sort of diversity quota so that they don't get called racist or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So effectively,
You're the token
I'm
hire.
yeah, effectively, I'm benefiting of something that should, like, let's say we all agreed with affirmative action for a second, right?
Yeah.
Effectively, I'm benefiting of something that should be for a Black American.
Well, yeah, but you know who gets 83% of affirmative action hires?
Oh, I already, I don't want to get into it. We already know the answer, man.
Yeah, white women. So yeah.
But that's all. But honestly, my view of all of that is it's just biology playing itself out. I mean, we as humans haven't changed that much in the last 200 years. We've always had a propensity to look out for the women and enforce that shit on the men. Like
No,
we have
okay.
That's not changed, and affirmative action is no different.
Well, what I'm saying, affirmative action was actually a jobs program for Black men to reverse the matriarchy that was in the Black community, right? That's what it was for. The Black women joined the feminist movement that allowed white women to be considered a minority or protected class. So they automatically knew that the majority of the affirmative action hires and benefits would go to white women. They automatically knew that. Once that was done, it's a done deal. And now, basically, what white women are doing is trying to end affirmative action.
That honestly doesn't surprise me. I mean,
Yeah.
if we were to look at the statistical breakdown of people getting affirmative action hires right after white women, if everyone was to take a guess, who is going to be guessed? It's going to be Black women. And then if I was to take another guess, it's going to be Asian women, Filipino women specifically, and so on and so forth. I mean, like I say, as far as I'm seeing it, it's just biology playing itself out along cultural and technological.
Well, it's actually a political move to one, suppress men, and number two, to suppress Black men. Okay, it's intentional. It's a cast. Because if it was just biology, then they would suppress also white men too, but they don't. So it is what it is. What I'm saying is, Claude Anderson has been talking about that for good Lord, 25 years that I've heard. Okay, he said exactly the same thing. But but the thing is, what we need is the Black women to not co-sign on it, which they won't do it because they benefit from it.
Well, here's why I'm saying
because if they didn't co-sign on it, what would happen is you would have more equity in men and women moving up in proportional scales.
Yeah.
Which would actually restore some functionality to the Black family.
Yeah.
Well, here's my question to you on that point. If I was to create a magical pill tomorrow, right? And it was to reverse the racial demographics of America. It flipped all of the statistics regarding education, culture, and everything. So it's now Blacks at the same percentage of whites and everything, and the whole history of America has been deleted, so everyone's forgotten it. Are Blacks going to behave differently to how you currently perceive white people behaving?
As far, I mean, if it was white men, if it was white men at the bottom, right? And you flip the historical pattern.
Yes, everything has been completely flipped, and it's all equal now. So it's not just that the Blacks are in power, but the Blacks are also capable of doing the job. So it's not.
I mean, if you have the exact same cultural history, like we take all the European tribes from France, or basically the UK, the British Isles, all the way to the end of Russia, and mix all the different European tribes up, bring them over here, take their language, enslave them, send them to Jim Crow, then yes, it probably would happen that way.
And that's my case. And that's my case. And that's my case. That's my case in point. Like there's things.
If they live, but the thing is, if they survive, okay. The Native Americans didn't survive that same process. If they survive, most
Europeans
don't survive that.
The Europeans wouldn't have survived that type of slave trade.
No. Well, they didn't. In fact, they tried to bring them over here first, and it didn't survive. That's how come they went after the Africans instead. The Native Americans couldn't survive the European diseases, so the only group of people that could survive the work, the heat, and the environment, and also the European diseases that they were contracting are the Africans that they brought over. Those are the only that's the only group that survived. In fact,
and I did not know that. I was making an educated guess. That's
well,
why.
you know what, believe it or not, there are, and Mike probably knows this. There's a group of Germans that are Jamaican. It's called Jamaican, right? They their ancestors came over in the 17th, the 19th century, or the early 19th century, like 1820 or something like that, because they're out of work. Industrialization put them out of work, so they came over to America. They couldn't come to America, so they came to Jamaica, right? Like 90% of them died. They couldn't stand the heat. They couldn't stand the work, and the majority of them died, right? So there's a very small number of Germans that still survived that process. So it is what it is. If they all survive, if all the Europeans survive the same process, yes, you probably would have the same dynamic.
Yeah, like, you know, there's the black, what's it called? It's called Jamaican Chinese.
Yeah.
That's been around for years. I never knew about the Germans.
Yeah,
but
I mean, if you look
the Black
up,
Chinese have been around for years, or the sorry, not the Black Chinese, but the Jamaican Chinese or Chinese
yeah,
Jamaican.
if you look it up, if you look on YouTube, they actually have a video. They talk about how they came over, and there's still little German houses where little German relics from the area where they were. But saying like 90% of them died because of the heat and the work. They just didn't make it. They weren't even slaves; they're just workers, migrant workers. And as you know, they were littered with the grave sites of all these people that didn't make it. It's just a really thing. But if they could, if everything could be duplicated exactly the way the African slave trade actually was encountered, then maybe. But the thing is, I don't think you could duplicate it with any other people. It's really hard to say. Rewriting history is really difficult.
Well, the question isn't really to rewrite history. It's just a thought experiment, right?
Yeah.
Because if the answer is yes, then it means that there's something in our biology that's leaning to this type of propensity, right? Like, for example, a case in point, right? There's a reason why the 21-day pill is more effective and outselling chemical castration. There's a reason why condom sales specifically are being pushed everywhere rather than just giving every man a vasectomy. There's a reason why no matter how many times we put laws on packaging regarding tobacco to put these disgusting lung infected images on there, people are still going out there and smoking. No matter how much we even count calories and put laws for these things, people are still eating those foods. There is a certain amount in my biology on any given subject where a person wants to do that.
There's
those are called those are called habits.
Those are habits. What I'm saying is there's a biological reason, and there's also a political reason.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I don't disagree with that.
Affirmative action was a political reason. It wasn't a biological reason. Because
how do you distinguish the difference?
Okay,
I mean, I can't prove it.
A biological reason. If they wanted to put women first, then the white men themselves would have put themselves second, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, they would put themselves second. In other words, what they wanted to do since 1945, and I think I've been through this before, since 1945 was to get rid of a troublesome population, right?
Yep.
So in other words, the effect of the culture that you had placed upon these people, because you never allowed them to mix normally, okay? For 200 years, you kept them separate and boxed in. So the normal process of admixing, as Cerulean talks about, couldn't take place because you built an artificial wall between it. So now you want to admix these people, and you built a caste system around them, right?
Yeah.
So now you have to dismantle that caste system, and it won't happen naturally because you built it up. over time. And caste systems are very hard to break. So how do you do it? You have to do it by law. You have to do it by force, right? So now you have a group of people that you've investigated because of where they came from. They have a different cultural pattern, which is a matriarchy. Okay.
Define a matriarchy.
A matriarchy is basically an egalitarian system where the female is at the head of the household or head of the housing group or the extended family. You have a matriarch.
Who is
Okay.
in a matriarchy, as you describe it? Who is responsible for maintaining?
Grandma.
No. Well, grandma, it's an egalitarian system where you split up. The men are responsible for government, working, building, that kind of stuff. But as far as the family structure, deciding who gets married, keeping children out of trouble, that organizing the house, that's all the women. That's the matriarch. So it's an
Yeah.
egalitarian.
So I'm just trying to get a grasp of this. So I'm not referring to who is the authority. I'm referring specifically to who is responsible for maintaining it in a matriarchy.
It's
and I
equal.
think that
It's an egalitarian. So both sides have their own particular roles, and they're both equally responsible for maintaining the society.
And that's a matriarchy.
And that's a matriarchy.
What is a patriarchy?
A patriarchy is where the man rules the house. In other words, it is the man basically has almost ownership of his children, his wife, and his household, right? So you cannot get married without the man's permission. The woman cannot own property. The woman doesn't own the children.
And who is responsible for all of that?
He is solely, the patriarch is solely responsible for all that. In fact, the woman has no what is it called, autonomy,
Agency.
right?
So
she has no agency. She has to be handed over from her father to her husband.
Doesn't that raise any red flags to anyone here?
Why red flags to as far as what?
Because it's not a direct flip. Because if we were to stick to any universal principle and say, okay, responsibility should be equal to their authority, to a person's authority, right? As you describe it in a patriarchy, and let's just say it's a hard patriarchy, right? You
like China,
it's
or
much
like
more
Korea or Japan.
Yeah. So let's say any Eastern Asian country is it's closer to a hard patriarchy out there.
Right.
Now, you would expect if it was just a flip, because that the women's authority would be equal to their responsibility. But that's not how you've described it. Because the guy is still responsible. The man is still responsible for going out there, earning the money, making the money, and then coming home and giving her that money. Now, in the case where both people are making the same amount of money into the household, and they're both making decisions, and they say, okay, we're equal, and you have 50%.
Because you're thinking like a patriarch. There's more to it than just earning money. It's called because in an agricultural society, one, it's an extended clan. Number one. Number two, it's agricultural based. So basically, she's in charge of training the children, which are labor, right, and overseeing them. So there's a bigger. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right there. But the question now
women
becomes,
always
is that
women are always the what's it called, the leaders of the nest, or they're the caregivers of the nest. So I think that's the same in matriarch and patriarchy.
What I'm saying is in a hard patriarchy, the woman of the nest doesn't have any agency.
Is there such thing as a hard matriarchy?
No.
That's what he was going with it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to gauge if there's a difference here.
No, because the matriarchy represents balance.
Yeah.
The patriarchy is not a balance. It is a top-down
system. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why it can't stand for so long. That's why you have all of this feminist crap going on. That's why you got gynocentrism going on, because you had these women trying to create what is the equivalent, which is what you're trying to get at, which is the opposite of a patriarchy.
Yeah.
Where women rule everything.
But that makes complete sense. Like, that was fucked up the moment women could vote. But that's another topic. The issue I'm getting at here is if responsibility is related at some point to a person's authority, and we're saying that it's just 50%.
No, that's not.
Let him finish. Because the question I'm then going to ask in any shape or form is, can a woman fail? Is she allowed to fail?
Is she allowed to fail? What does that mean?
Is she allowed to fail? So if there is two people in a relationship right now, let's say let's use Young as an example, right? Okay. He's in a relationship with a young woman,
right?
Because at the end of it, bills need to be paid.
Yeah,
right. So he comes home. He comes home with $500, and he says, "Baby, this is my $500. $500.
Right.
And she says, "Baby, I can't meet it this month." Then next month, she says, "Baby, I can't meet it this month."
Yep.
And then next month, she says, "Baby, I can't meet it that month." Is Young in any type of moral system? Is he allowed to say, "Fuck this bitch. She ain't responsible. She's not."
No, because she.
Why not? Why not?
Because if he's out working and he's out doing what he's doing, right? Okay, he has offspring in a household to be maintained, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's assume there's no children.
Can I get into this?
Well, then there's no marriage.
Yes, can I get into this? Because I think I know I hope I know what he's trying to say.
Then there's no marriage.
Can I say this? Okay,
go ahead.
Perfect example. Let's say it's a woman and she goes and buys a house that she can't afford, and she's dating a guy. It's expected in society for the man to help the woman. The woman's gonna be like, "Oh, I can't afford my house." Somebody's gonna come and simp for her. But let's say it's a man and he buys a house and he can't afford it. Very few women are going to come and help the man.
And the answer is why?
Because of the gender roles.
And I understand it, but
that's why.
That's why. I totally agree with you, Angry Man, but that's what I think he's trying to say.
What I'm saying is this is a patriarchal system, and those gender roles dictate what that's done. And the matriarchy, because it's an extended family, the whole clan comes in and helps.
So the mascara, the island that Wonder Woman comes from, is just a myth. You would never see.
Yeah.
In other words, matriarchy like that.
In other words,
Amazons.
In other words, if they come in with $500 and she can't meet it or whatnot, then her family or his family would have to come together and help him out, because it's an extended clan. It's not a nuclear family.
See, the reason why there's a discrepancy, and the reason why this is even brought into question is because we all are victims of a society that constantly proclaims that women and men are the same.
We're not.
And we're not.
We're not.
It's like I remember the NBA draft, and it kind of bothered the hell out of me.
Not.
Like it was like a lot of brothers, they come from single mothers. And then I forgot, I think it was a dude that drafted by the Boston Celtics, I think. And they were like, "So what are you gonna do to help single mothers?" Now it was other dudes in the draft that was raised by a single father, or they had fathers in their life, and I never heard one question like, "What are you gonna do for single fathers?" You know what I mean? They don't even think about it like that.
Yeah, because by cultural pattern, especially your cultural European pattern, women don't have agency, and they need to be taken care of.
And here's another example of why there's such a huge difference. You had back when they had first wave feminism, they had the female revolution where they just basically decided we are no longer going to continue to do what is traditionally considered women's work or whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Okay. Women can do that. They can do that. And the reason why they can do that is just like when they had this day when women decided we're not going to work. Who gives a shit? The world's still going to keep spinning. Okay. But if men decide to have a revolution, you can't do that. And this is what a lot of people try to explain to the MGTOW community, those who are hardcore MGTOW that don't want to contribute nothing to society whatsoever.
Well,
this is the argument. This is the argument.
Hold on, Filthy.
This is the argument that they're trying to make. Men cannot have that type of revolution where they say, you know what, we are no longer going to do what men traditionally have done, because if men do that, you will have the collapse of the society. Because men make the society run the way it runs.
I agree.
Go ahead, Filthy.
No, that's not the MGTOW argument. And I am one of those guys, and I've been there literally since, I don't know, circa 2007. Now, there are individual guys that go out there and say, we need to start holding women accountable. And if we just hold women accountable, everything will be okay. Right? That is not the MGTOW argument. Number one, any person that looks
You know what MGTOW needs to, y'all need to write a Bible. And y'all need to get a masthead or something, because there's numerous MGTOWs. Every time I've had a conversation with a MGTOW and asked them what MGTOW is about, I get 15 different answers.
And that's correct. And that's correct. Because MGTOW is not an ideology. It's not a political system. It's not where all these men come together and build and change society. If you want to change laws regarding this stuff, then you need to find an MRA. If you're looking to help men how to pick up chicks, then you need to go and talk to one of the PUA guys.
It is an ideology.
It's a loose philosophy.
No, it's a loose philosophy. That's more. If you wanted to put it in a group, you'd go to that category. And at its core, from all the different types of men in MGTOW, it would literally, if there was to be a Bible, as you say, it would literally just be, don't get married and self-actualization.
It may be like half a page, if that. Like, it won't be much.
That's it.
Because it is just like a loose philosophy.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great way to describe it, because so many men, they're on the fence, or they have their own experiences that shape the reason why they lean towards MGTOW and lean towards that lifestyle, and almost use it as somewhat of an ethos to say, oh, okay, I live by this, you know.
Yeah,
but it is. It's not a. It can't be even.
Hold on a second. Who's snoring?
I think it's James. No, it's not. He blocked. Who?
It might be Cerulean.
Cerulean?
Yeah. Let me mute him.
Yeah, it can't be like something.
Litmus test. Oh, he blocked it. There you go.
I just muted him.
It can't be something that, at this point, and the way I feel, it really can't be a religion of any sort, and it can't be something that is a Bible. And even if you wrote down 3 things, there's going to be half of the whole movement maybe that say, fuck no, that's too many.
Basically, there's just 2 tenets of MGTOW. You don't, because of the state, you don't get married, and you don't have a permanent relationship. Those are the basic 2 tenets of MGTOW.
Definition of ideology: a system of ideas and ideals, especially one that forms the basis of economic or political theory and policy. That's an ideology.
Well, I can say to you, Juan, right? You may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. I could say the same thing about economics. You may not be interested in economics, but economics is interested in you. Once you take a look at my bank account and you realize how much money I'm paying in taxes, all of a sudden, those people look at me and say,
hold on, Angry Man. Let him finish.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily have to be involved in any of this stuff, but by sheer existence, I'm involved in all this stuff. I get grouped into an ideology. I get put into this group called the Black group. I get put into this economic group. I get put into it by pure proximity of existing. So if you want to say
therefore you're in it, right?
Yeah. So if you want to,
I'm a realist. So here's the thing.
Okay. What's the point you're getting to, Angry Man?
The point I'm getting to is what's being said right now is pure bullshit.
Why?
That's the point I'm getting to. It's pure bullshit. You're telling me that you're not part. I just gave the definition. I just gave the definition of ideology.
Read it again one more time.
Now, the definition of ideology: a system of ideas. Is MGTOW a system of ideas?
My response would be, by sheer existence.
Go through the whole definition. Go through the whole definition.
Look up philosophy. Look at philosophy instead.
Just Google philosophy instead, because by sheer proximity of existing, yes, I am, as you say, in that category. But that's by existing.
Philosophy is a school of thought, and MGTOW is a school of thought. And if you ask a MGTOW what idea on any particular subject, you're going to get
anything. You're going to get everything.
Yeah,
you're going to get everything from
MGTOW is not.
BGS, I got a question.
but MGTOW is not just a philosophy.
It is.
The moment that
hold on,
a
Filthy. Hold on,
group of
Filthy.
individuals, the moment that a group of individuals decided to give it a name and it became a movement, it became more than just a philosophy.
I agree. Yep, go for it.
If you're Nietzschean, then it's still a philosophy.
Is vegetarian an ideology?
Huh?
Is a vegetarian an ideology?
No, it's a wrong way of eating.
It's a philosophy of eating. Yeah. It's not
I
an
mean,
ideology.
the same thing can be applied to literally anything. When any group of people come together to do any type of cultural norms, by your definition right there, any of that is an ideology. And I agree, by that it is. But I'm saying no, MGTOW is more along the lines of a philosophy. Because I can ask 3 questions right here, and I doubt any man here is going to agree to some of those.
I wasn't convinced before, but now I'm 100% convinced that MGTOW is the equivalent of feminism.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Look, Vaughn.
Hold on. I got it, Filthy. The reason it's not because MGTOW is not political. Feminism is.
That's it,
Always
right?
has been. It's a political movement from this very beginning.
MGTOW is not forcing anything on someone.
MGTOW is not political yet.
Why would it? Well, when it becomes political, then their statement will
its
be what?
actions have political effects, though. I will say that.
MGTOW is forcing something on someone by pure proof of this conversation.
Why is that?
No way.
Because you're trying to tell me that it's not an ideology, and it is. I just read the definition.
We're not forcing that on you. You just don't want to accept it.
Hey, Valdez, go ahead, read through the whole definition and ask questions along the way, because you stopped before you got to it. Because once you would have said it, I think I could have.
Check this out. Here's the thing, and this is what I associate. This is what I associate about it with feminism. People making up their own definitions of shit. I'm a realist. If I sat here and read the definition and I asked the question, there's a simple yes or no answer, and I get a whole bunch of other shit. That's not answering the question.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How old?
You won't accept it.
Hold on. Let me. I got this.
I won't accept what bullshit.
I got this.
No, you're right. I won't.
Hold on, Valdez. How long has the feminist movement been around?
Since the 60s?
No,
50s, 60s, something like that.
No, since the mid-19th century. Started with the women's suffrage movement. What were they trying to achieve politically?
Politically?
Yeah.
In my opinion, superiority.
No, they wanted to vote eventually. I mean, first, right?
The right to be independent and the right to vote.
The right to be independent, right to vote, right to have, In other words, they were looking for what? Legal, political autonomy. That's what they were looking for. MGTOW does not look for anything political. In fact, the MRAs and everybody else is trying to shoehorn MGTOW into doing what? Being what? Political, right? Because they're too loose, they're too unorganized, and that is basically the antecedents of a philosophy. It's a school of thought.
I don't mean no harm. I don't mean no harm, BGS, but you sound like you was getting ready to say ideology.
No, the school of thought. That's a philosophy. It's a school of thought. It's a loose collection of ideas that forms a school of thought.
Philosophy, the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality, and existence, especially when considered as an academic discipline. That doesn't describe me.
It's also a school of thought. What do MGTOWs actually do?
The third one is a theory or attitude held by a person or organization that acts as a guiding principle for behavior. So
exactly.
That was like 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say.
Okay. Christianity, and other systems have a philosophy, but they are still classified as other things as well.
Yeah, but
they are not
because they've grown.
They are not solely a philosophy.
Well, we haven't grown. Well, MGTOW hasn't been around that long to develop anything else, have they?
No, not. I
Now,
mean,
what I will say is Valdez will probably be right when it comes to second wave MGTOWism or third wave MGTOWism because like something like that is bound to happen. It's going to grow.
Here's a
Like
trip.
I think something like that's going to happen. Somebody's going to mutate it into something like that.
That's already it's already happened. Technically, it's already happened. So back around 2006, it was just a bunch of guys that were in two generations. You had the divorced men, and then you had the young men like myself trying to get pussy and realizing that there's a pussy pass, right? About a few years later, what ended up being categorized was sort of like MGTOW 1.0, which is live your life for yourself, do your own shit, but don't let the state control you. Just do your own shit, right? But then what happened is a very specific thing. Around 2011 or 12, someone started asking the question, can you be free from the state and doing your own thing and married, right? And that split MGTOW right down the fucking middle, right? So the newer guys that started coming in were saying, yes, you can be MGTOW and married so long as you made that decision on your own. But then the other MGTOW, like myself, was pointed out, well, if she's not happy anymore, she can literally get these other guys in blue jumpsuits to come into your home, take all your shit, and kick you out.
I got a question.
Right? And so there's like a difference now. And even the younger sort of 21-year-olds, they're coming with this new thing of MGTOW, bringing in sort of the memes, the Pepes, and all of that shit, which is funny to me, by the way. But they're bringing in a new culture into the whole thing.
Is red pill ideology or a philosophy?
I put that into philosophy, because again, there's no core tenets. It's just a loose working of shit. It's just all over the fucking place. Like to go back to Juan's point, right? To make the distinction, you can go to the Bible and see 10 physical commandments. It was put there by someone. You're supposed to do it. You're supposed to agree to it. But there's nothing like that for MGTOW. Like At best, there's only two.
And then when the stuff that's written down is not agreed upon by everybody, like the months of MGTOW, whether you can have a girlfriend or not, how long.
Some MGTOW would be like, you should never even look at a woman.
Someone would be like,
and some would be like, you should never even talk to women.
We can come back to this, but I want to go somewhere real fast.
I get shit just for dating women, dude.
Okay,
I mean,
but let's go somewhere. Yesterday during the chat, a woman was talking about getting paid for not doing equal work, and I just found that it was so interesting. She was like, "What if somebody had to lift a box for you? Should you still get paid the same money?" And she was like, "Yes, I should."
It was Yep, right?
Yeah,
was that Yep?
And to me, that goes back to the whole matriarchy thing. Like, I don't think a lot of women understand their role. They think they're supposed to be helped. So that's why you could never have a hard matriarchy, because that's not how they feel naturally. They feel that they have a right to be taken care of, and you should do this for me. That's what I perceive.
It's cultural.
But yet,
go ahead.
But see, yet she has those feelings. Yep, it's a special case, man. She has those feelings. She wants the best type of Black American man, and on top of that, at the same time, pretty much, brothers ain't shit. So, and she's confrontational. So she's not going to get what she wants. I don't think Orlando is her problem. She is her problem.
But I wasn't just trying to talk about her only. I was trying to, because and Juan had started it earlier, and I was really trying to get them to get into it about and BGS. Sorry, because it's more about matriarchy, patriarchy, and women belong. Where do men and women belong in these gender roles? So I have an idea, but I wonder, do most women understand their place?
No, not in America. In Africa, they do.
But in places like Africa, they've physically seen the results of men providing for them. Like, without doxing myself, I've lived across Asia for a few years in different places, and I've worked in one specifically and had to learn the language. And I can tell you right now, those women have physically seen what it's like to have a man, presumably their father, work 50, 60 hours a week, come home with a broken this, a broken that. Their arms and bodies are breaking down. They physically seen what it's like to have their mother at home take care of them. So it's not a big deal for me to date one of these girls. And after the second date, they say to me, "Oh, so Pigeon, you're my boyfriend now, right?" It's no big deal for us to go on a date and where it's customary for me to pay for the meal, but then immediately after they'll at least buy coffee or they'll buy ice cream or something. They'll do something to contribute. You don't have to explain to them that at the very least, if you want a man to stick around, you have to support him. That doesn't have to be explained in East Asia or South America. But for some reason, once you head out to Europe and America, that's when somehow just saying something like, "I don't date a woman that has debts," is enough to get you killed. Right?
Okay.
Because in my opinion, looking at it, it hasn't been demonstrated. They're going off their feelings and experiences on it, and they haven't felt what it's like to have a man provide all this shit for them and make them feel good, and then come home, and then rather than dismissing their opinions, they say, "Okay, baby, sure. We'll think about that." Of course, the guy is not going to actually go ahead and do it, but he doesn't come home with this attitude and a chip on his shoulder, right? In UK, at least, that has not been demonstrated in certain groups in certain places. And if I was to guess, based on what you guys have said, I'm guessing that hasn't been demonstrated in the last 30, 40, 50 years, right?
Well, it's been done on purpose. You know, it's they wanted to re-socialize all the males and females for the last almost 50 years because of the baby boom. It was a political decision. In fact, I do have it on my both my channels, my MGTOW channel and my IBMOR channel. It's Feminist America. You actually go look at it, where I give my theory of why they did it. I mean, it lines up. In fact, it lines up with the literature that I read. That it's not an unintentional act. Feminism as a ideology or as a movement is one thing, but as a social policy that's been enacted, that's where most people have disagreement with it.
I put a link in the low bar. Is that the one you're referring to?
It might be. I mean, it's a series of 3, Feminist America. So if you look at that, I'll give you that gives you my interpretation. This is not a unintentional act. It's been done. In fact, the policies that we're enacting, we're actually waiting for one of the feminist movements to actually find it. And Bessie, I forget what her name is, she found it. And the dude said when she walked in, she says, "I've been waiting for somebody like you." So that tells me that it's not an organic movement. It's a political how can I say, political policy that was done to re-socialize men and women.
If I may, so I'm going to watch that later if you don't mind. I've just found it. My question to you. So I was watching The Grapevine. I love watching that little YouTube channel. It's just black men and women talking about some shit like colorism and the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
And there was one amazing moment where there was this black guy with dreads, and they're talking about finances and money and the rest of it. And he's a father of 2, unemployed.
Right.
And he went on a good 5-minute rant saying, "Yes, my woman makes all the money, but I'm still the man of the house.
Okay.
And I can lay down the laws in this house.
Okay.
Because my woman is I think it was the birther of the black man. Therefore, I can support her and still be the man." My question to you is, what are your views on that type of individual, that specific type of guy? That is
speaking socially.
I mean, pimps do it all the time.
Right. He sounds like a pimp, but from a social point of view, like he wouldn't be considered a man.
You got there.
Huh?
Like he would be. You're telling me he's an able-bodied man and he stays at home all day.
He's
and takes care of the kids. Like
he's unemployed with 2 kids, and he's fully. It's not that he's. Let's be clear. He's not a stay-at-home husband. That's not his shit. He explicitly said he's not that. He's comfortable with his wife going out there and making the money, and he just does whatever he wants, and he's still a man, and he supports the black woman.
He a pimp. That's
He's a
that's
pimp.
what that is.
I mean, what I'm saying is, if
Yeah,
that's
like,
the kind of
he should
man
be
that she
considered.
needs, and she lets him run the household, you know, good for him.
BGS,
But
I'm starting.
also, she's probably fucking on the outside. Per
Maybe, maybe
socialization.
not. I mean, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
BGS, I'm starting
I
to agree with
definitely.
OJ Duke Jackson. I'm starting to agree with him more and more every day. He is a self-committing. He is a self-committing male chauvinist. He's a proud chauvinist, and I'm starting to agree with him every day. I refuse to change, and I say that to every single man out there who's listening to this.
What does that mean?
You keep your
change for what?
Change for feminism. I will never change for feminism ever. I will put my foot dead in somebody's ass before I damn do some bullshit like that.
Like, stay at home.
No, you know what I'm saying? Take the freaking effeminate role and lose my manhood and all that nature that God has.
You're not wearing the apron.
Hell not, unless I have to. Like the saying
Unless it's
goes.
in front of the grill.
If
James,
I have to,
are you the
cook,
man,
it's
James?
mandatory.
Are you the Are you the man, James?
You damn right, I'm the man.
So that you never have to have that question again.
Nah, and I'm just saying, no, because BGS says something very. He taught something that I saw the other day about feminism, about how it was trained. How they wanted us to they wanted to resocialize the men and women role, making
Yeah, that's
men not
100%
men
right.
anymore, but effeminate and the whole nine. And a lot of these men out here are actually buying this whole propaganda. You know what I'm saying, subconsciously and straightforwardly, hook, line, and sinker. And if you don't see what's going on or whatever, you will be one of these dudes with shorts on with a mohawk and a beard, walking
So
around talking about liberal rights movements.
So basically, what you're saying is they're trying to create a new definition for what a man is.
Yeah,
you damn
No,
right.
they would.
They say it
No,
all the time.
nobody would ever do that.
No.
You ain't shit, Juan.
I did not catch his sarcasm until it was too late.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Think about it, huh?
At the end of the day, we need to fight. At the end of the day, I realize that I fight for my manhood every single day, and I
Yes, you
refuse
do.
to.
Yes, you do.
And I get anger, man. You said something the other week. You said you know that you're doing something right when people are always calling you an asshole. I get that all the time now.
I'd agree with that.
For me, let's see, a lot of dudes get it confused. I mean, everything y'all saying is right, but listen, you a man regardless of what goes on around you. Listen,
You damn right.
So if a chick want to go out and make some money, it's cool, as long as you do what I tell you to do. Now, if you don't want to do what I tell you to do, you gotta go. We don't gotta.
That's right. Thank you.
If you want to be a feminist, you go be a feminist over there. You're not gonna be one in my house.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Over there.
Yeah.
You can go hold your signs up all you want. Just don't talk crazy to me.
Actually, I posted that video on the women's channel, right? But all my IBMOR folks come over to the women's channel and start doing the IBMOR stuff on their channel. I said, okay, I got to post it on the IBMOR channel so they can comment. It actually wasn't meant for the men's channel, but you guys, there's some videos that kind of trigger you guys, right? You guys go spaz out. So I said, I can't have them spaz out over there. Let me put it over here. So, but it wasn't meant for the men's channel.
All right.
So, it was actually a discussion me and Char Willie were having, right, about how they were trying to re-socialize men and how they had to teach women that were breadwinners or supposed to be breadwinners into acting more like men and taking that particular role as far as bringing the paycheck home and letting their spouse, who is their husband, run the household. And they're having problems with doing that. So she didn't know what I was talking about, so I posted the video. Because it's exactly what they're trying to do, exactly the problem that they're having.
You know, you should,
women will not accept the programming, like in the Matrix. The human beings won't accept the programming.
You should link an article to the bottom of that video. I think it's "House Husbands Just Ain't Sexy."
There's tons of articles that talk about it. I just don't list them all. It was just meant to be a snapshot. Actually, go read the book. I want people to actually go read the doggone book. because she goes into greater detail
What
about
is the title of that book?
the richer sex.
The Richer. Oh, okay. I've heard you talk about
By
that.
Liz Monday.
I got a nice little poem.
Written 5 years ago. Yeah.
I got a nice little poem to tell y'all, and you guys don't like this, so listen.
Is it a haiku? Like his voice got softer and everything.
We got 30 more minutes, guys, because it's almost 4 o'clock.
Here it goes. Now listen. Bitch better have my money. Come rain, sleet, or snow. Not some, not half, but all my cash. Because if she don't, my foot is going dead in her ass.
All we need is a little AMG behind that.
Bravo.
Bitch.
So I say that to say, man, you can go out and work all you want, baby. Just bring back the money to daddy. And
that is the issue that they're talking about, how you negotiate with the guy. In fact, I'm going to post another video called The End of Men, where they talk about the working class people doing the same thing. And how do you adjust when the guy loses his job, you have to pick up slack, or he's at home, and it's a little rougher time with those guys. A lot of divorces, a lot of strife, because Liz Monday is actually talking to the 6-figure girls, the educated women. They actually have to make career choices, but they want a family. So you have to have a husband to maintain the household. It's a different discussion.
I find so much stuff funny. Like whenever I hear a woman say he was too insecure or he's insecure to talk to me, I'm like, bitch, you must be out your fucking mind. Are you serious? I don't care if you made $1 billion. I don't care if you have 1 cent. If you do what I say, it's gonna be good. You don't do what I say, then it's just not going down. So
some dudes actually are though, like which is kind of
not
sad,
many,
brother.
Not many.
Because
not
of
a lot,
the position they're gonna be put in.
Yeah.
In fact, I have another. I got to read all these damn books, but there's another book where a woman actually talks about it because she was raised. She was raised feminist. She went to feminist schools. She got a decent job, and she said, "I thought that when I got my degree, got my money, that my money would give me more power, more control in my personal." My personal relationships, like my home life, and she's saying that gender roles are actually pretty sticky. In other words, there's pushback, and she's actually talking about this. So this has been going on for a while. I just kind of like bringing it to the surface for the women, but guys want to get in on it. So we had that big discussion about this on the women's channel because guys got triggered.
Okay.
I didn't think guys would be that interested in it, but evidently they are.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
On that women's hangout you had last night, it was pretty good. I liked it. But I got 2 questions. Number, just looking at it.
Should I post it over here? Are you guys cool where it is?
I'm all right where it is.
What talking about? Women's hangout?
Yeah.
But
post whatever you want to.
I'm asking you guys. I don't really care.
It don't bother me. They're gonna make me. It's not gonna change who I am. But yeah, post it.
I don't. I have a couple questions. I don't really get it. Like, I've watched a few guys, and it's usually the black guys. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's usually the black guys. They seem to have this very much disdain with little things relating to responsibility at all.
Like what?
At all. So the most funniest one to me was paying for dates.
Oh no!
Right, and the thing is, right, it's very simple at its core, right? If you want to be free of any moral obligations to this woman, and you want to be able to select the one that you want, and you just want to be able to bounce, just pay for the meal and get rid of her. Like, you're not
because the way the outlook.
I don't understand.
Because
man, I'm not going to pay for what did you call it, BGS? Guys need to stop paying for. Guys need to put more value on their time and appreciation.
Absolutely, and that's the point.
Right. So why in the hell am I going to pay for
James, down. Calm down a little bit. Okay.
Well, it's very straightforward in my context, right? In the context of a couple other gentlemen in a similar position, in fact, better, It's more in the case of the amount of time I'm spending on this date, right, is what, $50. That is nothing compared to my actual time.
Okay.
And the amount of time that I put into talking to this woman, getting to know her, and the rest of it, it's much easier for me to just say, look, just take this $50, get out of my face. Right?
Now, hold on. Now, you see what I'm talking about right here? Here's a prime example of what I'm talking about here. So, I'm sitting here right now listening to a MGTOW talking about paying for a date. You see how I'm getting it?
That's why it's a loose philosophy.
Let me go in. I'm not.
It's very loose.
Angry man came full circle.
Listen. Yeah. I asked this question. I'm still waiting for an answer from BGS.
We just explained it to you, Valdez. You didn't want to take the answer, but now you see.
Purpose.
Well, you know what?
What is the purpose of dating?
Hold on. Let me say one thing. Let me just get one thing out here in the air.
Okay, you got a minute. Go.
Because Big JX was in the chat room. Let me make something perfectly clear. I don't have a problem with MGTOWs.
No, you don't. I didn't think you did.
But we are men. We give things its proper name. We have ranking systems, and we deal with facts, evidence, and reality. Fuck all this tree hugging, free love, hippie shit. Nothing about no fucking sliding scale on a definition or any type of philosophy. It is what it is. Y'all need to come with some straight up, this is what it is, this is how it's gonna be, so that somebody can understand this shit clearly. I'm tired of
you dealing black and white, sir. You dealing with black and white?
Yes, I do.
And
yes, I do.
There's a G in MGTOW. That shit's great.
When it comes to
you ain't gonna get
men,
you ain't gonna get it.
When it comes to men, and what we need to do, you're damn right I am.
Men
yes, sir.
Have feelings too.
You're not a MGTOW.
Let me. What'd you say?
I gotta say something. Y'all killing me.
Yeah, I mean that's
Did somebody just say? Hold on. Did somebody just say men have feelings too?
Yeah, that was me.
I said I gotta say something because y'all killing me, man. This is
go ahead.
Like, okay, listen. First, BGS, you got to answer this question. What's the purpose of dating? Listen, don't answer it, but I'm gonna say this. Listen,
okay.
I go out with a woman. If I'm not trying to make you my wife, there's only one reason I'm going out with you. I'm going out for fucking. I'm going out because I want to fuck. Correct? That's what it is.
Yeah.
So listen, I'm not about to pay $30, $40 for a chance to get some pussy. That's like me going and pay $20 at a movie for a chance to get a ticket. Are you out your fucking mind? That don't make sense to me.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, Charles,
let me finish.
Originally, what it is for, what you're dating is for, is courting.
I totally agree with that statement.
And if you're paying for a woman's time to get to know her, you're investing in a wife, not in a pussy partner.
I totally understand that, and I don't disagree with that statement.
So black men do not believe in paying for a pussy partner, especially when a pussy partner has not come across with the goods.
I agree totally 100%.
So in other words, you're wondering why black guys do not like paying for a date for a woman they